Her Reluctant Firefighter. Book 3 of the Firefighters of Emerald Cove. A Second Chance Romance. Written by Laura D. Bastian. Copyright by Laura D. Bastian. Production copyright by Laura D. Bastian. He's not interested in a relationship. She's just begun to think she's ready to move on after losing the love of her life. Mario Davis knows exactly how dangerous his job is since he lost his father in a fire, but that didn't stop him from becoming a firefighter. While Mario is willing to give it his all, he is not willing to let a family suffer like he did when his dad died. He's kept his distance from any kind of romantic entanglements, but when his coworker convinces him to work with Celeste in order to sell his fixer-upper house, Mario finds himself struggling to keep his promise to himself. Celeste Nelson is a single mom, raising her daughter alone after her police officer husband died in an accident. She's finally come to terms with it and is ready to move on, especially as she gets to know Mario more. He's exactly what she needs in her life and would be the perfect father figure for her daughter. When Mario tells her their relationship has to remain strictly business, she pushes down her feelings in order to make things work well between them. The more time he spends with Celeste, the more he wonders if giving love a chance would be worth it. But he can't stand the thought of leaving a family behind if he were to pay the ultimate price for the work he feels called to do. As their feelings for each other change and grow, can he overcome his reluctance and become a family man, or will they be destined to remain alone? Chapter 1. Mario wiped his arm across his forehead, glad the last bit of drywall was finally hung. He'd convinced Ray to come help with the ceiling yesterday but had done the walls on his own today. All he had to do now was tape and mud it, then paint it, and this room was done. Well, except for replacing the light switches and outlet plates. Oh, and the baseboards. He turned and surveyed the open floor plan that revealed the front room near the kitchen and dining room, pleased with what he'd accomplished in the last 6 weeks. At least his job with the fire department was 2 days on, 4 days off. He made lots of progress when he had the funds to buy the materials. Once he sold this house, he'd pay off the loan and still have enough surplus to put a hefty chunk away for his own life. Of course, some of it he would use to buy materials for the next house he bought as a fixer-upper. Emerald Cove had a few houses that were just wasting away, waiting for someone to either restore them to their former glory, or remodel them enough to entice young families to buy and move in. This place would be just right for a family. Definitely not something he would need in his life. Mario didn't have to worry about getting home to a wife and kids, and he could work as late into the night as he wanted. It didn't bother him to sleep on a cot or live out of a suitcase. All his belongings would be easy to pack up and go when the house was done. A fold-up table and chair along with a few plastic totes containing his kitchen gear for when he wasn't in the mood for takeout or delivery, and a small fridge just large enough to hold the bare minimum would take up less room than his tools. As he looked at the kitchen, he could almost picture a family sitting at the bar, enjoying a few laughs, and for a moment, Mario felt a bit of longing. That was immediately pushed out of the way. No time or energy for a family life. He was devoted to his job and the health and safety of others. He couldn't give up fighting fires, and he could never ask a woman to endure the uncertainty that it brought. Bachelorhood was perfect for him. Eventually, Mom would come to understand that he could never do what his father had done. At least not the family part, since he had already followed in his father's footsteps. He picked up his drywall tape and the mud compound and began to cover the seams between the sheets. He was more than halfway done with the wide-open main section of the house when the old doorbell rang and fuzzed out. One more thing to add to his to-do list. Mario answered the door and smiled at his fellow firefighter, Ray. "You still working on this place?" Ray asked. "I'm almost done," Mario said. "A couple more weeks till I can list it." "You should give me a tour," Ray said. "Then the two of us can head to Zoe's and get some dinner." "You need a break." "Zoe's sounds good," Mario said. "Who are we meeting there?" "No one," Ray said, not pulling off his attempt at innocence.
"Yeah.
Right," Mario turned back toward his work. "So, you've got time to help me start mudding?" "All right," Ray said. "You got me. I've got my eye on the newest waitress there." Hasn't anyone warned her about you? Hey, Ray said. I'm not that bad. You've tried to date everyone there. Mario gathered his tools and unplugged the tools he'd no longer need and put his battery packs into their charging bases, so they'd be ready for tomorrow. One more day till he had to be back on his shift. He could get some of the mudding done tonight and then the rest tomorrow, giving it time to dry and cure before he'd need to do the second coat and any touch-ups. Not everyone. Those you aren't related to, Mario said. Why hasn't Celeste told you to knock it off? Ray grinned. Because all of them ask her about me, so she knows it's just better to introduce us. I'm the hot firefighter that they all want to get to know. Mario rolled his eyes. Then they all regret it once they do know you. They don't regret it. They just want to keep hold of me longer than I'm willing to hang around. I'm just a 2 dates kind of guy. Nothing more. They all know that, and it hasn't caused me any headaches yet. And that, Mario said, is something I'll never understand. You ever think of hiring some of this out? Ray asked, whether as an attempt to change the subject or because he was in a hurry to go. No, Mario said. I'm in no rush. Besides, I enjoy this. To each their own, Ray said. Too much of a pain if you ask me. That's why I'm doing it and not you, Mario said. You have time for a quick shower if you stop now. I'll see you at Zoe's in 30 minutes. Ray left without taking the tour he didn't really want in the first place, and Mario shook his head. Ever since Paul and Elliot had both gotten married, Ray seemed a little bummed that his hangout buddies were busy. That meant he came around to pester Mario more than usual. If Ray could find himself a woman, then Mario could be left to his own plans and not have to go play wingman to the guy. Ray liked the women, but with his rules preventing him from getting serious, Mario knew he wouldn't be the only one single on their crew for the foreseeable future. Mario was not in the market for a wife. Celeste greeted the new arrivals and then checked the list to see which section would be open. Her cousin, Ray, had wanted her to save him a seat in Trina's area, but if he didn't show up soon, she'd have to assign it elsewhere. Ray was a sweetheart and never treated any of his many dates in a way that made them hate the guy. In fact, she still couldn't figure out what it was about him that allowed him to get away with what he did. He dated more than anyone she knew, yet he never got to the point of settling down. Never got serious with anyone, just dated and flirted and made each girl feel special without breaking any hearts or making them jealous toward another girl. He was just fun. Always had been and always would be. If he ever got to the point where he decided to get serious with a woman, Celeste would be watching for signs of the end of the world. As she returned from the middle of the diner after showing the couple to their seats, she saw Ray standing there with Mario. She'd met him a few times but didn't know him very well. There you are, Ray said, giving her a quick squeeze. I believe I have a reservation? He winked at her, and she rolled her eyes. 15 minutes ago, Celeste said. I almost gave it away. It's Mario's fault, Ray said. Took him too long to get cleaned up after working on his house. Celeste looked at Mario, appreciating the way he looked, but was almost certain he'd still look devastatingly handsome no matter if he was dirty from working, or freshly cleaned like he was now. You really do reservations here? Mario asked. Ray patted his friend's back. Only for me, buddy. But maybe I could put in a good word for you. Celeste smiled but managed to keep her comment to herself. If Mario asked for a reservation, she'd probably give him one too. As she led them toward their table with the menus in hand, she ran through half a dozen scenarios. All of them resulted in him bringing a date, and for some reason, that bothered her. She hadn't dated in years. Not since she'd married Sam. Now that he'd been gone 3 years, she wasn't sure if her heart was telling her it was time to move on or what. She'd never had these kinds of intrusive thoughts of another man. What the heck was wrong with her? No man would ever replace Sam in her heart, or in the life of their daughter. She needed to push that unwelcome flash of attraction away. It was safer that way for her hesitant heart. Are you building a house? Celeste asked, hoping to redirect her thoughts to a safer topic as they reached the table. Remodeling, Mario said. Dude, got plans to buy and flip houses. Ray looked at Mario, then back at Celeste. Oh hey, Celeste is working on getting her real estate license. Maybe she could help you when it's time to sell. I'll bet she'd give you a friends and family discount. Celeste tried not to glare at her cousin. It would be a couple of months before she could actually help anyone buy or sell, but if he was going to be flipping lots of houses, it would be awesome to be his agent. And working with him as a client would help her keep things strictly professional and keep that other crazy thought far away. We should talk, Mario said. I'd love to, Celeste said, meeting his eyes and taking a moment to study his Mediterranean features. After a glance at Ray, who was looking over Trina's section as if searching for her, Celeste placed the menus on the table. I'll let Trina know you're here. What time do you get off? Ray asked. Closing, Celeste said. Ray nodded. If it's not too busy tonight, and you don't have to shoo us out, we'll stay here so you and Mario can talk sales. Mario looked at Ray as if he wasn't sure he agreed with the plan, so Celeste spoke. It's up to you, Mario. I'm open to other times if tonight's not good. Just let me know. I've still got another month before I can take my exam, so I can't help you sell it yet. Mario nodded. I've got more than a month's worth of work on it anyway. Inside's close to done, but we'll need some fixing and painting on the outside. Get the curb appeal ready. Ray can give you my number if you want it, but no pressure. I know there are a lot of other agents already licensed. It's up to you. Trina came out of the kitchen area and spotted Ray. Knowing she didn't want to watch the gushing of her coworker toward her cousin, Celeste gave them a parting smile, letting her gaze linger a little longer on Mario before returning to the front. When she glanced back, she was happy to see that she had a clear view of the two firefighters, and with Mario looking down at the menu she was able to admire his strong profile and the trim lines of his neck and shoulders. He wasn't overly muscled to the point it looked fake. No, all his muscles were from honest work with construction and firefighting. Trina glanced at him now and again, but with Ray putting out all his charm, there was no chance Trina would flirt with Mario, which left him free for her to enjoy. Luckily, a family of 4 entered the diner and Celeste was able to tear her eyes from the man who'd completely unsettled her. She had to get her ridiculous sudden interest under control. She wanted to work with him so she could help him sell the houses. There was a lot of money to be made in real estate, and if she did things right, she could save up enough for the future. She couldn't let infatuation interfere with common sense. Of course, it really wouldn't hurt to admire him today in between her hostess duties as the evening wore on. Besides, she was a young, widowed mother and he was a friend of her cousin, so he was off limits. But eye candy was all right to look at. The evening got busier than normal, and she didn't have a chance to slip back over and talk with Mario about his plans for selling houses. When they got up to leave, she was busy helping cover one of the tables for Jenny and didn't have a chance to say
Goodbye.
Not like she wouldn't see them again. Ray could help her out by setting up a time to talk with Mario about his house plans. Chapter 2. Mario was exhausted at the end of the day, but the mudding was all done in the rooms he'd hung drywall in. Now it could all cure while he worked his shift over the next few days. He'd probably even have time to sand it and clean up enough to paint before the following shift began next week. While cleaning off his tools, the doorbell rang, and Mario wondered who it would be. Ray had a date with Trina, so it wasn't him. Mario wiped his wet hands on the back of his shirt where he was mostly certain it was clean of the drywall mud and opened the door. His gaze was too high, still partially expecting Ray, so Mario lowered his eyes until he met Celeste's. I'm sorry, is this a bad time? Celeste asked. No, I'm just cleaning up. But things are a mess here. No problem, Celeste said. I can come some other time. Ray just gave me the address and told me to stop here on my way home. I brought some food from Zoe's. I got off on the earlier shift. I can't say no to Zoe's. But you really didn't need to bring food. Ray said you wanted to meet and talk this stuff over soon, and that you had the shift at the station starting tomorrow, so I figured I could feed you while we talk since my daughter is still at her grandma's. How old is your daughter? Celeste's smile lit up. She's 4. Very precocious and is loving her independence. Sounds busy. Celeste nodded. I don't know what I'd do if Sam's parents weren't so good to us. Still treat me like family. She sighed and her smile faded a little. Mario remembered Ray telling him that Sam had died in the line of duty as a police officer less than a year after their baby had been born. Unsure whether he should comment about her late husband or just change the subject, he noticed her looking past him into the house. He stepped back and motioned with his arm. You can come in. I'll show you what I've got done and what still needs doing. Then we could talk business as we eat. Thanks. Celeste stepped inside. Her shoulder brushed his chest, and he mumbled an apology for being too close. Then another when he saw the smear of mudding compound on her work blouse. Here, Mario said, taking the bag with the to-go food. Let's get that off before it ruins the shirt. Does it stain? Celeste asked. Not usually, but it's best to wash it off. Come to the bathroom. The kitchen sink is still in the works. He put the food bag on the 5-gallon bucket sitting in the middle of the front room, then took her arm and led her to the bathroom down the hallway. Before she stepped inside, he pulled out the tools he'd just been cleaning, putting some on the back of the toilet and a few on the counter. Dang, Mario said. I don't have any clean towels. He pulled a bandana out of his back pocket and frowned at it. He used it on occasion to wipe his brow, so he didn't want to use that on her shirt. Celeste looked at her shoulder, then at the mirror. It doesn't look bad. She took the bandana before he could say anything and put it under the faucet, then squeezed out the water before dabbing at her shirt. I'm sorry, Mario said. Guess I took up too much space. Celeste turned around and faced him in the small bathroom. Your house, your space. Don't apologize for being who you are. She reached toward his chest, surprising him at the action. He wondered how best to deflect any flirting, but instead of touching him, she wiped off some of the mud from his shirt that was mostly dry now. When she rubbed it between her fingers, he watched in fascination as she studied it, then looked up at him. So, she hadn't been attempting to flirt. That was both a relief and a bit of a disappointment. Though why he was disappointed was beyond him. He was not interested, and she had already been hurt once by a loss. He was in the wrong line of work for any kind of relationship like that. This feels so weird. I've never seen how building and remodeling stuff goes. Would you mind showing me some of it sometime? Sure, Mario said. I'm done with the mudding and stuff on this place. Next house, though. Cool, Celeste said, then handed him back the now wet bandana. Thanks for that. No problem. Mario laid it on the bathroom counter to let it dry, and Celeste slipped out of the tiny room. He followed her out, then she turned and looked at him. Are you still all right to give me a tour?
Yeah.
There's this bathroom, and one more attached to the master bedroom. One other bedroom on this floor, and 2 more upstairs as well, for a total of 4. The second story has an outside patio entrance at the top. I saw that as I came up the walk. That is so cute. And with it facing toward the ocean, even if they can't see the water anymore because of the other houses, it will still be a selling feature, I'm sure. Mario walked her through the house, and each time he showed her the updates he'd made or explained his plans for the rooms he wasn't done with yet, she oohed and awed in all the right places. If he could have this kind of cheerleading squad for all his projects, he'd be more and more energized and ready to work on them every day. You've done some amazing things here, Mario. No wonder you were so good at all the handyman jobs you had before. How'd you know about that? Mario asked. Celeste's cheeks pinked a bit. Ray talks about you guys all the time. He told me you used to work all over town doing fix-ups and repairs for people before you started doing this. Ah, Mario said.
Yeah.
Ray likes to talk a lot. Celeste smiled. Usually, he's talking about himself, but he'll mention you guys on the crew a lot. Have you always lived in Emerald Cove? Mario asked. All my life, Celeste said. I've only been here a couple of years. It's a great place, Celeste said. Hopefully you'll stay. Emerald Cove needs guys like you. Mario wasn't sure what to think about that. Guys like me? Local hero, firefighter, handyman. You know. Mario smiled. Thanks. He looked back toward the kitchen. Should we go eat, then we can talk business. See if this is something we could do together to benefit both of us. Sounds good, Celeste said. So, Mario said, with this being my first house and your first sale as well, we should probably work out some details and see if we want to make a partnership out of this. I have another house I'm looking at and need help to buy it, but the other realtor wants a high commission for doing nothing really. And if you're from the area, then hopefully the people selling will be more interested in helping you get started in your career than in boosting hers. That would be great, Celeste said. She knew the agent Mario was talking about and would love to give Kim a little competition. Though Kim was good at her job, she seemed to expect a lot of give from everyone around her while she stayed rigid in her demands. I've covered my table with a bunch of tools, but the kitchen has a little nook that has a bench seat. We could go sit in there and eat what you brought while we talk over the rules for working together. You know, make sure we can handle the back and forth without letting anything get in the way of a business relationship. Of course, Celeste said. A contract for a business partnership would be a good idea. We could either look at hiring a lawyer, or just check out things online and do it ourselves. Stuff like how much each party gets in the sales, how long we'll work together before revisiting. No personal relationship stuff. Celeste's eyes widened without her consent. How embarrassing. Had she given off the impression that she was interested? She'd have to be extra careful to not look like she was checking him out no matter how fine he was. A relationship was the last thing she needed right now. Celeste hated that her pale skin always blushed so hard. She'd seen him looking at her face while his own olive complexion remained completely unmarred. Then the look of concern when he noticed her blushes made it that much worse. Why couldn't she just relax around him? She wished she could have convinced Ray to come with her tonight to talk with Mario about the possibility of selling his houses when she got her license. Instead, Ray thought it was more important to take Trina out than to help his cousin. Last time she helped set him up with anyone. He picked up the bag of food and started walking toward the kitchen, leaving her to follow at her own pace. He'd likely seen how she gawked at him and wanted to let her down gently. At least it was all out in the open and she could take her wandering thoughts, wrap them up tight and shove them in a corner of her mind, and remind herself that he was a potential client. Right, Celeste said as soon as she could get the word to form. Smart idea to get all things out in the open. He was already seated in the kitchen nook by the time she joined him. She sat on the far side of the bench where he'd sat down, so the food was in between them. Once they'd unwrapped their plastic utensils, she paused, and when Mario bowed his head and said a quick grace over their meal, she smiled. She hadn't known many guys that would pray over a casual meal like this. It was really sweet. Mario opened the styrofoam container and sighed. This smells incredible. Thanks again for bringing it. Much better than the frozen burritos I was going to microwave tonight. No problem, Celeste said. So, you actually live here while you're fixing it up?
Yeah.
Don't have to pay rent on a place I'm never at. Then I can work as long as I need to and get up early to do more when I'm not at the station. Celeste took a bite of her food and looked around the wide-open floor plan, trying to visualize what could be used in the room. She glanced over at Mario, who was leaning back against the wall as he looked out into the room as well. So, not sure if you'd be interested in this, but I've done painting before, so I could help you with that part. And though I'm no interior designer, I know lots about how to decorate houses in a way to show off their features. I could add that to the partnership if you wanted. That would be great. I was just planning on having it all empty and letting the buyers see wide open spaces. For some rooms that would be all right, but home buyers want to see how large a room is with some furniture as reference. Not a lot. We could do a few pieces and some artwork from a friend of mine who owns a little home decor place. Is this someone who'd want in on the house sales? No, but it would be helpful for her to have her pieces seen in the homes. We could mention to the buyers that some of the furniture or decorations are for sale at Kitty's Corner. Good idea, Mario said. One of my buddies on the crew also does a bit with furniture. I could probably ask him if he's interested in putting something in to display. Cool, Celeste said. Then we can either remove it or let the buyers purchase from him as well. The walls will be ready to paint after my shift is over in a couple of days. You sure you want to join me in the painting part?
Yeah.
Having another set of hands would help you get done sooner. And my schedule is flexible enough in the mornings while Alexis is at preschool. I work the afternoons at Zoe's. Chapter 3. Mario's shift at the fire station was easy enough with only 2 calls where they had to respond with the fire engine. Exactly the kind of shifts he needed, so he was ready to get right to work on the walls once he left the hardware store. He'd already smoothed out the drywall and the texturing was complete, so now all he had to do was paint. It still surprised him that Celeste had wanted to be involved in the building and remodeling part of it, and thought it was kind of odd for her to offer to decorate it before selling. Then the more he thought about it, the more he figured this would be a good thing. He'd texted her while working and asked opinions on paint colors for the walls, so he was ready to pick up the neutral colors. That would look nice, but not too out there. He couldn't quite afford a paint sprayer, so it was lucky for him she was going to help. Once the walls were done, he could move on to the flooring, then the baseboards and trim. Mario handed the paint chip card to the clerk at the paint desk, and while he waited for his 3 buckets to be mixed up with the right color, he picked out the rollers and 2 telescoping poles, some drop cloths, the paint brushes, and the cleaning supplies. Hopefully, he had everything he needed. As he put his items on the counter, he spotted the painter's tape and put a couple of rolls in too. The hardware store wasn't too far from where his house was, so if he had to run back it wouldn't be that big a deal, but he wanted to just get as much painting done as possible. He pulled up to the house and smiled to see Celeste already there waiting. Sorry I'm late, Mario said as he stepped out of his truck. No worries, Celeste said. Need help bringing things in? I'll grab the paint buckets if you'll grab the supplies from out of the back seat. Sure, Celeste walked to the door right behind the driver's seat, and as she leaned in to grab the bags, he couldn't help but admire the view. He turned away, chiding himself for his lapse in self-control, and pulled the tailgate down so he could grab out the 5-gallon buckets. That's a lot of paint, Celeste said, both hands full of the bags from the truck. Lots of walls, Mario said. I guess, Celeste said, looking at the buckets, then back to the house. You changing your mind? Mario asked. Nope, Celeste said. I'm good. Even got my grubbies on, ready to go. Mario looked her over from top to bottom. The pants looked nice, if a little worn, but definitely not grubbies. Her shirt was a loose t-shirt with a faded logo, but something he thought looked good on her. Well, all right then. Let's go paint. He set the paint bucket down on the front porch and reached into his pocket to get the key to unlock the front door, then pushed it open and allowed her to go inside first. She took the bags and set them in the center of the floor, then pulled out the dipping tray and the roller pads, then placed them on the roller hooks. Oh, Mario said. The extenders are in the back of the truck. I'll grab them when I get the other bucket. I can come grab them, Celeste said, following him out. He didn't argue, just watched as she practically skipped down the walkway to the driveway and peered over the back of the truck. She was just barely tall enough to see over the edge, but not tall enough to reach over the side to get the poles. She moved the rest of the way to the back and climbed into the bed of the truck to reach the poles, then grabbed the bucket by the handle and slid the paint to the tailgate so he could grab it. Thanks, Mario said, pleased at her thoughtfulness. It was like she anticipated his needs and took care of things without even asking what to do. She was off the back of the truck and halfway toward the house before he had the bucket out and the tailgate closed again. This would really go quickly if she was this energetic all day. What do you need taped? Celeste asked. You want the ceiling a different color?
Yeah,
Mario said. I already picked up some white paint for the ceiling. I think that'll be the best contrast. You have a stepladder? Celeste looked around the room. It's still in the garage. I'll go get it. When he returned, she'd laid out the supplies and cleaned off the floor area to make a nice clear space for working without worrying about stepping on anything. In no time at all they had the perimeter of the room taped, the bucket of white paint opened, and some poured into the tray, ready to start. "How long do I have you for?" Mario asked. Celeste turned and looked at him, seeming confused for a second, then he saw the moment it clicked. "Oh, my in-laws will pick up Alexis from preschool for me at noon, then I have to be to work at 2. So, I can stay till about 1:45. Awesome." Mario looked at the room and then at his watch. "Just over 3 hours. I'll bet we can get all the ceiling painted in this area. Then I can work on the other room ceilings so tomorrow we could paint the walls." "Let's do it then." Celeste smiled and held up her paint roller attached to the long pole and reached to the ceiling to test its length. She then smiled at him and dipped the paint roller into the paint and got to work. It was a good thing she had to keep her attention on the painting to avoid dripping or missing a section. Otherwise, she'd keep sneaking a bunch of glances at Mario. His long arms made it much easier for him to paint than for her, but she didn't mind. She liked the looks of his arms with their obvious muscles and the hints of white paint clinging to his skin. He'd finished going from one end of the room to the other and back again before she made it across the first time. He probably didn't need her help, but it was still nice to be here. Especially when he started to hum along to the music on his playlist. Then when he actually started singing to the chorus of one of the songs, she paused in her painting to just watch him. Since his back was to her, she could watch for long moments without getting caught, and when he turned around to dip the roller again, she pretended to have just finished dipping as well, then lifted the roller up to the ceiling without giving him a clue she'd been watching him. He'd stopped singing for a moment, then started up again, and she smiled. Never would she have guessed he had a dreamy tenor voice. She would have thought bass, given the size of his chest and the sound of his talking voice. Of course, he didn't talk a whole lot as they worked. She wished she dared bring up some topic of conversation, but instead, she just kept listening to him hum along, then sing on occasion. Celeste turned to dip her roller and had to wait for him to pour more paint into the tray. She didn't mind at all. He didn't have to do much to make those muscles stand out. Even the simple act of pouring from the 5-gallon bucket accented his shoulders and biceps. Gosh, she was in trouble. She remembered all too well what it was like to be held by a strong man and working so casually with Mario, kept bringing up the easygoing relationship she'd had with Sam. She needed to keep her head on straight. Mario was obviously not interested in her or anything, but she was going to have to be careful that her ogling didn't get too out of hand. He'd likely kick her out of the partnership for inappropriate thoughts toward him. Good thing he couldn't read her thoughts. Celeste looked away a little too late when he set the bucket down and looked up at her. "Please don't let my face go red," she pleaded inside. Then the mere thought of a blush brought it all out anyway.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have to read her thoughts, he could just read her stupid blush and know she was crushing. "It's getting a little hot with all this work, don't you think? I've got some water bottles in the small fridge. Do you mind grabbing some?" Mario put the lid on the paint bucket as he asked, and Celeste didn't say a word, just set her roller down and headed to the little fridge, happy for an excuse to regain her composure. Mario watched her walk away from him. She didn't skip like she had earlier, but she did seem to float. She had a smooth glide as if she'd taken classes in dance or something. She grabbed the 2 water bottles and took the lid off one while she stood by the fridge. She tilted her head back and took a long drink, closing her eyes as she did and giving him another view of just how pretty she was. He had to get her out of his system. Maybe once they were finished painting, he could make sure they didn't have to work together again. If he could get her painting the walls in one of the other rooms while he worked on trim, then he could keep her out of his sight enough to keep him from thinking about her. She pulled the water bottle away from her lips and took a huge breath, sending a delicious shiver down his spine. What was that all about? He'd never reacted like that to seeing a woman drink before. It had to be the fact that he was thirsty too. Not the sound of her gasping for breath. When she brought the drink to him, he took it from the bottom to be sure he didn't touch her in the process, then took a drink as well, careful to not do the same thing she'd done. He didn't need a reminder of that gasp of pleasure. She'd picked up the paint roller and had gotten back to work with her back to him. He allowed himself to watch for a moment as he took another drink. It would have been silly to turn around and drink the water from another direction. Besides, it was good to see how she maintained good coverage over the entire ceiling as she worked. It helped to know he wouldn't have to redo any of the areas when they were finished. The previous ceiling was still there and only needed a repaint, not a full double coating like the new drywall on his current walls. Working with her would make things a lot easier to get finished. He would handle this normal reaction to a pretty girl. He'd turned down lots of opportunities to date beautiful women over the years. He was just momentarily flattered by her obvious appreciation of his looks that he was likely just returning the response. Besides, she had a kid, a job, and was working on a second job. The last thing she would need was him messing up her life. With a quick twist of the lid on the bottle, he then set it to the side of the paint bucket and returned to work, determined to ignore anything else about Celeste. Chapter 4. Celeste twisted her dark hair into a loose knot high on the back of her head to keep the hair from staying hot on her neck. The diner wasn't overly hot, but she enjoyed the feel of the air on her skin. Most of the guests preferred to eat inside, but she was happy enough to take a few of them out onto the patio to enjoy the cooling evening air. The fresh breeze from the ocean helped keep things nice. As she placed the menu down and removed the extra place settings, she felt a pull in her shoulders that wasn't there last night. Likely from the hours of painting today. She smiled, remembering the time spent with Mario. He hadn't talked much, but his upbeat attitude about his project had worn off onto her and she'd enjoyed being there with him. She couldn't wait until tomorrow morning as well. Alexis didn't have preschool, but Cheryl and Drew had been more than willing to watch her again once they found out Celeste was working on helping to finish a house, so she could then help sell it. They were so good to her and Alexis. "What are you grinning about?" Trina asked. Her own lips were spread in a happy smile. "I'm not sure I want to ask about your reasons," Celeste said, completely ignoring Trina's hint. Though she doubted Trina really wanted to know, just wanted a chance to talk about Ray. "I had a lot of fun with Ray. Too bad he's such a butterfly." "True," Celeste said. "Flitting around from one pretty girl to the next. Why does he do that?" Trina asked. "I mean, he's got it all. Looks, personality, everything. Why won't he settle down with anyone?" "I don't know." Celeste met her friend's eyes, happy she wasn't going to be all weird about it. "I've never asked after he told me to mind my own business. And since he doesn't break any hearts, it's not like I can do anything about it." Trina nodded. "No broken hearts. Sad hearts though. So, what did you guys do?" "We went rock climbing in the rec center, then had a shrimp boil he did himself." "Yum," Celeste said. "We used to do that at my grandma's all the time. He's got the recipe perfected." "No kidding. He should cook professionally." Celeste nodded. "He really should. Though I doubt he'd ever really do it. He wouldn't want to work for someone telling him what to cook. Then he should set up his own place." "You should tell him when he comes today," Celeste said. "Is he coming?" Trina smiled and looked at the door as if he was going to show up at any moment. "Probably. He'll either come pick up some food for dinner or stop by to see you and hear you gush about how fun yesterday was." Trina giggled. "I can totally picture him doing that. He must have been hurt sometime by some woman." Celeste thought back, trying to remember the last time he'd been in a serious relationship. "Maybe, but I have no idea. We'll have to see what we can figure out." Trina patted the stack of menus and then started walking toward her section. Celeste watched as she turned on the charm and began chatting with the family at one of her tables, checking to see if they needed anything else. It really was odd that Ray didn't date anyone for very long and she wanted to know if there was anything she could do to help him. Then that got her wondering why Mario was still single. He was gorgeous and kind and quite the handyman. Once again, she found herself daydreaming about the guy and forced herself to change her thoughts. She needed to find a way to be home more often with Alexis in the evenings. It was nice of her in-laws to watch Alexis while Celeste worked the evening shifts, but there were too many things that she kept missing out on. She wished there was a way to just be there at home with her daughter more often. She and Sam had always planned on her being a stay-at-home mom to their kids. Now she was the sole provider. She would eventually get to the point where things were no longer this tight. But to do that, she needed more money than what she could put away with this job. Hopefully, her real estate plans would work out. Lucky for her, Mario was willing to try her out even before she was licensed. Then the little extra she could get by helping him prep the house to get it ready for listing would be a nice bonus to put away in her emergency funds. As she worked, she thought through the remaining work she'd need to finish with her real estate licensing. She had only a few more hours of classes left in one section, then another part to go through before she could make final preparations for the test. Tomorrow she'd talk more with Mario about how long he thought it would be before he had the place ready to list. She knew he had to do something with the kitchen, and the flooring throughout the whole house would need to be redone. He didn't seem sure whether he wanted carpet, tile, or laminate. That would give her time to get her things finished. It was probably time to talk with one of the agencies to see if any were hiring. She really didn't want to work with Kim, the lady that Mario had gone through before. She didn't have the best reputation for being a very patient woman, but she did get a lot of business. Celeste's stomach nodded at the idea of making the other woman annoyed with her. But she should be used to having other agents to deal with. Just because he had bought this house with Kim didn't mean he had to sell it or buy his next one with her. While Celeste's mind worried about all the things that might never come to pass, she missed seeing Ray come in. She looked up to see Ray standing in front of her with a big grin. "Who were you thinking about?" He winked, then said, "As if I need to ask. I'll be going to his place after picking up the food. Want me to tell him anything?" Celeste rolled her eyes. "I talked to him this morning. No need for you to tell him anything for me." "You did?" Ray looked her up and down. "What were you doing with him this morning?" "Helping him paint." "Why?" Ray asked. "Because I'm helping him get the place ready to sell." "Oh, nice. First commission and everything, so you want to be really involved."
Yeah.
Celeste said, not sure if she should tell him about their plans to go into a sort of partnership on this project. "Did you get it all painted?" "The ceiling. I'll do walls tomorrow." "Is he gonna make me paint when I get there?" Celeste laughed. "You know him better than I do. I'm sure he's got work you could do if that's what you're wondering." "Great." Ray rolled his eyes. Though he was acting like he was annoyed, she knew he'd help. It was the kind of guy he was if he wasn't on a date or had plans already. "Does the kitchen know you have an order? Did you call it in, or do I need to take the order now?" "I called it in. You could let them know I'm here. They said it would be ready around now." Celeste nodded. "Be right back. Send Trina out if she's back there." Celeste just waved without looking back at him. Before she reached the kitchen, she saw Trina coming out with a tray. "Someone at the front to see you." Trina smiled, then winked at Celeste. "Should I tease him, or let him off easy?" "Your call." Celeste paused. "Wait, if you tease him, I want to be there. So wait till after the second date till you make him uncomfortable." Trina gave her a click of the tongue with a thumbs up with her free hand. She sashayed over to her table and gave the guests their food as Celeste slipped into the kitchen. "I have a pickup for Ray." 5 more minutes, Kevin, the cook said. "Thanks," Celeste said. "Be back soon." When she reached the front, Ray and Trina had a vibrant conversation happening. Celeste held up 5 fingers to let him know, then went to check on the silverware count to make sure there was enough for the upcoming dinner rush. She then wiped down the menus to make sure they were all ready for more guests and eyed the coloring placemats for the kids. One quick glance up to the front to be sure no new guests had arrived, then she slipped back into the kitchen and grabbed the to-go order for Ray, and noticed there was a second box, likely for Mario. Whatever anyone said about her cousin, he was a nice guy. Though Trina wasn't the right girl for him, Celeste did wish Ray would finally find a girl he could get serious with. "Here you go." Celeste handed over the food. "Thanks, Celeste." He looked at Trina and gave a quick tilt of the head. "Fun talking to you. I'll see you later." We'll have to make plans again. Trina nodded and without a word sashayed away again. Celeste smiled as Ray watched her walk away for a moment before turning his attention to the clerk at the register and handing over his card. Kelly swiped his card, then handed him the receipt to sign with a flirtatious smile. Hopefully, Ray would hold off before asking her out as well. That didn't mean he didn't give her a winning smile before turning back to Celeste. See you later. Drive safe, Celeste said. Always, Ray said as he passed a family coming into the diner. Celeste welcomed them in and set them up at a table, and by the time she returned to the front, another family and a couple had entered. Thank heavens for a busy night. It would help her keep her mind off Mario, and Trina would stay busy enough she wouldn't come up and talk about Ray, which would then make her think of Mario. Mario didn't even bother to answer the door when Ray knocked since his friend had texted that he was on his way with the food. I'm here. Ray called. Almost done with the bathroom. Mario hollered back. The ceiling in there was a lot smaller and the door frame would be white just like the ceiling. He'd probably have to do a touch-up on the door, but the ceiling was finished and once it was dry, he'd just replace the fan vent. Looking good. Ray poked his head in the bathroom. Thanks, Mario said, swiping the paintbrush up the outer edge of the frame. Just this last section, then I'll come eat. No hurry, Ray said. It'll give me time to pick out the steak strips from your fajita. Hands off. Mario brandished the paint-covered brush at Ray, who just stepped backward out of the room and headed back to the kitchen area with the bag containing the food. He wasn't worried about his food but couldn't let Ray think he could get away with anything. When the frame was done, Mario looked at the paintbrush and wondered if he should clean it up or slip it into a plastic bag so he could work with it more later. He wanted to get as much done as he could tonight so he could use Celeste's help before she changed her mind about painting. Although Ray would complain about painting, Mario knew he'd help out with the rest of the ceilings, so he stuck the paintbrush in a bag, then set it next to the bucket of paint, washed his hands free of paint as much as he could, and joined his buddy. How much do I owe you? Mario asked. With as much as you've fed me every time I've come over, I think we're even. I feed you, so you'll help me work. Ray laughed. So maybe you don't make me paint tonight. I don't make you do anything. Ray rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'll cover tonight. You spring for pizza next time I'm here. Deal. Mario took his takeout container and opened it up, giving a sigh of pleasure at the smells. I don't know if I'd ever get tired of eating from Zoe's. Same, Ray said. They've got a great variety. Not to mention a cute staff. How was the date with Trina? Mario asked. Wasn't talking about her. Who you crushing on now? Mario asked. Not me. I want to know what you think about Celeste. How'd you convince her to work with you on fixing this place up? I'm not going to have to talk with you about your intentions toward my cousin, am I? Mario laughed. You're one to talk. How many of the employees there have you dated? Don't change the subject. Ray looked him over. You're going to be working with her. You'll treat her right, won't you? Of course, Mario said. We talked about our expectations and how the partnership will go. She's going to help with some of the light work like painting and such. Then she'll do the decorating and setup to help make the house look ready to sell. We're business partners, nothing more. For real. I swear. There is nothing between us. Nor will there ever be. That's too bad, Ray said. She's a great girl. I'd totally let you be related to me if you wanted to change your mind. Well, you being related to her is not in her favor. You're not in-law material. Ray laughed. Cousin-in-law. Far enough. You'd be safe. We won't be dating, Mario repeated. I want to keep this strictly business. We'll help each other out and it's best to just remain friends. Probably a good call. They ate quickly, used to the rush of finishing a meal in case the fire alarm went off, then got right to work on painting the remainder of the ceilings. Mario would be happy to be done with that part. The walls were much easier on the neck and shoulders even though there was a lot more surface area with them. After dropping Alexis off at preschool, Celeste swung by the drive-thru bakery and was at Mario's place at 8:30 with some donuts and drinks. He was already up and working, which made perfect sense. He didn't seem the kind of guy to just waste time when there were things to do. "You're here earlier than I expected," Mario said. "I wanted to get as much done as possible before I have to leave at noon to prep for work." Her early arrival had nothing to do with wanting to see him again. She passed a donut to him with the wax paper holder. "Thanks," Mario said before taking a huge bite of the donut. She looked around and smiled. "You got lots done yesterday. Ray came over last night and helped some." Even with his mouth full, it was easy to understand him. He chewed then swallowed and pointed at the ceiling. "You know, you're a better painter than he is." Celeste smiled. "Really?" "For sure. Ray just talked the whole night and half the time he forgot how the roller worked when his mouth moved." Celeste laughed and put the cup holder down on the kitchen bar. She'd already finished her donut and was ready to go. "Walls today? Or do you need more work on the tops?" "Walls today in some of the rooms. I've got some of the ceiling edges taped so you can get started on the wall while I finish taping the whole house. Ray and I got all the door frames last night for the rooms that I didn't need to add the trim to." "Sounds good," Celeste said, gathering up the new roller he'd already put on the metal frame and the telescoping pole. They worked in much the same way as yesterday. She watched him off and on when he was in the same room as her. Most of the time, though, he was elsewhere in the house. His music was still playing, and she found herself dancing along to the beat as she painted the walls. The roller was so much easier to work on the walls than the ceiling, but her neck and shoulders were still tight because of the different muscle usage. Once the wall she was working on was finished, she set the roller down in the pan and rubbed the back of her neck to help ease the tightness. It helped a bit, but she knew she'd really enjoy a long hot shower to relax those muscles more. She did a few neck rolls and put her hands behind her back to stretch the shoulder muscles. "You feeling okay?" Mario asked. "Tight shoulders." She looked at him as she twisted her torso to help release the tension in that part of the back. "I'll bet. You've been working hard." He walked over to her and asked, "Which side?" She reached up with her right hand and touched the spot on her left shoulder where the tightest spot was. "That's odd," Mario said. "You're right-handed, I'd have figured this other side." "That's what I thought," Celeste said as she wondered how he knew she was right-handed. Before she could think much more about it, Mario placed one hand on her shoulder, his fingers touching the bare skin just below the cuff of the sleeve. His other hand gripped her shoulder muscles with the palm pressing hard into the knot that was developing. She gasped in surprise at the touch, not just because of the release of tension with that muscle, but the surprise at how powerful and warm and incredible his hands felt. "Hold still, I'm going to put a lot of pressure here. Let me know if it hurts too much." She could only mutter a sort of agreement to his request since her thoughts struggled to make it through the jumble of sensations that washed over her. The pain of the muscle tightness gave way to a burning release as he used his thumb at first, then his fingers close together to work out that knot. "You really did something to yourself." Mario's voice was so close it sent shivers down her right side that almost matched the shivers on the side closest to him. "I'm sorry I overworked you yesterday." "Not your fault," Celeste said, grunting out the last word as he pushed extra hard at that moment. "Sorry," Mario said, easing up on the pressure. "No, that felt good. It's working out the tightness for sure." She glanced at him. "Keep going." She looked away before her face blushed and she hoped the skin on her neck didn't heat up and give her away. Mario kept working on her shoulder and she just let him take away the pain, wishing she could have this kind of access to him all the time. Mario knew the knot in her shoulder and neck needed a few more minutes of work, but he regretted even starting. Being this close to her shouldn't have bothered him. They'd already decided things were just business. He didn't even really know what it was that was bothering him about the closeness. He'd worked out muscles like this for all kinds of people, so why was it so different with her? She gave a sigh of relief when he switched from hard pressure to the pulling motion while stretching the muscles along the length of the direction. That is so incredible, Celeste whispered. I think I'll be able to use my arm again for the rest of the day now. Good, Mario said. I'd hate to think I broke you. He moved his hands off her shoulders, and she rolled her shoulder and neck as if to test them. Where did you learn to do that? Muscle structure was covered in the training for the medical emergency response classes. The rest I picked up by working out the muscles of the crew when we trained too hard. They are really lucky to have you on their crew. Oh, we all help out when needed. Most of the guys could have done that. You need me to work out any muscles? Celeste asked. The thought of her touching him sent a thrill down his spine, but he shook his head. No, I'm good. Thanks though. He turned back to his work and continued taping the last section. When he finished, she was about a third of the way done with the next wall. You're moving pretty fast on this. Do you mind if I go work on the kitchen pipes? I need to redo the sink faucet and the spray hose, then reinstall the disposal. I'm good since you got that muscle fixed. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll do this. She worked non-stop until it was time for her to head home to get cleaned up for work, and he was surprised at his disappointment that she had to leave. Thanks for all the hard work, Mario said. I should be done painting most all of this. I've got tomorrow and the next day off too before my next shift. I'll be here to help. See you later. She walked out the door and Mario felt lonely. Such an odd feeling, one he wasn't used to since he usually preferred to be alone. Chapter 5. A few days later, Celeste showed up at the house and could already hear the music playing. She knocked, but when Mario didn't answer for a moment, she decided to try the door. It was unlocked, so she walked in and could see the walls had been completely painted and even the tape had been removed. Morning, Celeste said when she walked into the hallway where Mario was reinstalling the light fixtures they'd removed when painting. Hey, there, Mario said with a smile. How you doing? Good, Celeste said. You've been really busy. Trying, Mario said. Makes it easier to get things done when you have a partner to help. Ray come over again last night? No, I'm talking about you. You're really quick with the painting. How do you feel about redoing the cabinets? Painting them? Mario nodded. I thought about taking them out and replacing them, but thought it would be easier and look just as nice to paint them. They're actually a pretty good quality build. He walked toward the kitchen area and motioned for her to follow him. Celeste looked at the cabinets. The house was nice looking, and while replacing them might help with the resale value, it likely wouldn't change it all that much. The cabinets were solid enough, just a boring and outdated brown.
Yeah.
I'll paint them. Do I need to do any prep work on them? If you could remove the handles and take off the hinges to remove the doors, you could paint them easier than taping them. Sure, Celeste said. He handed her a small rechargeable screwdriver and a paper cup. Use this to hold the screws and knobs. She got to work when Mario left the kitchen area, and she wondered if he'd be back to help her or if she'd be here all alone for most of the day. When she'd finished removing the hardware, she went out to search for him. What paint do you have for them? Celeste asked. I don't have the paint yet. You were quicker at that than I thought and got here pretty early. Want me to go get paint? Celeste asked. I actually need to grab a few more light bulbs and another switch plate since I cracked one. I'll come with and we can get all of it at the same time. Celeste looked out the front window. I parked behind your truck. Do you need something large to haul it back, or should we take my car? We could take your car. Mario picked up the stirring stick he'd used for the wall paint. We'll bring this to compare. Celeste headed to the door and was halfway down the walk before she remembered she'd left her purse in the house. She turned around and bumped right into Mario's chest. He grabbed her by the upper arms, nearly wrapping one of his own arms around her back in an attempt to keep her from falling over. Sorry, she squeaked. I forgot my purse. She looked down to avoid his eyes, but that only brought her cheeks right against his chest, letting her hear the heartbeat beneath the cotton fabric that stretched across his fit frame. Mario released her and she took a step back, keeping a hold of his waist to help her steady herself. I'll be right back. She slid around the side of him and hurried up the sidewalk and tried to open the door only to find it locked. Mario was right behind her again. This time, however, she didn't turn around too fast and knock into him. Sorry, Celeste said. No need to be sorry, Mario shrugged. Grab your purse and we'll be on our way. She hurried inside and grabbed her bag, then rushed past him and down the stairs and sidewalk back to the car. She pulled the keys from her purse and hit the automatic unlock. She was in the car and starting it by the time Mario reached the passenger side and put one foot in. He had to adjust the seat before pulling his other leg in. Sorry, she said again, then Mario rolled his eyes and she chuckled.
Yeah.
I know, no need to be sorry. Just habit, I guess. So same hardware store as before? Yup. Mario nodded and pulled out his phone. She glanced at it, curious if he'd be playing a game, searching the web, or texting someone. Did he have anyone that he would text regularly? She couldn't tell what he was doing, so decided she'd better focus her attention on the road. Wouldn't do to get in an accident because she was too worried about what her passenger was up to or who he might be thinking about. There would be time enough to peek at him later as they shopped for the materials needed at the hardware store. Mario was so focused on gathering up his needed supplies that he didn't notice the chief of police shopping as well until the man walked up to him. How are things at the fire department? Chief Norris asked. Going well. I hear you're quite handy with fixing up things. You doing it for hire? I've got a deck I can't ever get to. Might be able to get to it, depends on how fast you need it worked on. I've got a project I've got to finish first. Wife was hoping to get it done by the middle of next month. We're thinking of having our son's reception in the backyard. I could come look at it later today and give you a better idea. Sounds great. If you can't do it, then maybe you'll know someone who can. The chief wrote his address down on the back of his business card and Mario stuck it in his pocket. Sure thing, sir. Good to see you. As the chief turned to go, Celeste joined them right then and placed an item into the cart in front of Mario. Well, hey, there, Celeste. How are you and Alexis? We're doing all right, Celeste said. She walked into his open arms and gave him a hug. So good to see you, Carl. She stepped back and looked up at the chief with a happy smile. I keep in touch with Sam's parents. How are your parents? They're still in Florida, aren't they? Celeste nodded. Dad's complaining about the physical therapy, but who doesn't? I'm glad his surgery turned out well. Tell them hi for me, will ya? I will, Celeste said. How's Melody? I haven't seen her in a while. She's doing good. Working up at the inn at Emerald Lake. Loving it too. That's such a pretty area. No wonder she loves it. You'll have to take a drive up there and see her again. She'd love a visit. I totally should. Thanks for the idea. You ever been, Mario? Carl asked. Haven't had the chance yet. It's a great place, Carl said. I take Jess up there every now and then for a quiet getaway. Perfect for a weekend away. Mario wasn't sure if the chief was suggesting he keep it in mind for the future, or something more immediate. Not wanting to keep him on that topic, Mario looked into the cart. I'd better get back to my project so I can make sure I've got time to look at your deck. Celeste is helping me prep my house for sale, so we'd better get back to the painting. It was good talking to you, Carl. You too. The officer looked at Celeste and then back to Mario as if curious about what was going on between them. Fortunately, he didn't say anything as he walked away. Why was it that any time a man and a woman spent any time together, people had to assume there was something romantic going on between them? Mario pushed the cart toward the front end of the store and then glanced at his list on his phone. Oh, I still need to grab 2 more things. I know right where they are. You want to go get in line at one of the registers? Sure. Celeste took the cart with one hand and waited for him to move his other hand before she pushed it. He hurried off to the aisle he needed and was back just as the clerk had begun scanning the gallon paint bucket. He hoped it would be enough. If not, they'd be making another trip out here. Or he would. With some of the looks he'd gotten with Celeste by his side, he knew people were speculating. Not everyone in town knew him, but a lot knew her. He really didn't want to start any rumors about the two of them. Celeste popped open the trunk as they walked through the parking lot toward her car. Once they'd gotten everything inside, she looked at Mario. I don't remember if I told you, I have the day off from Zoe's. I can help longer if you want. Though I might need to bring Alexis over later. She's got her tumbling class after preschool, so her grandma's taking her to that. I'm available until almost 2 today. Mario closed the trunk. You're welcome to work as long as you want, but don't feel like you have to be there all day. If bringing Alexis over would be an issue, then you don't have to stay long. Besides, don't you still have things to study for your license? I need to watch some more of the training videos for my class and read up on some rules. But since you only have so many days of work time, I figure I'd help while you're here. Alexis would love to see this. She might not be a whole lot of help with painting, but if I give her my phone after she sees what we're doing, she'll stay occupied and out of the way. You're going to wear me out with all your constant work, Mario said. She looked over at him across the top of the car. Oh, sorry. I'm joking, Mario said. I was worried you'd overdo it. But let's paint all the kitchen cabinets, then we'll talk flooring. I still haven't fully decided what to put down in each of the rooms. Having a second opinion will help. Sounds good, Celeste said. Since we're out, should we pick up some Chinese since it's already 11? We could eat and then work until I have to leave at 3. Good idea, Mario said. Sweet and sour chicken sounds great. Celeste wrinkled her nose. You can have all of that. I'll take the coconut shrimp instead. Coconut? Nasty, Mario said. It's like eating hair. This doesn't have shredded coconut. It's just the flavor. Mario shuddered. Not any better. Good, Celeste said. More for me. I won't take yours and you won't take mine. Perfect. Mario opened his door then ducked into the car as she did the same. I do like the chow mein noodles though. Me too. We'll have to get double of that. She started the car and headed over to the restaurant with her mouth watering at all the types of food they talked about. Besides their differences on coconut and sweet and sour, it seemed they had a lot of other preferences in common. By the time they got there, they'd both decided to add some broccoli and beef as well as some egg rolls to go. Will you have enough room in your fridge if we don't eat all of this? I'll eat all of mine, Mario said. There should be room for yours. She wanted to just sit at the table in the restaurant and start eating right away but knew it would be best to head back to his place, so they could eat quickly and get back to work. And with the way he was in such a hurry to leave without talking to anyone, she wondered if he was embarrassed to be seen with her. Chapter 6. When they arrived at Mario's house, he took the bag of food in one hand then walked to the back of the car and waited for Celeste to pop the trunk. She reached in and grabbed out the bags with all the odds and ends he'd picked up as well as 1 gallon of paint while he grabbed the rest. It took a little maneuvering with his hands full to unlock the door, but once inside he placed the paint and supplies on the floor then led the way to the kitchen. As he pulled the containers out of the bag, he noticed there weren't any plastic utensils. Looks like they forgot to add the forks. I grabbed some chopsticks, Celeste said. Good, Mario said with more enthusiasm than he felt. He was never any good at using chopsticks. At least the sweet and sour chicken could be stabbed with the sticks. And he should be able to manage to wrap the chow mein around the sticks enough that he could eat it that way. Celeste handed him one before pulling hers out of the paper wrapper then broke the sticks apart and began rubbing them together. Someone had once told him it was to make sure the wood didn't leave splinters on the lips, but he had never noticed the chopsticks being all that rough. Mario looked at Celeste's lips and wondered if she'd ever gotten hurt by one. He kept watching as she took her first bite of food and marveled at how easy she made it look. She even managed to eat the noodles without leaving a bunch hanging out of her mouth like he would have. What? Celeste asked, bringing her free hand up to her lips then wiping her mouth. Did I make a mess? Mario shook his head, slightly embarrassed at having been caught staring at her lips like that. No, I was just thinking how easy it is for you to use these. I'll be making a mess myself. Celeste smiled. I'm sure you'll be fine with it. Just don't watch, and I'll do great. He tried once to pinch the chicken between the two sticks, and it slipped right out. On his second try, he managed to get it off the plate, then it slipped out again and bounced off the table. Celeste's inelegant snort was followed by her covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed. What was that? Mario asked, happy to know he could deflect just a little of the embarrassment at his inability to use the chopsticks to her snort. I guess my secret is out, Celeste said with an adorable pink face. I was probably a pig or something in my former life. Not with the way you eat, Mario said. You're too proper with your chopsticks. If anyone had a chance of being a pig in a different life, it would be me. I can't manage this thing. He picked up the chopstick and just stabbed the chicken before bringing it to his mouth. Do you have any dishes and utensils here? Yes, Mario nodded toward the box in the corner of the kitchen. But that means I'd have to dig it out and probably wash it, then I'd be admitting defeat to a tiny piece of wood. Want me to show you how it works? Don't know if you'll make any progress, I've tried before and just can't get it. One more time won't hurt. She picked up her chopsticks and arranged them between her fingers and held them up for him to study. If you put pressure right here, it usually helps to keep it steady. Then you use these knuckles right here to move it. It's basically just an extension of your own fingers. She pinched it back and forth a couple of times, then picked up a small piece of chicken from his pile and popped it in her mouth. I thought you didn't like the sweet and sour chicken. It's not my favorite, but I don't hate it. I figured if I started to steal your food, you'd be more motivated to practice harder so you can eat it before I do.
Ah.
Mario adjusted his chopsticks then pinched another piece between the small sticks. When he managed to bring it to his lips, he popped it inside and then smiled. Got it. Good work, Celeste said. Now do it again. Mario tried again and managed to get the chicken to the point he could hold it steady enough. The satisfaction of getting a few bites of chicken was dampened when he looked at the noodles. He stirred the chow mein around and practiced pinching it. Like this, Celeste said, reaching over and putting the chopsticks between his fingers in the right way. This is how I show Alexis how to do it. Celeste's small hands were sure and confident as she helped him get them to the point where he could lift some noodles. She pulled her hands away and he managed to get the chow mein into his mouth without too much hanging down. Her proud smile made him feel good until he realized it was probably the same kind of smile she'd given her daughter when she learned how to eat with chopsticks. He took another try and was rather impressed he'd managed to do it until he watched her deftly using her own chopsticks to eat. She even got some broccoli and beef in the same try. Looks like we'll have to do Chinese more often so you can keep practicing and getting better. I'm good with that. But don't be offended if I make sure there are forks next time. Celeste cleaned up the takeout food containers and returned to the kitchen to start working on the paint for the cabinets. She figured she'd have time to do one side of each door today, then get the cabinets still hanging on the walls while the doors dried. Next time she came, she could do the other side of the doors and then give the cabinets a second coat. She didn't love the idea of being only partway finished when her mother-in-law called. Time had flown. Drew and I need to head to his checkup. Will you be home soon? Thanks for grabbing Alexis, Celeste said. I need probably another 30 minutes to finish the part I'm painting. Do you mind dropping her off here? Sure, no problem. Text me the address and we'll be there soon. Thanks so much, Cheryl. Honk when you get here and I'll come out. Will do. But one of these days, I want to see this house you're working on. I love fixer-uppers. For sure. Mario has the day off tomorrow as well, so I'll be here helping if you can watch Alexis again. Let's talk tonight. Celeste tucked her phone back into her pocket after texting her mother-in-law the address. Good thing she'd managed to keep from smearing any paint on it. She checked the cabinets on the wall and looked for any places she hadn't gotten smooth enough. After making a couple of touch-ups on the spots, she put the paintbrush down and went out to the front walkway to watch for her daughter. Hopefully, Mario wouldn't be the kind of guy to be bothered by little kids. Not all men could tolerate children. Having a 4-year-old running around in a construction area of a home would be a little unnerving for most people. She'd have to give Alexis some instructions on what was okay to look at and what she had to keep away from. Though she'd painted her house before, and Alexis had helped with the first coat, that was about the extent of home repairs. She hadn't ever worked with power tools at her house, so Alexis wouldn't know much about them except for what her grandpa had in his shop. As the car pulled up, Alexis' voice from the open window of the back seat shouted, "Mama. Hey, baby." She waved, and when the car came to a stop, Celeste opened the door to help Alexis get unbuckled. Celeste looked up to the front seat and smiled at her father-in-law in the driver's seat, and her mother-in-law who had turned around to look into the back. "You changed her into play clothes? Thanks so much, you two are the best." "Of course, Celeste. We love that we get to spend time with her. Sorry that we have to rush off." "No worries, this works perfectly. I'll talk to you tonight." She closed the door with one hand while holding onto Alexis' hand with the other. When the car drove away, she turned to her daughter. "I need you to just look at things here today. No touching unless you ask. Understood?" "Yes. I won't touch." "Good. Let me show you what I need to finish painting, then I'll clean that up when I'm done and we can go home. Can I go swimming at Calvin's?" Celeste looked down at the little girl. "I'll have to call his mom and find out what their plans are." "So, is that maybe?" "It is a maybe. Let's go get this stuff done first." "Okay." Alexis looked at the house when they got to the front door and wrinkled her nose. She put her free hand on her hip. "It's kinda messy." Celeste chuckled. "For a little while it is." She looked around, hoping Mario hadn't heard that. When a house is getting fixed up and painted and things, there is a lot of mess. "Maybe you can help me clean it all up and get it beautiful so someone will want to buy the house." "All right, Mommy. I'll help you clean it." "Who's this?" Mario asked as he came into the front room with a new paint roller. "I'm Alexis." She always struggled to get the full name and Celeste loved the way she said her name. "Well, hello, Lexus." Mario gave a little wave. "No," Alexis said. "It's Lexus." "I'm sorry," Mario said. "It's nice to meet you, Alexis." He glanced at Celeste as if to check the correctness of this name. "Nice to meet you. Mommy said your house is messy 'cause you're fixing it. I'll help too so it can look pretty." Celeste's cheeks were likely as pink as they could go, but she hoped the adorableness of her little girl would help soften the brutal honesty. "What a wonderful idea," Mario said. "She's already been helping me make it look better. It will be nice to have two helpful ladies to make this place pretty." The sweet smile that spread across Alexis' face made Celeste relieved. Mario was a nice kind of guy who knew how to interact with children. That would help this business arrangement work better. "Can I help paint, Mama?" Alexis asked. "We'll have to see," Celeste said at the same time Mario said, "Sure." Alexis looked between her mother and the man to the side and let go of Celeste's hand. "Which room?" "Are you sure?" Celeste asked.
Yeah.
"Why not?" Mario said. "I haven't started the base coat of the kitchen walls yet. And if you're working on the cabinets, we can do the first coat. That way I can see how good she is with a paintbrush." Mario motioned for Alexis to walk with him, and Celeste smiled. Her daughter was only tall enough to be just above his knees, and she looked up at him with the same kind of awe that any little kid would give a superhero. Oh, how Celeste wished Sam could have been around to be that hero for their little girl. Grandpas were amazing, but nothing like what a father could be. As long as this friendship and business arrangement worked well, Alexis could interact with Mario and get to know a real-life hero. Just like her dad had been. Mario had only felt minor misgivings when he first offered to let Alexis help with the painting, but she was pretty good at it for a little kid. She watched him dip the brush in the pan, wipe the excess on the side, then she went up and down on the wall in good long strokes. Celeste watched for a few minutes until he told her he was good with Alexis and that she could keep working on the cabinets. Unless you want to switch jobs with me. Just tell me what still needs doing on the cabinets. No, Celeste said. I'll finish this. Let me know if you need help or anything. She looked at her little girl. Be careful not to spill the paint, and don't get any on your shoes, okay? Okay, Mommy, Alexis said. Will it ruin her clothes if she gets paint on them? Mario asked, looking at the shorts and purple t-shirt. They're her play clothes. If they get damaged, it won't matter. She gets messy just playing at friends' houses. Mommy said I could go to Calvin's and go swimming when we're done here. She touched the paintbrush to the wall then said. Maybe. We have to see. Mario smiled as he looked at Celeste. The two of them were cute together and it was nice that Alexis wasn't a terror or anything. It was kind of fun to show her how to paint, and when he went to dip his roller back in the tray, Alexis was looking up at him. I can't reach any higher. She frowned and looked at the spot on the wall he'd been painting. It almost reached the ceiling and he had debated on whether he should get his step stool or put the longer handle on the roller. Here, Mario said, handing her the roller. I'll lift you up and you can get the parts you were missing. Alexis' little fingers wrapped around the handle, and she held it with both hands then lifted her arms enough Mario could wrap his hands around her torso and raise her toward the wall. She started rolling the paint on the wall then glanced back at him. Like this? Exactly like that, Mario said. Do the same place up and down a few times to get all the paint on the wall, then we move over a little and do it there too. He wasn't sure how long they'd been working on painting the wall, but when he'd set her down sometime later for her to roll the sponge roller in the paint tray, he turned to see Celeste watching them. Look, Mommy. Alexis said, pointing at the wall. I did most of it. Good work, sweetie. What a nice helper you are. I know. Alexis looked at Mario. I can come every day and help. Then we'll get done faster and you can clean up your house. Mario turned and looked at Celeste. She's so much like you. Bossy? Celeste asked with chagrin. No, Mario said. Hard-working and a go-getter. The relieved smile on Celeste's face made him wonder if she'd been told she was bossy before. She had a strong personality, but it wasn't anything that bothered him. And while she didn't wait around for someone to tell her what to do, she was polite and professional when she talked with him about what he wanted done on the house. I have more paint, Mario, Alexis said, struggling only a little with his name. Her R's weren't quite solid, giving it a bit of a W sound, and he realized he actually liked the way she said it. Perfect, Alexis, Mario said, getting into position to lift her up and let her finish the part of the wall where they'd been working. As she continued that, Celeste took the other roller and smoothed out the areas where Alexis' little arms hadn't quite done right. Then she got the stepladder and took care of the area where the wall met the ceiling to make sure they didn't overlap the taped area and smear the ceiling. All done, Alexis said when Mario placed her on the floor again. I'm hungry. I'm almost finished with this, Lexi, then we can go home and get some dinner. Not wanting them to leave quite yet, Mario said, do you like pizza? We could order some delivered and then you can tell me which parts need to be cleaned up first now that this room is all painted. I like cheese pizza, Alexis said. No spicy pepperoni. She shook her head at that and wrinkled her nose. You don't have to feed us dinner, Celeste said. I can take her home and we'll get out of your hair. I don't mind. And you're not in my hair. It's been nice having two lovely ladies helping me paint. The least I could do is make sure we get some food that isn't spicy pepperoni. He already had his phone out and had dialed his favorite delivery place. If we got her a personal-sized cheese, you okay with a combination? Sure, Celeste said. She climbed back up the ladder since she'd refilled her paint and worked on the last few feet near the ceiling. He watched her reach out gracefully, one leg dangling off the ladder to help balance her weight as she stretched. The sound of the pizza place on the other line pulled him back to reality, but he continued to watch her as he ordered their meal and was happy to know he wouldn't be alone for the evening. Strange how something simple like this could be so comforting. Celeste washed up the paintbrushes and rollers while Mario showed Alexis the next room they'd work on. All the painting had been done in the other rooms, and apart from a second coat in the kitchen, there would be no more painting. I'll be putting the baseboards back on the bottom of the walls after I put the new floors down. You have to do new floors? Alexis asked. Do you throw away the other ones? Where do floors go? Mario chuckled. I will use this same floor but put the new stuff on the top of it. Alexis nodded her approval. Good, because you would have to have a big trash can for a floor. Celeste giggled quietly as she listened to the two of them talking. Mario knew exactly how to keep a kid occupied as they waited for the pizza to arrive. Celeste moved over to the little kitchen booth they'd eaten their Chinese takeout earlier, and cleaned off the area from any remaining painting supplies. They were ready to go the moment the pizza arrived, so Alexis carried her little pizza box with a huge grin on her face. Look mommy, Mario got me a whole pizza to myself. He's nice. Did you tell him thank you? Celeste asked. She sure did, Mario said. Gave me a hug, too. It's because I was happy, Alexis said. I only give hugs when I'm happy. Or when mommy needs one. Sometimes mommy isn't happy and then I hug her, and she's happy again. Alexis didn't have a clue how right she was, or how much those simple words surprised Celeste. She didn't think she seemed overly sad or depressed very often. Apparently, it was enough that Alexis noticed and talked about it. It was hard raising a child alone, even with all the support she got from friends and family. If she hadn't had the help from Sam's parents, Celeste wasn't sure if she'd have survived the first few years. I'm glad you're there to help your mom feel happy, Mario said. You are a very sweet girl. You keep taking care of your mom, okay? I will. She's a good mom. Just sad sometimes. Alexis opened her small pizza box and reached for one of the pieces, then put it down and blew on it. Too hot, mommy. Will you blow on it too? Sure baby, Celeste said, happy to have something to keep her busy and give her a reason to avoid looking over at Mario. She didn't want him to think she was always sad, and she didn't want pity. Two bad kids were just so observant, so honest, and yet so oblivious to the world around them. Mario didn't say a word, just pulled out one of the paper plates from his bin near the table and placed it with a napkin in front of Celeste, then pulled out one of the slices of pizza and put it on for her. Water or soda? Mario asked. Water's great. Celeste gave Mario a smile, then checked the temperature of Alexis' pizza. It's ready. He handed the two of them each a water bottle, then when Alexis picked hers up and couldn't get the lid twisted off, she handed it over to Mario for help instead of to Celeste. Alexis was getting really comfortable with him. That would be helpful if she had to bring her daughter with her a lot while she helped with the fix-up on the house. Hopefully, Mario would be all right with her coming. But she'd wait until they had some privacy before she brought it up. No sense in putting him on the spot. When they'd finished eating, Alexis put her little pizza box in the large black trash bag hanging from the back of a chair. What are we painting now? Alexis wiped her hands on her pants and Celeste rolled her eyes. Good thing they were her play clothes. You sure you don't want to go play with Calvin? Celeste asked. No, Alexis said, giving the room a look. We need to help Mario. He has a lot of work to do. Mario laughed and Celeste just shrugged and shook her head by way of apology. I'm going to wait until tomorrow to paint the doors, but we can do the second coat of paint in the kitchen if you'd like. Celeste took Alexis to the sink to wash the grease off her hands. I think you should probably let Mommy and Mario do this last coat of paint, sweetie. It has to be done fast and smoothly. But I want you to take some pictures of us doing this. That way we can see how good of a job we did when it's all finished. With your phone? Alexis said, her eyes going big. Yes, but not too many. And sometimes you can push the button to film it too. Okay, Alexis said. Celeste relaxed a little. She knew Alexis would eventually get bored of the pictures and switch over to playing some of the games Celeste had on her phone, then she'd be occupied and out of the way. From experience, she knew having a preschooler help paint a wall did not always turn out the best. When they started painting, Alexis called out for them to make certain poses so she could get the best shots, then needed help in turning it to the filming option. But just like Celeste had predicted, she soon got tired of photography and switched to her favorite games at the table where she'd eaten her pizza. Mario was just as sweet and understanding with the demands to pose as she could have hoped, and then the two quickly got to work applying the last coat of paint. In less than an hour, they were finished and cleaning up the paint materials for the last time. Do you need help with anything tomorrow? Celeste asked. I was going to pick out the tile for the kitchen and bathroom. I already have the wood laminate for the common area. I've hired out the carpet that will go in the bedrooms. That's not something I'm ready to tackle myself. If you want to meet me at the flooring store, I wouldn't mind some input on color choices. I can do that. Can I come too? Alexis asked from the table, looking up from the phone. Sure, Mario said without hesitation. As long as your mom says it's okay. Celeste nodded at Alexis, who immediately turned her attention back to the game on the phone. Which flooring store are you going to? Should we just meet you there? Sounds good. He gave her the website and they planned a time to meet before Celeste picked up Alexis, who was looking pretty sleepy. Time to head home, sweetie. You've had a long and busy day today. If you want to help tomorrow, we'd better get you home and to bed soon. Mario walked ahead of them and opened the front door, then instead of just letting Celeste and Alexis walk to the car, he followed them out, then took her keys to unlock the door and open the back seat so Celeste could put Alexis in her car seat. His thoughtfulness warmed her heart, and she had a momentary longing to have something more with Mario than just a business relationship. But that wouldn't be a good idea. Not if she wanted to be successful as a real estate agent. She needed to sell a lot of houses to reach the goals she had set for herself and Alexis. It would be best to just remain friends and appreciate his amazingness from afar. Chapter 7. Mario was surprised to see only Celeste as she got out of her car and walked toward the front of the store where he was waiting. No, Alexis? Celeste smiled. Her friend from next door was sad she didn't go over to play yesterday, so he invited her to come over and swim with him in their backyard pool. Lucky, Mario said. I always wanted a pool when I was a kid. Me too, Celeste said. Alexis keeps asking if we'll get one at our house. I tell her we don't need one as long as we live next to Calvin. Mario opened the door of the flooring store and let her walk in. I've never picked out flooring before. Not sure how helpful I'll be. I mostly want opinions from a homeowner. And a woman. I know what I'd pick, but most people buying a house are either a couple or a family. I'd hate to pick some tile that would just be awful. Laying that is tough and I wouldn't want to waste the time on something that ended up causing trouble in the long run. Besides, if you're going to help me decorate it and stage it to appeal to buyers, it will be helpful to have you here. I'm good at giving opinions, Celeste said. Should we get started? When he'd first started working on the house, he hadn't realized how much there would be to consider in each room. Having Celeste there to remind him of the colors of the kitchen and to talk about the different types of furniture that would look good with the different tones of tile or laminate flooring helped more than he'd expected. He'd have to thank Ray for suggesting he work with Celeste. Their arrangement would benefit him more than he'd initially thought since they were much further along with her help than if he'd had to paint the whole place by himself. No wonder people had partners in things. When do you have to get back? Mario asked. Calvin's mom said it was okay for her to stay as long as I needed. I work the closing shift at Zoe's and Alexis will stay at her grandparents' for the night since I get home late. She loves sleepover night. You do an amazing job with her. I can't imagine how tough it would be to be a single parent. Celeste met his eyes, and he wondered if he'd overstepped their work boundaries with that comment. Thanks, Celeste said. I do what I can. That's why I'm hoping to get things working well selling houses. It would give me more flexibility and then I could work while she's at school. I'm excited for next year when she's in kindergarten. Hoping she'll be able to get the full day. She loves her preschool and wishes it was longer. She loves learning. Mario listened as Celeste talked about her plans and her daughter while he moved from one sample to the next, studying the prices and the color patterns. When he pointed at one, Celeste easily transitioned from talk of schools to the merits of the tile sample. The easygoing conversation between the two of them reaffirmed the rightness of this business arrangement. "How are you two doing?" an employee of the store said as he approached. "Anything I can help you with? Are you finding the style you're looking for?" "So far, so good," Mario said. "Do you have more colors of the smaller tile?" Celeste looked over at Mario. "I think a smaller tile in the bathroom would be better than these 12-inch ones." Mario nodded and looked at the employee. "There are more down the aisle behind us. If that doesn't meet your needs, we do have some we can special order." They followed the man and Mario watched as Celeste looked over the different color patterns and easily agreed with her assessment of each pattern. Yes, his decision to work with her was definitely a good one. By the time they left the flooring warehouse, the back of Mario's truck was filled with boxes of tile, some laminate for the main room, and all the glue, tools, grout, and miscellaneous supplies he'd need to get a good start on the floor. "Thanks for your help today." Mario closed the tailgate and rested his hand on it while he looked at Celeste. "I'll take this to the house, then unload it and clean up the floor. If I get it prepped tonight, I'll be ready to start when I get off this upcoming. Do you need help laying the tile?" "I could probably manage it on my own, but it would go faster. If you want, you can come, but once again, it's really not that tough. I don't want to take too much of your time." "I don't mind," Celeste said. "I'll come in the mornings when Alexis is at preschool until I have to head home to get ready for work. Besides, this is kind of fun to see how much it changes day after day. Gives me a bit more of a push to get the last few things done with my class so I can take the test for my license." He was sad to see her go when she moved over to her car. He had come to really enjoy spending time with her. Mostly because she was smart and helpful. It didn't hurt that she was beautiful and funny. At the same time, that was a problem. He couldn't get involved with someone he worked with, and he wasn't ready to commit to anyone. Especially someone who needed a solid foundation and had already gone through a tremendous loss. No way would he put her through the worries about being with someone who had a dangerous job like firefighting. Good thing his shift was tomorrow. It would help him get her out of his mind for a few days and recommit to his resolve to stay single. Celeste hurried home and checked with her neighbor to see how Alexis was doing. She and Calvin had tired of swimming for a bit and were up in the playroom working on Lego masterpieces, so Celeste enjoyed an iced tea with Calvin's mom. "How's the house fixing coming?" Larissa asked. "Alexis said you were looking at floors today. We picked out some tile and wood laminate. It'll be kind of fun to learn how to put new floors in." "If you say so," Larissa said. "Sounds exhausting to me." "Well, it helps when someone else will be doing most of the hard labor. I'll just be helping with running back and forth for the supplies." Alexis said he's a firefighter.
Yeah.
Celeste said. "He works the same crew with my cousin Ray." "He set you up?" "We aren't dating," Celeste said. "Ray just let him know I was working on my real estate license. I'm helping him get the house ready to sell, then if things go well, I might become his agent for the other houses he plans to buy, fix, then sell." "Ah, that would be handy." Celeste took a sip of her drink. "It would. I would love to be able to stop the late shifts at Zoe's so I can be around more with Alexis. I feel so bad leaving her with sitters and her grandparents all the time. I love having her over here. I know she adores her grandparents, and they love her too. We're all happy to be a part of your life." "I know," Celeste said. "I just feel like I'm missing out on so much with her and then I feel bad that things are so tight. It's a good thing the house was paid off with Sam's life insurance policy. Otherwise, I'd be living with my parents in Florida, or worse, mooching off Sam's parents more than just free babysitting. I'm sorry things are tough. I'm proud of you for fighting so hard to make things better for yourself and Alexis. Just remember we're here to help whenever you need. Besides, having Alexis here to play makes it so much easier to take care of Calvin. She keeps him occupied so I can focus on Jimmy. Is he napping? Yes, thank goodness. Larissa took a long sip of her iced tea. I'm so happy he's sleeping through the night now and taking a couple of naps a day. I was so sad when Calvin stopped napping. I hear ya, Celeste said. Nap time was the best time ever. Though now that she's older, she's pretty helpful. As much as she loved having an active and outgoing little girl, there were times Celeste missed the baby stage. Seeing Larissa with Jimmy when she came to visit was often hard since it brought so many memories and reminders that it was something Celeste might not ever experience again. Mario pulled into the parking lot of the fire station and saw Ray pull up right behind him. He usually arrived before most of the others, except for the chief, but ever since Paul got married, he'd been arriving just before the other crew left. That was something Mario could do without. Taking care of someone else or being responsible for more than just himself didn't sound appealing. Ray made a point to look at his arm, where a watch would have been if the guy wore one. I'm still here before you, Mario said. What's slowing you down? Ray asked. Late night. Doing what? House stuff. We got all the painting done yesterday. I was working on prepping the floors, then noticed a leak in the pipes. I'm going to have to work on that as soon as this shift is over. That sucks. Need any help? Mario shook his head as he pulled his bag out of the back of the truck. I've done this kind of plumbing before. I'm just glad I caught it before I put the floors in. There's one spot I'll have to cut up right in front of the sink to redo what the previous owners did as a temporary fix. Let me know if you change your mind. I'm surprised you haven't called me over to help. Celeste has been there every day since we decided to work together. Really? Ray's voice held a hint of suspicion. Mario made sure to keep his tone neutral.
Yeah.
She's fast at painting. She did the kitchen cabinets all on her own too. Even Alexis helped paint some. You met her daughter?
Yeah.
I was kinda surprised when I saw her grandparents drop her off, but Celeste said she wasn't done painting and wanted to make sure she did her part before she left. So, what do you think of Alexis? Ray asked, almost too casually. She's a cute kid. Mario didn't say more, just walked through the side door of the station's engine bay that was propped open. The other two from the crew were inside already, making Mario wonder if he'd really been that late this morning. Paul and Elliot nodded hello and continued talking to the captain of the other crew as they passed on any important information. Thankfully, Ray didn't follow Mario into the common area where he put his bag down, and he had a moment to consider what to say if Ray kept asking questions about Celeste. It was unlikely that Celeste had put Ray up to asking these kinds of questions. If she had, that would be quite awkward. He hadn't felt like things were weird between them over the last few days. It felt very easygoing and comfortable. They worked well together without any of the weird flirty vibes that girls sometimes gave off. Celeste was definitely a woman. A mother even. Not some flighty girl that was only interested in scoring a date with an eligible bachelor. And she'd know better than to get involved with a firefighter. Less than 10 minutes after arriving, the emergency alert sounded. Mario left the common area where he'd been scanning one of the training manuals to join his crew for backup at a car accident. As he listened to dispatch relay the details, he was relieved to hear the injuries were likely minor. It would mostly be help in cleaning up and in case of any sparks with fluid leaks. Most times they weren't needed, but better safe than sorry always rang true. Chapter 8. A few days later, Celeste knocked on the door of Mario's place and waited for him to open it. More than a minute later, she was still standing there, wondering if she'd misunderstood the plans. His truck was here, so he was likely here. Unless he had a second vehicle that he took to work. She reached for the knob to check if it was locked. It turned easily and she pushed it open. Hello? Celeste called. Are you here, Mario? Kitchen, his voice called back. She walked into the kitchen to find Mario under the sink, with his legs sticking out and his torso and head hidden in the cabinet. Water was all over the floor and part of the wood had been torn out. How can I help? Celeste asked. Nothing at the moment. Well, maybe if there is some way to clean up the water. Do you have extra towels? One of the totes in the back room where I stay. Celeste headed down the hallway and when she reached the room, she wasn't surprised to see the small cot with the sleeping bag rolled up neatly on top with a single pillow and a closet, with clothes hanging nicely. She found the tote he mentioned and grabbed a few towels, then hurried into the kitchen just as Mario stood up, soaked to the bone. He grabbed the back of his shirt right behind the neck and peeled off the offending cloth. She froze mid-step and started at his trim and well-defined abs. He wiped off his chest with the soaking wet shirt, then twisted it over the sink to wring out the extra water, then tossed it onto the puddle on the floor. She didn't know how much good it would do to absorb the water, but it made sense that he didn't want the water on him. She felt herself staring at him as she handed him one of the towels, but no matter how hard she tried to look away, she was caught. Thanks, Mario said, not looking at her as he took it and wiped the front of his chest. Hopefully, he'd been so distracted by being soaking wet that he hadn't noticed how unsettled his predicament made her. He wiped his pants then sighed. I'll go change. He looked at the towel, then the floor, and tossed it next to his discarded shirt. He moved his foot back and forth to start soaking it all up, but that just kept him too close to Celeste and she spoke. At least she tried. She had to clear her throat a little before she managed any actual words. Let me take care of that. I'll dry this up and you can go change. You might want to bring another towel though, I wasn't sure how many I'd need. Mario met her eyes and his own eyes widened at what must have been completely obvious on her face. She'd thought she'd gotten over being embarrassed at looking at a bare-chested man. She looked down at the floor and began wiping at the mess with her foot.
Yeah.
I'll bring more towels, Mario mumbled as he walked away. Get yourself together, Celeste, she chided herself. There was no reason for you to go stupid like that. She busied herself cleaning up the water, glad that he was gone so she could manage to see the floor and the damage so she'd know how she might help. Though she doubted there was much she could do with the cut flooring. At least it looked like he'd done it on purpose. Whatever had caused this other leak had not come from the hole in the floor. She peeked under the sink and couldn't help the smile that came at the memory of seeing him working there when she'd first arrived. She couldn't wait to find out what had happened. Mario changed quickly and threw his wet pants across the bathtub, then headed to the kitchen. He hadn't even thought about the consequences of taking off his shirt in the middle of the kitchen with a beautiful woman like Celeste in the house. He just wanted to get the wet fabric off so he could clean up quicker. The look on her face both pleased and worried him. He knew it was arrogant to like being appreciated for his looks. He worked hard to keep himself in shape, and knowing that Celeste could admire his physique for what it was gave him a massive confidence boost. Yet he had to work with her, and bringing in physical attraction into a work relationship would only cause issues. He should have thought things through, but he was so used to being a man on his own that he hadn't hesitated to do what was natural to him. The best thing to do was just go into the kitchen, thank her for cleaning up, and get to work on fixing the mess he'd made. He was glad he hadn't known the previous owners, because if he ever ran into them, he'd have some things to say about the weird way they'd done their own fix-ups. Mario ran his hand through his hair. It was still wet, but he didn't have time to worry about that. He turned the corner and entered the kitchen and saw Celeste wringing out some of the water from the towels into the sink. He muttered to himself, then said, I forgot more towels, be right back. What was she doing to him? He was rarely this scattered in his thoughts and emotions. Too much of his attention was focused on her. When he got back to the kitchen with the extra towels, he took the wet ones from her so he could wring them out and gave her the dry ones. He'd for sure have to head to the laundromat earlier than planned. What happened? Celeste asked. I thought I'd shut off the main water valve. I didn't realize they'd bypassed this with their own cold water line for a drink line to the sink. So when I went to undo the pipes that were leaking so I could replace them with stuff that's up to code, I ended up snipping the wrong one. Then I had to hurry and clamp it because I had no idea where this one originated. The other lines are empty. He turned the faucet on the sink, and it didn't do a thing, just like he'd expected. What about the hole in the floor? That's because of the leak. I cut that out and will be replacing that section with new flooring so there aren't any issues with rotting wood or the chance of it giving way, with the normal wear and tear of working in a kitchen. Goodness, Celeste said. What a pain. Guess the good thing out of it all is the floor here will be nice and clean for when I'll lay the tile later. Celeste smiled and the gleam in her eyes made him happy. He wanted to make her smile more often. Chapter 9. The following morning, Celeste met Mario at his fixer-upper, but instead of working more on the inside, he'd surprised her by asking if she wanted to take a ride with him. Where are we going? I saw a for sale sign on a house the other day when we were out on a call. I drove by it last night and got the phone number, then called the owner. It looks like a nice place, so I figured I'd look into it. Then if you're going to be my real estate agent, I thought you should come see it too. Did you call to get an appointment? Did you talk to this homeowner's agent? It was a for sale by owner sign. He likely doesn't have an agent. Oh, Celeste said. She hoped the guy wouldn't be upset that Mario was bringing her along as his agent. Maybe that would make him feel too pressured. The neighborhood Mario drove them through was in an older section of town, but it was well cared for and would be a great place to live. Most people buying lately wanted the newest homes and fanciest upgrades, but there was always something sweet and charming about old homes. As long as they'd been well cared for. She glanced at Mario a few times throughout the drive, trying to see what he thought about the area. She didn't really need to comment on it as a sales pitch since he was the one that had decided to look at it, but she practiced in her mind what she would say to future clients if she was to ever sell a house in this area. Working with Mario was giving her a lot of experience in selling a house and she didn't have to do any of the hard work yet. Mario opened the door of the truck and Celeste climbed out of the front seat, then looked at the house he'd stopped in front of. It didn't look like much, but often the lower the curb appeal, the better chance he had of turning it around. With some hard work of his own to spruce things up, he could make a nice profit. You sure you want me to look at this with you? Celeste looked at him. Of course, Mario said. Before I get into another project, I want to know how much work it will take, and I want you to come into it with your eyes wide open. If you don't think it looks doable and that I'm overextending myself trying to do both, then that's something a business partner should know. Celeste nodded but didn't say more. Before they reached the front porch, the owner opened the door and smiled at them. Saw you pull up. Figured I'd come meet you out here and give you the details on the outside first. Mario reached his hand out and shook the offered hand. I'm Mario, this is Celeste. It's nice to meet you. Frank. The man only nodded at Celeste after releasing Mario's hand. It's just me now. My wife, Lois, has passed away and the kids have moved away. I'm looking into moving closer to my daughter. Her husband's job is too good to leave and move back here, and Jill wants me closer to keep an eye on me. It's good to have such a caring family, Celeste said. I'll bet Jill will love having you nearby. It'll be nice to be closer to the grandkids for sure. They don't have much time to come out anymore. Too much going on with all the school and sports activities. That can be busy, Celeste said. You two got kids? Frank asked. Before Celeste could clear up the misunderstanding, Mario said. A little girl. She's with her grandparents right now. Frank said. Wanted to get a look at it on your own first. Well, say no more, let me give you a fast tour, then I'll let you look it over on your own. Just out of curiosity, Mario asked. Why did you decide to sell it on your own instead of through a realtor? Just lazy, I guess. Frank shrugged. Jill told me to find one, but I thought I'd just stick a sign up and see what happened. If it doesn't sell, then I'll find someone to help. Not sure I'm in a big hurry to leave yet. Celeste is working on her license. Doesn't have it yet, so couldn't help you that way, but I'm sure she'd know someone she could recommend if we don't take it ourselves. Well, isn't that just handy, Frank said. Let's show you around then. Celeste looked at Mario, wondering what he was thinking. He hadn't said they were married, but he hadn't done anything to correct Frank's assumption. Not that it really mattered, but it probably wasn't all that normal for a guy to pretend to be married. Of course, it would be simpler to just go with it for now, and deal with it later if it came up again. While she walked around the front yard and looked over the flower beds, she could just imagine Frank's late wife lovingly planting the rose bushes and the different ornamental shrubs. I can't keep up with the landscaping and trimming. Had to hire out the mowing to the kids next door. This place looks lovely in the spring with all the flowering bulbs and the bushes Lois planted. It's obvious she cared for the place. Celeste smiled at the man, and he returned the smile. That she did. While I hate to leave since everything here brings back such sweet memories of Lois, I know it's time to go. Hopefully, you two could find the same kind of joy we did. Celeste just smiled and glanced at Mario, who was busy looking at the foundation and the structure of the home, instead of the aesthetics of it. Probably a good thing he wasn't close enough to hear that. She didn't want to know if he would have pretended he'd loved the place or if he'd admit they weren't actually a couple. How about I show you the backyard, then we can go into the house and check out things there. Mario joined Frank and Celeste as they walked around the side of the house, through a cute little gate, and into the backyard. Mario looked at the structural things again and Celeste eyed the yard and what it would take to get the plants and bushes tamed again. A cute treehouse sat in the lower branches of a tree, just right for a few little kids to play in. Celeste had always wanted a treehouse and would love to have a chance to go explore it, even at her age now. They soon found themselves at the back door leading into a small mudroom just off the side of the kitchen. It was an old home, full of the cute knickknacks people of that generation collected. It was clean and well cared for but would need some updating with the flooring and the paint. The kitchen needed new cabinets and would look incredible with updated fixtures and a marble countertop. The work to get it sellable would be easier than the one Mario was currently working on, but it would definitely take some serious elbow grease. The more they toured the home, the more Celeste could visualize what she would do to each room to update it just enough to make it enticing without really gutting, or changing the overall feel of the sweet old home. What do you think? Mario asked a few minutes later when Frank left them to wander the rooms themselves and talk. It is a sweet place, Celeste said. Large enough for a family with a few kids. Would need some updating for sure, but I think you could probably make quite the profit with this place. Think Frank would be upset to know I plan to buy, fix, then sell? He might, Celeste said. Do you plan to tell him? I'm not quite ready to buy it if he's in a hurry to go. I think I'll need to wait until I get the other one done and sold before the bank would let me take out another loan. You should let him know then, Celeste said. I like the place, Mario said. It's in a good location too. Not far from the center of town, but still in a quiet neighborhood. And the size of the lot is nice. It's a screaming deal, Celeste said. I don't think the house will stay on the market long once people know what he's asking for it. Too bad I don't have the capital for it now. Bummer how life takes money, huh? For sure, Mario said with a grin. They turned to go find Frank and were met with him holding 2 glasses of ice water. Thought I'd see if you wanted a drink. Thank you, Frank. That was very thoughtful of you. Frank smiled and once they'd taken the water from him, he put his hands in his pockets and asked, So, what do you think? It's an incredible place, Celeste said. I agree, Mario said. But here's the thing. I don't think I'm ready to make an offer at the moment. I'd like to talk with you for a minute and see what you think, then we'll go from there. Sure thing, Frank said. Let's go sit down in the front room and talk. My hip doesn't like a lot of standing. They sat on the love seat across from Frank's recliner chair. So, here's the thing, Mario said. I love this place. So does Celeste, but we aren't what you probably think we are. We're business partners looking at homes to buy, fix up any issues, update things that need sprucing up, then sell them. Frank said. Flipping houses is pretty good business, I hear. It can be, Mario said. But I'm just getting started. Celeste is a friend of mine and she's almost got her real estate license, and she's got the eye for how to bring out the best in a house. You two aren't married? Frank asked. No, Celeste said. Just friends. Frank said. Well, there's time for that later. He looked them over. I thought you said you had a kid. I have a daughter. Her daddy died 3 years ago. Sorry to hear that, honey. Thank you. She knew there was nothing else that needed saying, especially with the way Frank met her eyes, and an understanding passed between them. Frank took a long, slow breath. So, you would do a lot of changing to the house? Cosmetic mostly, Celeste said. Nothing structurally as far as I know. She looked over at Mario, who nodded his agreement. The house looks solid and sturdy. I'd be curious about the plumbing and electrical as well as the state of the roof, but apart from painting and probably updating the kitchen, and maybe the tubs and showers, there wouldn't be a lot of changes I'd make. Frank smiled. Lois always wanted me to do something with the kitchen. Never had the time for that though. Wish I'd have made the time. So, if you're in a hurry to go, then we'd have to step aside. But, if by chance you haven't sold it by the time I'm ready after I sell the other property I'm fixing up, I'd love to put an offer on this house. I'm in no rush. I'm still puttering around pretty good here on my own. I just know I can't stay forever. And, if you're working on your real estate license, then I could tell Jill I've got someone who's helping me get the house ready to list. That's sweet of you, Frank. But you don't have to wait on me. With the market right now, you could sell this pretty easily. How many have come to look at this so far? Just you two, Frank said. Put the sign up 2 days ago. Guess most people want to go through a realtor like Jill says they do. I could give you some recommendations if you'd like. Are you telling me you don't want to buy my house? Frank asked, looking between Celeste and Mario. I'd love to buy it, Mario said. Just can't right now. Don't want to make you wait on me just in case things don't work out. How long you think it'll be until you have your other place finished and sold? Frank asked. Hoping by the end of next month. I can wait that long. Besides, I have to start packing and get the kids to come back and pick out their things and decide who wants to keep what from their childhood. Are you sure, Frank? Celeste asked. I like the idea of waiting for you to be ready since I know you'd do right by this house. Either helping me sell it for a fair deal if you decide not to buy it. Or if you do buy it, you'll fix it up the way Lois would have loved to see it. That's very kind of you, Mario said. Here's my number for if you change your mind or get another offer. I'll take down the for sale sign after you leave. But I'll keep your number anyway. You still have mine? Frank asked. I'd like to hear from you every week or so to let me know your progress. He looked over at Celeste. And when you get your license, you let me know so I can tell Jill about my official agent. Celeste smiled at his obvious pleasure in finding a little loophole for his daughter's request. I will, Celeste said. It was so nice meeting you, Frank. She stood and without a second's hesitation gave him a hug when he opened his arms to say,
Goodbye.
Hope you'll stop by again soon. It gets a little lonely here and it was nice talking to such nice people. Maybe you could bring your daughter by and see what she thinks about the tree house in the backyard. That sounds fun, Celeste said. I'll see what I can do. As they said their farewells, Celeste couldn't help looking around the house one last time. It was such a sweet place that she could almost imagine how wonderful it would be to raise a family here. If only their beginning ruse of being a married couple with a kid and the potential for more could be true. She'd always wanted a large family. 3 or 4 kids at least. Who knew what the future would hold, but so far, no man was interested in taking on an instant family. Mario ran through a half-dozen scenarios in his mind about the different ways he could get the funds to start work on that house. Though Frank seemed like he'd wait, he didn't want to run the risk of losing out on that prime real estate. He almost wanted to check with the bank to see if he could just get a second loan but decided against that. It wasn't sound business practice to overextend himself. He'd just have to work harder and faster on the current place. "What are we doing at the house today?" Celeste asked. "I got the last part of the tile in the kitchen finished. The bathroom is next for laying the tile. How do you feel about grout in between the tiles now that the glue is set?" "As long as you show me what to do, I'll do whatever." "Awesome," Mario said. "It's great that you'll try almost anything without freaking out about it. I think it's fun to learn new stuff. It's nice that you already know what you're doing, and I don't have to put in any guesswork. I'm glad you took a chance on this strange business setup. I hope it works out for both of us." "Same. I just need to finish up my last few assignments and then take the test. I've already talked to one of the brokerage firms to see if they're hiring. So, I should be able to get right to work on your house when it's finished." "You really think by the end of the month or early next month?" "As long as there are no major surprises. The bedrooms will need the old carpet torn out, so hopefully, the floorboards underneath are solid. If it looks good, I'll just get the carpet guy to put it in next week." "You have a dumpster ready for hauling away the old stuff?" "No, I hadn't thought of that, but it'll be a lot more than what curbside pickup will take, huh? I can call and see what the options are. One of my friends from school works there." "Thanks, Celeste." She pulled her phone out and took care of it before they'd even arrived back at the house, and Mario, once again, thought how lucky he was to have a partner in this. Nothing about the flooring was overly difficult, but after showing her a how-to video and then mixing up the grout and doing a section to show her firsthand, he looked up at her. "You sure you want to do this part?" "I'm fine with it. Unless you don't want me to." "Oh, it's not that, I just know it's a lot of work. I can do this while you set the other tile. That's something I know I can't do." "All right," Mario said, getting up from his knees and handing her the spreading tool. "Call me if you need any help. Once I get those bathroom tiles laid, I'll come help with the cleanup." "Okay, just remember I need to head out at noon. Hopefully, I'll get it done by then, though. I'll finish up what you don't. You're saving me a lot of time." "Thanks again." Celeste just gave him a smile and motioned for him to get going. Mario chuckled and went to do his part. By the time he'd finished putting the last few tiles down and double-checking the spacers, he looked down the hallway to see Celeste's feet and backside. He stood and walked over to see what help she'd need and was surprised, though he shouldn't have been, that she'd finished the whole kitchen. "You know," Mario said. "If you were my competition, I'd probably end up out of a job." Celeste laughed. "Not a chance. I can only do a small portion of the types of handyman jobs you can do. I'd have probably ended up with a swimming pool in my kitchen if it was me doing the plumbing repairs." She looked at her phone to check the time. "I'm sorry I didn't have time to finish the wipe down. I got most of the grout dust cleaned up, but you'll have to get the rest of it." When she stood, she lost her balance for a second and Mario reached out to steady her. "Phew," she said. "Light-headed. Guess I stood up too fast." When she looked up, her face wasn't far from his and he tried to remember the last time he'd been this close to a woman. Especially one who fascinated him this much. He wasn't interested in her romantically, yet every time there was a simple touch or close brush against her in passing, he wondered if maybe he should rethink his position on dating. She stepped away from him and reached down to grab the sponge she'd been using to clean up. She didn't seem nearly as affected by that closeness. He shouldn't feel disappointed. In fact, it was a good thing and it allowed him to strengthen his resolve. When she passed him the sponge, she took his other hand. "Come see this part." She pulled him across the kitchen tile, stepping carefully to avoid putting her feet on the seams where the grout was still setting. "I'm not sure what you'll want to do with this one. It's got a chip in the tile along the one side, but the grout filled it well and it doesn't look bad from a distance." Mario struggled to focus on what she was saying since her closeness and the feel of her hand still on his was so distracting. When she let go and squatted down to point out the spot, he managed to gather his wits back around him. "What do you think?" Celeste asked, her hazel eyes looking up expectantly. Mario struggled for a moment to remember what they were even talking about, but when she looked back down at the spot on the tile it clicked.
Yeah,
I think it blends fine. If you hadn't shown me specifically, I'd have never noticed it. That's what I was thinking. Celeste stood and stretched her back, curving it in a graceful arc. Mario kept his eyes focused on her face so he could avoid thinking of her attractive figure. Even in her work clothes with smears of grout on her pants and her hair wisping gently around her face, she was stunning. I think I've been overworking you. We should take a break. Do you want to go to the beach tomorrow? Mario asked, surprising himself at the question. Don't we need to work here more? The grout needs time to cure. I'll get the bathroom grouted first thing in the morning since the glue will need time to cure today. Then tomorrow night I'll start tearing out the carpet. I just thought it would be nice to take a bit of a break and enjoy the good weather. I'd need to bring Alexis, Celeste said. She doesn't have preschool. That's fine with me. Is she good at swimming? Not enough to handle the ocean. But I've got a life jacket for her if she wants to go in. Should I pack a picnic lunch? That would be fun. As Celeste asked what kinds of food he liked, he kept telling himself this wasn't really a date. This was a break from working on the house. It was a team-building exercise. He'd had plenty of those before with his crew. They had to learn to trust each other and work well together. It was a good idea to take time to relax. Being with Celeste and Alexis on the beach would be very relaxing. Chapter 10. Celeste looked at the basket, the tote bag with all the beach toys and blanket and towels, the booster seat for Alexis, and the folding chairs and umbrella. She should have just told Mario she'd meet him there, but it didn't make sense to take two vehicles all that way. Hopefully, Mario wouldn't mind all the stuff. The back of the truck would be handy to haul it in. Alexis padded down the hallway in bare feet with her large sun hat on. I'm ready. Is he here yet? Not yet, sweetie. Celeste pointed at her daughter's feet. Where are your shoes? I don't want to lose them in the ocean. You still need them to walk from the car to the beach. You can take them off and leave them next to our stuff. Go get them. Alexis hurried off toward her room and Celeste looked out the window like a high school girl waiting for her date. Before Alexis made it back to the front room, Mario's truck pulled up next to the curb. The excitement in Alexis' voice almost matched the way Celeste felt at seeing him pull up. She knew this wasn't a date. It was just a break from working. Bringing a 4-year-old on an outing with a coworker was definitely not a date. And a good thing too. She hadn't dated in years and wasn't ready for anything of the sort. She just liked working with Mario and wanted to make sure things stayed comfortable enough that they could count on each other. What better way to develop a good relationship than to hang out and get to know each other? When he reached the door, Alexis had already opened it and had her little backpack in one hand, and had the handle of the bag that held the sand toys. She couldn't quite lift it, so Celeste reached down and took it from her, freeing Alexis to step outside and give Mario's leg a hug. I'm so glad you're here. I haven't been to the ocean for forever. Me too, Mario said. It's been way too long. What are we waiting for then? Alexis started walking down the sidewalk toward the truck and Celeste shook her head in exasperation. I'm sorry. I guess she's really excited to go. Mario just laughed. Well, we'd better hurry, then. He reached down and grabbed the picnic basket and the larger tote and had almost picked up the booster seat as well, but Celeste took hold of that. Thanks for driving. She grabbed the long umbrella and was about to get the beach chairs, but Mario stopped her. I'll come back and get those while you get her seat in and get Alexis settled. They walked down the sidewalk together and as Mario put the things in the bed of the truck, Celeste helped Alexis get in. Is there anything else you need besides what's by the door? Mario paused near Celeste, and she looked over her shoulder at him. His closeness unsettled her, but she liked it in a way. She met his eyes and tried to remember what he'd just said. Thankfully he asked, should I lock the door? Celeste checked her purse to make sure the house keys were still inside, glad she had a solid reason to look away from him and get her mind focused on something other than his good looks. That's everything. You can lock it, thanks. He was quick and had the remaining things in the truck before Celeste finished getting Alexis buckled and climbed into the front seat, in front of her daughter. Here we go, Mario said, looking back at Alexis. You ready? Yes. Alexis said, clapping her hands together. I can't wait. Mario hadn't spent much time with children, but Alexis was a riot. She talked the entire 30-minute drive to the beach about anything and everything. Mario hadn't even had to ask questions to get her to talk. She started by making comments about the size of his truck, and how come it had a back seat instead of just the one seat like her grandpa's truck had. A good half-dozen questions were about firefighting and how many people he'd saved from burning buildings. She told him in all seriousness that you shouldn't play with matches, or you could catch your house on fire. She explained how she knew what matches were because her grandpa showed her when they cooked on the grill outside. She sang her alphabet song to a different tune than the one he'd learned as a kid, then recited it backward and laughed with glee when Mario glanced back at her when she'd finished. Wow, Alexis. Mario said. Where did you learn that? Miss Penny taught me. Is that your preschool teacher? Mario asked, glancing at Celeste to the side of him. She was smiling as if happy to see them getting along. Yes, but she won't be my teacher much longer. Why is that? Mario asked. I have to go to kindergarten next year. Mommy says Miss Penny only teaches preschool. But I want her to come to the big school with me, 'cause I love her. You'll find new teachers to love at the big school, Mario said. I hope so, Alexis said. Calvin goes to kindergarten. He said his teacher is nice, but she doesn't sing like Miss Penny does. Well, that's too bad, Mario said, wondering if singing really was all that amazing in preschool and kindergarten. Though he could still remember some of the songs he'd learned that helped him with the alphabet and other school concepts, so maybe it was to a little kid. You'll love kindergarten too, Celeste said. But it's not for a few more months. We'll get to have a long and fun summer and you'll be excited to go when it's time. Oh. Alexis said. I see the ocean. We're almost there. She started into her plans to build a giant sandcastle and insisted she'd bury her legs in the sand, and turn it into a mermaid tail like she'd seen on TV. She kept up a commentary about all the things she saw and what she wanted to do that Mario didn't have to worry about any awkward silences between himself and Celeste. Once they'd unloaded the gear from the back of the truck and walked to a clear section of the beach where they could put up their chairs and umbrella, Alexis was nearly undone. Can I go? Can I get in the water? Not yet, Celeste handed Alexis a few things to hold to keep her from running into the water. Mario pushed the umbrella into the sand, then put the chairs down and hurried back to the truck to grab the picnic basket and the cooler with drinks. When he'd returned, Alexis was wearing her life jacket and impatiently standing for her mom to rub in the sunscreen. All right, Celeste said. You're done. Get my back, please. Alexis held out her little hands for Celeste to squeeze some sunscreen on and only managed to smear it unevenly on Celeste's back. All done. Alexis said and hurried toward the water. Celeste scrambled after her while trying to rub the lotion in deeper, and Mario followed behind at a more relaxed pace. The pure joy of Alexis' squeal when she ran waist-deep into the cool ocean water brought back his own happy memories of playing in the ocean for the first time. The girl was fearless, and he looked at Celeste to see how well she was handling all that energy. Celeste's eyes were focused on Alexis while at the same time, she attempted to rub the sunscreen into her skin across her back. Let me help, Mario said, reaching slowly toward her back. Celeste glanced at him over her shoulder, then turned her attention back to watching Alexis. Thank you. I'd hate to see what kind of weird sunburn I'd get after Alexis gave up so quickly. Mario hadn't expected her skin to feel so hot. The sun wasn't beating down on them yet, though it promised to be a perfect kind of day at the beach. She handed him the bottle of lotion and he squeezed more onto his palm then handed it back. Mario rubbed his hands together before spreading them over her back. It was such a simple thing, yet it felt incredible to have permission to touch her. He worked his way to her shoulders and neck, then along the back of her arms before returning to her back again. Her swimsuit was quite tame, but still incredibly appealing. I think I've got it all, Mario said, wiping one last spot on her shoulder blade. Thanks, Celeste said as she finished rubbing the front of her arms and her neckline. Your turn. She already had lotion all over both palms, and without a hint of hesitation, she smoothed the lotion across his back, shoulders, down his arms, then repeated the process with another squeeze of lotion. Little more skin to cover than I'd expected. He wanted to glance at her to see if she was affected by this the same way he was, but decided he didn't want to know the answer. Either way, it wouldn't be good. He'd just ignore it and accept it for just a kindness to keep him from burning at the beach. To help distract him, he put sunscreen on his chest and the front of his arms and face while he kept an eye on Alexis. She kept watching for the waves and did a little hop every time one came at her. A few times, she almost lost her footing, but that just made her giggle louder. You okay to watch her a second while I go put this away? Sure, Mario said, a little disappointed she was finished with the sunscreen. But maybe, if they played in the water for a while, they'd need to reapply it later. Mario shook his head at the thought. He was not here to date her. He was not going to let this get weird. This was just a fun way to take a break from working on the house remodel. Celeste studied Mario as she walked back toward him where he stood keeping an eye on Alexis. It was so nice to share the burden of keeping track of a child playing in the water. With Mario keeping her daughter safe, it allowed her to contemplate what she'd been feeling toward Mario since he'd picked them up at her house. At first, when Alexis kept jabbering about all kinds of random things, she'd worried Mario would be irritated, but he had seemed to enjoy the conversation. Before Celeste reached the edge of the water where Mario kept watch, she saw Alexis go down when an aggressive wave swept her feet out from under her. Mario didn't hesitate, just marched out into the ocean and helped Alexis stand, checked her over really quick, then turned his attention back to the next wave, cheering her on to plow her way through that. When she remained upright, she squealed with joy and Mario clapped for her. Way to go, watch this one now, get ready, okay, jump. Alexis did as she was told and Mario stood to join her, taking her little hand in his and jumping in the waves with her. If Celeste had any questions before about the state of her heart, there was no question now. It no longer felt sheltered away in mourning for her lost husband. Right now, it swelled with peace and happiness as she watched Mario play with her precious daughter. Not a moment later, Celeste felt the distinct impression that Sam was watching from above with approval of the way Mario treated his little girl. Whether that meant Celeste could dare hope for the chance to grow to love another man the way she had loved Sam, she didn't know. She did know she needed to let Alexis know what it felt like to have a kind and gentle male role model. Mama, look. Alexis yelled, splashing through the water on her way back to the dry land. She held something in her hands with a huge smile on her face. What did you find? Celeste asked. Mario stepped on it. Then he grabbed it. Look. The seashell was perfect, not damaged at all. Can we keep it? I can put it on my dresser for a memento. Sure, you could keep it for a memento, Celeste corrected. How about you go put it on the cooler, so it stays safe? Alexis ran off, throwing up sand from her feet as she hurried to take care of her shell and Mario joined Celeste to watch her. Thanks for that, Celeste said.
Yeah.
No problem. You know she'll probably talk about this trip for ages. Every time she sees that shell, she'll remind me of all the fun she had here. You'll probably be her favorite person for quite a while. She's fun, Mario said. I'm glad we came. He met her eyes and they just looked at each other in silence for a few moments before Alexis ran back toward them and grabbed Mario's hand, before waving for Celeste to follow. Come on, Mama. Maybe Mario will find you one, too.
Oh.
I hope so, Celeste said, smiling widely at Mario. Will I be your favorite person too if I find you one? I'm Mama's favorite, Alexis said. But you can be her second favorite. I'm all right with that, Mario said. As long as I'm high on the list, I can handle being second. Celeste wondered what it would be like to be his favorite person. Or did he have someone else that he was committed to or was pining after? She'd never really asked, and it didn't feel like the right time to pry. Though he wouldn't have invited her to the beach if he was seeing someone else. If only Alexis could take matters into her own hands and ask, but she was too busy jumping up and down in the water. It was enough for now to just enjoy the moment. Playing in the ocean had always had such a healing and calming effect on the soul. She should have come more often, but trying to keep track of a toddler against the ocean all on her own had been exhausting, and she'd only done it once. Hopefully, this could be something she did regularly now. Alexis was doing fine in the water, and with her life vest on, it wouldn't be nearly as panic-inducing as before. And, if Mario was willing to join them the next time, so much the better. Mario had never enjoyed an outing at the beach quite the way he enjoyed this. Sure, he'd had fun other times, but there was something special about this one. Being reminded of the simple bliss of just playing like a child was exactly what he hadn't known he was missing. There had been so much on his mind over the last few months. Working as a firefighter took lots of strength and energy and a certain type of focus that he couldn't let slide. Then when he was off shift doing the other things he wanted to do with building or fixing stuff for other people, he felt a different kind of focus. It was all about his future, yet it hadn't been a long-term plan for the future. More like what would he be doing next week, or the next month. As he drove Celeste and her daughter home after they'd finally worn Alexis out, he glanced back in the rearview mirror and wondered about her future. She was worried about leaving her preschool teacher and branching out to the big school in a few months. She talked about what she wanted to be when she grew up. She talked about being a mom, and a scientist, and a boss, and a dancer, and a cook, and a half-dozen other things throughout the few minutes they'd gotten her out of the water to sit under the umbrella, to eat the lunch Celeste had packed. She had more hopes and dreams than Mario had, and that got him thinking. The only thing he knew was that he was good at his job with the fire department, and he wanted to help save as many homes and people as he could. Past that, he didn't want to get too settled or tied down with a family. His job was dangerous, and he didn't want to leave a wife and kids without a father like had happened to him. A kid needed a dad around. He'd missed having a father figure. But as he looked at Alexis in the back seat, she needed a father as well. Her own dad had paid the ultimate price to keep Emerald Cove safe. Mario glanced over at Celeste, who had her head against the headrest and looked as if she was almost as exhausted as Alexis was, though her head hadn't flopped to the side like her daughter's. For a moment, Mario allowed himself to wonder what it would be like to be a part of their life. More than just a friend or coworker. As much as he liked the idea, he knew he couldn't chance it. Not with someone who had already suffered such an incredible loss. Mario watched the road, dreading the moment when they'd arrive at Celeste's house. He'd have to give up the little piece of heaven he'd found for the day and let them go back to their lives while he returned to the empty and simple house he was working on. The little glance he'd seen of Celeste's place made it obvious it was a home. A place of refuge. It would take a lot to get the house he was fixing up to the point it would feel like a home. Of course, it would not be that way for him. Even if he wanted to keep it, he didn't have a need for a place that big, nor the means to pay for it long term. After fixing up and selling a few houses, he'd be able to buy a home outright. Still, a long-term future goal. At least he had one thing to look toward. Maybe by then, he'd consider settling down. Though that wouldn't solve the issue of the dangers of his job. For now, he'd continue working on the house and help Celeste get her real estate experience. Mario looked at her once more as she continued to sleep in the soft light of the late afternoon. Her beauty was undeniable. He longed for a moment to reach over and take her hand in his, but that would be unfair to her. He couldn't give her what she needed for a family man. It would have to be enough to be a business partner. Chapter 11. Celeste couldn't decide if she was more excited or nervous to return to Mario's house the next morning to help with the carpet. He had today off and would be tearing out the carpet. He'd told her he wouldn't need her help, but she wanted to do as much as possible for the percentage of the sale he'd promised her. It didn't seem fair to get 10% of the profit if she didn't put more time and effort into the project. By the time she got there, he'd already created a pile of carpet on the driveway near the graveled side. Hopefully, the small dumpster they'd hired would be delivered soon so they could get rid of any of the remodeling debris that was left in the house. He'd done well at not having a lot of drywall scraps or wood that he hadn't used. But there was enough that it wouldn't all fit in the regular bins that were picked up weekly. Celeste entered through the open garage door and found him in one of the bedrooms ripping up a section. "Hey, Celeste," Mario said when he turned around with a huge chunk. "Grab that end and pull, will ya? Then when we're finished, you can help me roll this part up to take outside." "Sure." Celeste moved to the other side of the carpet that he'd pulled back and grabbed hold of it. She pulled but couldn't get as much to come up at a time. He didn't say a word about her pathetic efforts, just scooted more into the middle and pulled closer to her side to help get the carpet tacks spread occasionally through the old carpet to release. The pad beneath looked nasty and Celeste was glad the new homeowners would have new carpet instead of this awful stuff. In no time at all, they got the old carpet rolled up and hauled out, him on one end, or truthfully, more in the middle to hold the bulk of the weight while she took the other side. Mario guided them through the hallway and out the garage door to deposit the carpet on the driveway with the other bit. "This was much quicker with your help. Glad you convinced me." "You should always listen to me," Celeste said. "I'm pretty smart." "Yes, ma'am," Mario said. "I won't doubt that when it comes to getting help and finishing early. We'll be done with this before the carpet layers arrive." "Think they'll get all the carpet installed today?" "That was their plan," Mario said. "This place will be done sooner than I'd expected." They walked back into the house, and he started checking the carpet pad for the tacks. "How soon will you have your license?" "Probably another few weeks," Celeste said. She felt bad being the one holding things up. "If you want to get another agent, that's fine. Anyone from the company I've applied to once my license is complete would be great to work with. I'm fine waiting for you. There are still a lot of little touch-up things to do." Besides, Mario grunted as he pulled up some of the carpet padding. "Weren't we going to do some staging? Get some furniture from your friend's shop to place in the rooms to make it look more appealing?" "I'd love to still do that," Celeste said. "I haven't talked to Brittany about it yet. I'm sure she'd be excited about it though. I'll call her tonight after my shift." "Perfect," Mario said, then tossed a chunk of carpet padding that had ripped off from the larger piece. "I have some big black trash bags in the kitchen by the corner with the paints. Could you go get one of them? I'm afraid this isn't going to come out in one nice piece." "Oh, and if you could get the broom and dustpan, that would be awesome." Celeste headed into the kitchen, but before she got very far, the alarm on his phone went off and she was certain it was a call for the fire department. She picked up the bag and the broom and dustpan, but before she got back into the room, Mario was on the phone. "I'm on my way," Mario said. "Have them throw my gear in the engine and I'll meet them at the fire." "What happened?" Celeste asked. "Huge structure fire. Apartment complex and it's spreading. They've called for backup. I've gotta go." He paused and looked at the room, then met her eyes. "I'll finish here. Need me to stay for when the carpet layers get here?" "That would be amazing," Mario said, giving her a quick hug that she didn't expect, but loved for the connection it gave her. He felt incredible, even in that moment before he kissed her forehead, making her feel as if he thought of her as a sister. "You're the best partner ever." It was better than nothing. He started down the hallway and when he reached the door to the garage he paused. "Here are the keys to the house." He tossed them to her, and she caught them easily. "Lock it when they go, would you? I'll get the keys from you tonight." "Will you be at Zoe's?" "I'll be there."
See ya.
Mario rushed outside and was in his truck driving away without another word or even a wave.
Goodbye.
Crazy how fast things would happen in the life of a small-town hero. Watching him drive away toward danger hurt her heart. It was different than the last time she'd seen Sam alive. She'd kissed him.
Goodbye.
After they'd shared breakfast and she'd gone back to feeding Alexis her mashed bananas. Only a few hours later she'd gotten a call that there had been an accident on the road where he'd stopped to help a stranded vehicle. A moment's distraction by another driver had changed her family's life forever. Though Mario wasn't hers, she still said a prayer for his safety, the safety of the fire crews, and for that of the residents of the complex. Mario finished hooking on his oxygen tank and made sure the straps to his gear were all secure, then headed over to the site chief. "Where do you need me?" He surveyed the area, trying to gather as much information as he could. The police officers were doing a fantastic job keeping the curious neighbors and gawking spectators and camera crews at a distance, so they wouldn't have to worry about anyone like that. The site chief looked him over, then determining he was ready to work said, "The families that have escaped have all their members accounted for. There are 2 apartments that the neighbors aren't sure if the families were home or not. 2 of your crew are running water on the exterior where we see flames. Matthews and Hawker are inside searching for people while using the building's hoses. Get White from over there and the 2 of you go together to the back of the building and start attacking the fire from there." Mario let his training take over and he headed toward the flames with no more fear than normal. Whatever happened, he would accept it, but he'd do his best to save as much property and human life as he could. They spent a few minutes directing the hose to the base of the flames, hoping to cool it enough to help remove the heat as well as smothering the oxygen. With the roar of the flames and the force of the water blasting from the hose, it was hard to hear his partner's words behind him, but they knew how to work through situations like this. The crackle of the radio inside his helmet spoke. The 2 inside, Matthews and Hawker, called for help and Mario's blood went cold. They'd found someone inside, but with the collapse of a staircase, were struggling to get out. The flames hadn't overtaken the inside yet, but there wasn't time to waste. As the chief of the scene assessed the situation, Mario and his partner were told to go in together to retrieve the 2 firefighters and the victim inside. Anytime he walked into a burning building, he ran the risk of never walking back out, but Mario knew he would do it. 3 people in there could be saved, and with the training, the tools, and the instructions from his chief, Mario trusted the process and walked inside holding the hose to douse the inner flames with White behind him to support the weight and help him locate their targets. Celeste kept waiting to see Mario come into the diner so she could return his keys, but the hours passed and there was still no sign of him. She had his phone number, but it didn't feel right to call him or even Ray. If they hadn't shown up yet, then the fire was likely still causing them issues. No one that came to the diner said anything about it, so it wasn't news all over town. It would likely be covered on the evening news. If she was really desperate, she could get on social media and see someone talking about it. But sometimes, she found it safer to not look when she didn't want bad news. Maybe it was like shoving her head in the sand, but it helped her manage to keep going through her day. Every time the doors opened, she checked to see if it was Ray or Mario, feeling slightly bad that she was more worried for Mario than she was for her own cousin. She couldn't even pretend it was because they worked together. She liked Mario and a part of her wanted a chance to get to know him better. She needed him to be safe. The town needed its firefighters. The dinner rush helped distract her for long periods at a time, but every time she felt the keys in her pocket, she worried again for him. She kept saying quick prayers for his safety and added Ray to it as well. When the phone in her back pocket rang at 7, she grabbed it so quickly she almost dropped it. Ray's face showed up on her caller ID and she swiped to open it. "Ray. Is everyone all right? How was the fire? Did anyone get hurt?" "Hold up, Celeste," Ray said. "Are you still at work?" "Yes," Celeste said. "Where's Mario?" He didn't respond for a second and Celeste's heart dropped. Colors at the edge of her vision began to swim and she gripped the phone tighter, waiting for the awful news. "He's with me. I'm coming to pick up his keys. He said you have them. Why didn't he call? What happened?" Her panic had subsided a little, but not much. "He has some minor burns, a sprained ankle, and can't drive. Hand is bandaged and he's on some painkillers. I'll be taking him to his house and staying there with him." "Good," Celeste said. "He shouldn't be alone." She walked toward the window to watch for Ray to arrive. "Wait. Mario's house is all messed up. They laid the carpet, but his stuff from his room is all still piled in the front room. It'll take a long time to get it to the point he could sleep on that cot he calls a bed." "Dang," Ray said. "I'd take him to my place, but my roommate is a bit of a jerk. I've got 1 more hour on my shift." He could stay at my house in Lexi's room while she stays with me. Then I can make sure he's all right. Besides, if you've been fighting a fire all day, won't you need to rest? I do have to go to work tomorrow. If you're willing, that would help me a ton. What does Mario say? Celeste asked. He's a little out of it. He's not one for drugs or drinking. I don't think he'll put up a fight. He'll need another dose of his meds in the middle of the night. You okay with that? Sure. I get up all the time in the night to help Alexis. I'm sure I can get Mario to take his medicine. Perfect. We're almost to the diner. If you'll give me his keys and your keys, I'll go get a change of clothes from his place, then get him cleaned up and settled at yours. Want me to wait until you get there to put him in Lexi's bed?
Yeah.
Celeste said. I'll have to talk to her and then change the bedding. I hope it will be long enough. It's a regular twin bed. As long as it's not a toddler bed, I'm sure that'll work. Chapter 12. Mario stumbled up the steps to the house and gripped the handle on the crutches too tight. That sent a shooting pain through his wrist and the back of his hand where he'd been burned. The painkillers only worked if he didn't re-injure the darn burn. Are we almost there? A few more feet. Keep coming. Why can't I stay at my place? You can't be left alone tonight. We're here to make sure you can get help if you need it. Mario nodded, remembering that Ray had explained this before. Mario wanted to stay at his place, but Ray hadn't even let him come inside. He just left the crutches in the back of the truck, trapping Mario in place while Ray ran in and grabbed a change of clothes. His head felt foggy, and he wasn't sure if he'd be able to make it up the stairs with his crutches. One more to go than just the distance of the landing until the little step up into the house itself. Why did people put so many stairs in a house anyway? This house smelled nice, though he could hardly smell much since he was still covered in smoke and soot from the fire they'd been battling. Let's go get you cleaned up, then you can have some dinner and go to bed. Not hungry. You will be. This way to the shower. Unless you need me to throw you over my shoulder and haul you in there. You couldn't manage. You sure you want to test that? Mario didn't respond, just followed Ray into a bathroom. Then when Ray looked at the edge of the tub, he shook his head. Don't think it's a good idea to have you step over into that. Come to the master bath instead. Ray hurried out of the room and down the hall, leaving Mario to hobble his way behind him. The sound of a shower turning on and then Ray reappearing in the hallway again made Mario wish he could keep up with everything going on. He didn't recognize this house. Ray must have made a lot of changes. When he entered the bedroom that led to the large bathroom, he wondered why Ray had decorated it so fancy. All his questions vanished as he neared the shower. Just the thought of the cleansing water made him willing to put up with Ray's commands. He took the pills Ray handed him, then the cup of water, and tossed them back. When Ray took hold of Mario's hand and shoved it inside a grocery bag, Mario tried to pull it back, but Ray didn't let go. What are you doing? Mario looked at the bag. You've got to keep this gauze clean and dry. Your ankle will probably hurt like crazy in the hot water until those pills kick in. I'll make sure to get you ice for it in a bit. Keep hold of those crutches. I'm not in the mood to pick you up off the shower floor. You're bossy, Mario said. Sure am, Ray agreed, his voice sounding a little too happy. Now stop stalling and get cleaned up. And don't fall down. Mario hobbled into the shower, keeping the crutches with him and letting the hot water just wash over him. The water pressure was perfect, and Mario wondered where he could find a nozzle like this. It would be perfect to add to his place. He carefully reached for a bottle of shampoo, then the floral scent both surprised and calmed him. Until he recognized the smell. This was Celeste's house. He was in her shower? Why am I here? Because your house is being fixed right now. But why at Celeste's? Mario wanted to get out of the shower and the house before she got home. Things would be way too awkward to work with her. Why not somewhere else? Because I have to work tomorrow, and you need someone to watch you. Paul and Elliot are both working too, and I didn't figure you'd want to be woken by crying babies now that they've both got little ones. I'd be fine by myself. No, you wouldn't, Ray said. Besides, the doctor made me swear you'd have someone that could keep an eye on you. Right. Mario knew it was probably a good idea to not be alone, but it was a bad idea to be here at Celeste's house, especially if he had to take pain medicine. He was always loopy and extra dumb when he took them. He finished cleaning up and carefully dried himself with the luxurious towel Ray handed him. He did his best to wrap it around his waist with just the one usable hand. Careful getting out, too. Make sure you step on the bath mat, so you don't slip. Mario knew it wouldn't do any good to argue. Besides, his ankle still throbbed, and his hand stung even with the medicine starting to kick in. He wanted to just be done then go lay down. But where would he sleep? Your clothes are there on the edge of the tub. You could probably sit there to get dressed. If you're good alone for a bit, I'll go warm up the soup from Zoe's. I'm good. Mario waved him away and started to dress. He needed to get out of this bathroom and her bedroom as soon as possible. It just felt wrong to be in there. By the time Ray returned, Mario was fully dressed and feeling much better. His foot currently ached since he tried to put weight on it without using the crutches. At least the medicine would help with that. Mario followed Ray to the kitchen and looked at the take-home containers. I love Zoe's. Why didn't we eat there? You could have flirted with the waitresses. You needed to get home and rest. Besides, Ray said, looking down at his clothes. I haven't had a chance to shower yet. You don't go to dinner stinking like a house fire. Good idea, Mario said, feeling the medicine really starting to take effect. Celeste probably wouldn't want to smell it all the time. Probably not. Ray smiled. Celeste will be glad you aren't stinking up her house anymore. Where is she? Mario looked around the room, surprised she wasn't there. The house smelled like her. Sweet and flowery. She'll be here in a bit. Come to the table and eat, then I think you should go right to bed. Mario wobbled when he first started moving again, but he adjusted the crutches to find good footing. The medicine helped with the pain, but it made him unstable and a little thick-headed. It wasn't that long of a walk to the table, but when he reached it, he felt a little woozy and was happy to sit down. Ray put a to-go container of soup in front of him and Mario reached for the spoon then stared at it when he couldn't make his wrapped hand pick it up. He used his left hand to pick up the spoon and then began to slowly eat the soup, feeling thicker and thicker by the moment. When he finished, he looked up and was surprised to see Celeste standing in the kitchen talking with Ray.
Hi,
Mario said, wondering why the word sounded so long. Celeste smiled at him then looked at Ray. Ray patted Mario on the back. Come on, dude, let's go put you to bed. Mario nodded, and the second time his head went down, it felt heavy as he tried to lift it back up. Ray put one hand under his elbow and lifted him then handed him the crutches. Once Mario got them tucked under his arms and took a few steps toward where Ray had started walking, his head no longer spun. That was good news. Celeste walked slowly by his side. Mario turned his head to keep watching her and smiled widely. You're pretty. Her smile back to him made him happy and he turned his head to the front again. Come on, Romeo, Ray said from somewhere in front of him. You should probably hurry and go to sleep. Mario glanced at Celeste who was right by his side. Probably to make sure he didn't fall over. She was nice, he could remember that. It was good to see her again. Celeste had only seen a few people high before, and usually, they were too wasted to even walk or do anything for themselves. Mario was an interesting specimen. What on earth is going on? Celeste turned to Ray once her cousin had gotten Mario settled into Alexis' twin-sized bed. Mario was almost too tall for it, but since the bed didn't have a footboard, his feet were fine to hang off the end a little. He's always extra loopy on pain pills. Rarely takes them, but the doc was adamant that he have some stronger level for the first 24 hours. He'll need to keep the pain under control since he's dealing with multiple injuries. The ankle should be kept cold, but the burn just needs to be elevated and remain clean and dry. How did he get hurt? helped get 2 other crew members and a child out of the building when part of the structure collapsed and blocked them. Had to lift a burning door out of the way and his glove did its best, but he still got burned. Then while carrying the kid out, he stumbled on some of the debris and sprained his ankle. Not broken, but it's swollen pretty bad and will take weeks for him to be able to use it normal again. Is everyone else all right? Celeste looked at the fireman sleeping peacefully on the bed, the light from the hallway spilling onto him and showing only part of his face. Crew were fine and kept fighting the fire once they got out. Kid survived and was taken to hospital. Don't know more than that as of right now. I hope he's okay. How do you guys do it? Celeste asked in a whisper. We just do, Ray said. We train hard, do our best, and hope we've got some help on our side. Celeste turned to her cousin and hugged him tightly. Thank you for all you do. You be careful, do you hear? She let go and looked up at him. I can't lose you, or anyone else. He'll be all right, Ray said, looking at Mario. Minor burns. Just really painful. That's not what I'm talking about, Celeste said. Your job is dangerous. You need to be careful. We are, Ray said, giving her a squeeze from the side. Because we're careful and do what we're supposed to, guys like Mario here can save little boys from burning buildings, and moms and dads can be together as a family. Celeste wiped her eyes, willing the tears to remain silent. Alexis was in Celeste's room on the big bed, watching a video on her tablet and didn't need to hear her mother crying. She sniffed and straightened her back, turning her attention to the immediate need. So, tell me what I need to do. Did the doctor give some discharge papers? I just need to keep the ice bag cold and give him medicine when? As Ray explained what she'd need to do, she kept looking in at her patient. He looked so big and strong, yet so fragile and breakable at the same time. She wished she could be a hero and save him and all the men and women who took care of Emerald Cove. But since she couldn't do that, she'd do what she could to help Mario heal. Then he'd go out there and save the world again. One little boy at a time. Mario woke up in pain and confusion. The bed was different than what he'd recently been sleeping on. More comfortable for sure, but it didn't face the door. Instead, he could see a streetlight through the blinds and he turned his head to avoid the brightness. His head and thoughts felt thick, and he tried to remember what was going on. He rolled to his side to sit up and pain flashed through him, forcing a groan from his mouth. Within moments, footsteps from the hallway could be heard, then the door opened wider, and he turned to see a woman with long flowing hair hanging down, lit from the back by the lights in the hallway. Why was there a woman in his house? No wait, this wasn't his house. Where was he? Are you all right, Mario? Celeste's voice asked.
Yeah.
He muttered. Why am I here? You were hurt during today's fire. You had some pain meds that made you really loopy. Do you remember coming here with Ray? Where's Ray? Mario asked, looking around. He knew Ray had taken him from the hospital after he'd been treated. They'd gone to his place to pick up clean clothes. Why didn't I stay at my place? The carpet guys had just finished, and things were a mess. Besides, Ray has to go to work in the morning. I told him I could keep an eye on you. Mario raised his hand to his head but paused partway up since he saw the bandage again. He remembered bits and pieces of the hours after the injury. It wasn't all that bad, and he could have been on his own, but if they'd given him narcotics then he'd likely been too out of it to insist on being left on his own. I'm sorry to be a pain. Don't apologize. You're not a problem at all. Do you need anything? More medicine? She reached to the side of the bed where a glass of water and a pill bottle rested. Not that stuff, Mario shook his head. He'd rather have the pain of the burn and the ankle. He wanted to be sure he knew the difference between real and not. The doctor said it would be good for you to keep the pain to a minimum. If you have some ibuprofen or acetaminophen, that will be enough. Are you sure? Celeste asked. You look like you're in a lot of pain. I'll be fine. I just rolled on it since I wasn't sure where I was and woke up groggy. I'll be right back, Celeste said. Let me take the ice pack and I'll refill it too. He watched her leave and tried to get up out of the bed, but the pain and dizziness hit too hard. He hated being dependent on someone else. Sitting still on the edge of the bed helped to keep the woozy feelings from returning. He needed to find the bathroom, but until he was sure he could stand and hobble on his crutches without the medicine hangover making him fall, he'd have to stay there on the edge of the bed. Celeste walked back in a few minutes later with the ice pack and some medicine he could feel good about taking. He took a drink of the water she handed him, and once he swallowed the medicine, he shifted his feet on the floor to make sure he felt steady. You should lie down. Mario looked at her, wishing he didn't have to ask. I might need help getting to the restroom. I'm not sure where it is and didn't want to start walking around until I got over my dizziness. Celeste didn't say a word, just offered her hands and let him use her sturdiness to pull himself up to stand. You steady enough I can let go and get the crutches? Mario nodded, then regretted the movement of his head, but luckily, she had turned away to reach for his crutches. Once he'd adjusted them under his arms, he waited for a moment until he was sure he could move without falling over and then walked a few steps. Celeste stayed close, likely to help if he lost his balance. Once they reached the door of the bedroom, she pointed down the hallway. It's the first door to the right, she whispered. After a few more hobbling steps he got the rhythm of the crutches and managed to move a little faster down the hallway and into the bathroom. By the time he returned to his room, he was looking forward to going back to sleep. He hoped the pain medicine would take effect. He knew it wouldn't relieve it as much as the other, but if he was going to be in a strange house with a woman he liked and her child, he didn't want to run the risk of doing anything incredibly stupid or foolish. Hopefully, when he'd been under the influence of the narcotics he hadn't said or done anything he'd be embarrassed about. Celeste helped him get situated and then placed the ice pack near his ankle to help keep the pain to a minimum. She placed her hand on his forehead as if checking for a fever, then patted his shoulder as she wished him good night. She was gone sooner than he'd expected, and he found himself missing her soothing calmness. Women were incredible creatures. She was the kind that could make him reconsider his decision to remain single. Yet looking at his hand as he adjusted the ice pack on his ankle after he'd shifted to get a little more comfortable, he was reminded of the reason he'd promised himself he wouldn't put a family through what he'd gone through. No one should feel the hurt of losing someone they loved. If he could save someone else from that kind of loss, he would gladly give up his life for theirs. But in order to do that, he had to make sure he never hurt someone he loved or that loved him in the process. Keeping things to just friendship was the best choice. Chapter 13. At 6 a.m., Celeste decided it was time to climb out of bed and start her day. Normally she would have slept longer, especially since she hadn't slept well, and only part of it was because of Alexis. She rarely let her daughter sleep in the same bed with her because the little monster rolled and kicked and flailed her arms. Celeste looked at the deceptively quiet sleeping girl with incredible love and knew she'd never regret a moment spent with her. Even if it meant lack of sleep. Each time Alexis had moved and woken Celeste, her thoughts had returned to Mario. He'd only woken her once with that cry of pain that got her running in to help. She hoped he'd slept well and would be rested and feel better enough that he could tolerate the pain of his ankle and the burn on his hand. Celeste made sure her pajamas were buttoned still after any movement in bed, then went to check on her patient. The door to Alexis' room was still open, so she moved as silently as possible to the doorway and watched Mario breathing regularly, without a hint of pain or discomfort. That was a good sign. His next dose of pain medicine would be coming soon, so she went to take a fast shower, then headed to the kitchen to make some breakfast. French toast and some bacon and eggs would put Alexis in heaven and hopefully be something Mario would like. She debated about setting it on the table, then waking him up, or if she should take it in on the tray that she would sometimes surprise Alexis with for breakfast in bed or late-night movies and snacks on her bed. Before she'd made up her mind, she heard movement in the hallway that was not the tiny footsteps of her daughter. Celeste turned around, expecting to see Mario just leaving the room and heading toward the bathroom, but instead, he'd already been there and back, given the look of his hair that had been wet slightly and combed. Good morning. Celeste motioned to the table. Hope you're hungry. How are you feeling? How's the pain? Morning, Mario said. This smells great. Thanks for the help. I'm sorry to be an inconvenience. You aren't an inconvenience. I'm happy to help. It's the least I could do for someone who helps others all the time. Mario waved that comment away as if he didn't believe it. You didn't have to make this, but it smells so good, I'm glad you did. Have a seat while I get Alexis, so she doesn't miss out on hot French toast. She's kinda picky that way. I don't blame her one bit, Mario said. By the time Celeste got back to the kitchen with Alexis in tow, Mario had found the plates and silverware that she'd neglected to gather and had the table set. It was nice that he knew what to look for, but she felt a little odd that he'd done that. Trying not to let it distract her too much, Celeste took the plate holding the French toast, then grabbed some heat pads to place on the table so she could place the pan with the eggs and bacon. Hi, Mario. Alexis climbed onto her seat next to him. How come your arm is wrapped up? I heard it yesterday. Did you fall off your bike? Alexis studied him with the innocence of a child. That's how I hurt mine when I was little. Celeste smiled and Mario glanced at her, sharing the humor. Little was such a relative term. I'm sorry you fell off your bike. Hope you kept riding it later though. I did, Alexis said. I just learned to go slow. Are you gonna go slow on your bike? I didn't hurt it with a bike, Mario said. I got hurt at work, but it'll be okay. Are you gonna keep going to work? Alexis asked. I sure will. I like working. Good, Alexis said. Mommy likes working. I don't like it when she works, though. I miss her when she's gone. But sometimes I get to be at Grandma and Grandpa, so that's okay. Celeste hadn't realized how Alexis felt about her absence. She'd have to make a better effort at being available for her daughter. Hopefully, once she was enrolled in school as a kindergartner and Celeste could do most of her real estate work during the school day, they could have more evenings together. Your mom is a nice mom. I'm glad you get someone as awesome as she is. I know, Alexis said. She made my favorite. Can we eat now, Mama? After the blessing, Celeste said. Do you want to say it? Alexis bowed her head and began a sweet child's prayer, thanking God for the food and that Mario's owie wasn't a bad one, and that he could keep being strong and working since it made him happy. Celeste's heart swelled with love for her child and the innocence of youth. She glanced at Mario, sitting across from her and next to Alexis, and smiled to see the look of surprise, then appreciation as he listened to Alexis pray for him. When the prayer was over, Alexis handed her plate to Mario. Can you help me get my food? Sure. Mario took her plate, set it on the table, then with his uninjured hand he dished things up without a hint of awkwardness. He was a natural with kids and Celeste allowed herself to contemplate for a moment what it might mean to have him around more often. Want me to cut up the toast? Can you do that with your hand wrapped? Alexis asked. Sure can. This one's still good. He wiggled the fingers on his uninjured hand and took Alexis' fork to cut the bread into bite-sized pieces. Alexis instructed him on the proper amount of syrup to pour and how many slices of bacon to give her, then where to put the eggs so they wouldn't get sticky from the syrup. Celeste watched in amusement at the adorable way the two got along. If only there was a way to keep Mario. Mario's hand throbbed since the medicine hadn't taken effect yet. While it would only take off the edge of the pain, it was a much preferable option than the kind that made him loopy. He liked having a clear head and feeling stable when he walked. He could put up with the sprain and the burn. Besides, having a reminder of the need to be careful in his work as well as the dangers that came with it would help him keep his head, while here with Celeste and her daughter. Breakfast had been quite enjoyable and once it was finished, Alexis headed to her room to get dressed. Mario stood to help Celeste clean off the table, but she insisted he stay sitting. You still look like you're in some pain. Should I get you some more ice? No, I think it'll kick in soon. What can I do to help you today? I was just going to ask the same thing, Mario said. I feel like I owe you something. Especially since I'll be needing you to drive me to my place. Once I get Alexis to her preschool, I can take you over there. Then since you don't have a ton of furniture, we could probably move it in the rooms without much trouble. I should take my vacuum over so we can get any of the little bits left over after they put it in yesterday. That would be helpful, Mario said. Oh, and I brought over the towels we used to clean up the water in the kitchen. Remind me to take it back over, too. I couldn't do this without you. Thanks. You're welcome, Celeste said, pausing in her cleanup to look at him. You seem surprised at this, though. I haven't had to rely on others for a long time. This is kind of different, I guess. I never would have thought to do the laundry until I'd run out, then I'd have taken those towels to the laundromat. It's what friends do. Celeste shrugged like it was no big deal, but it still meant a lot to him. Mario felt useless as he watched Celeste get Alexis ready for the day, tidy up the kitchen, and then hustle everyone out to the car so they could drop Alexis off at preschool on the way to his house. Maneuvering down the few stairs with the crutches took longer than he'd expected, and Alexis was already buckled into her car seat before Mario made it to the car. He stood at the passenger door then looked at his crutches, unsure where to put them. I'll slip them into the back once you get settled, Celeste said as she walked around to stand beside him. She stood as if watching for him to fall over then took the crutches from him once he'd carefully put his injured leg into the car, while holding his weight on his good foot. She closed the door carefully and he wished he could have been the one opening and closing her door, not the other way around. Through the side mirror, he watched as she opened the back door, slipped the crutches into the back seat on the opposite side of where Alexis sat, and adjusted them until she could close the door. Compact cars make for a bit of finagling when you have to put things in. That's why I like my truck, Mario said. Can you imagine trying to haul plywood or 2x4s in something this size? Tried once, Celeste said. Then my father-in-law had to come rescue me with his truck to get the boards I wanted to use for a picnic table kit. Grandpa made it for Mama, Alexis chirped from the back. He fixes lots of things for us. Sounds like a great grandpa, Mario said. Yup. I don't know what I would have done without Drew and Cheryl to help after Sam died. I'm glad you have family close. They really are the best, Celeste said. But I always feel like a nuisance when I have to call for help like that. Sort of wish I could do it all myself. You don't always have to do things on your own, Mario said. Getting help from others is a good thing. Celeste looked over at him then down at his foot. Good to know you'll be willing to let us help you. I don't mean. No, Celeste said. You can accept help from me, just like I have had to accept help from others when I need it. I don't give up and make people do everything for me, but if you need help, Mr. Davis, you'll get it. Who's Mr. Davis? Alexis asked. That's me, Mario said. Huh, Alexis said. I like that name. It's nice. Well thanks, Miss Nelson. Celeste dropped Alexis off at her preschool then drove to Mario's and pulled into the driveway. The closer they got to the door, the easier it would be for Mario. Do you have your keys? I do. Ray left them with me once he brought me to your place. He pulled them out of his pocket and Celeste took them from him. I'll go open the front door for you after I get the crutches from the back. Do you need any help with getting up your stairs? Hope not. Celeste wanted to give him as much freedom and independence as possible. No one liked to be babied when they were used to being strong and capable, but she didn't want him to accidentally fall down the stairs. Luckily, there were only 3 leading up to the front door. Once he made it inside, she relaxed a little. Until she saw how much work there was to do and how much Mario was trying to get done on his own. He reached down, while trying to still balance on one foot using the crutches to help and nearly fell. Let me do that, Celeste said, taking the bucket of drywall compound. I can clean out this stuff and put it in the garage for you. If you'll sit down and write up a list of the things we need to do to get this all set up and ready for showing, that would be helpful to me. She could tell Mario didn't like the idea of letting her do the work, but he hobbled over to the table and eased himself down. It was obvious he didn't feel good. The way he eased his leg under the table made her own leg hurt in sympathy pains. She'd sprained an ankle once and could easily remember the way it had hurt. She quickly took all the materials that had been sitting in the center of the kitchen where it had all been gathered, while they'd cleaned out the other rooms for the carpet layers. Once that was cleared out, she returned and sat down across from him. "So, what do you want done first?" "I want this leg healed so I can walk. I have too much to do on this place to be laid up like this." "What did we say about taking help from others?" Celeste asked. "I'm here, and there are a lot of things I can do. If you need more physical muscles than I have, I'm sure your crew members would come help with this. If you aren't in a hurry and don't need this all done before you get better, then maybe you can wait until you've gotten the go-ahead from your doctor about putting weight on your ankle. But until then, I'm going to have to insist, as your business partner, that you chill out a little and take care of yourself." Mario gave her a look that she wasn't quite sure what to make of. After a moment, he smiled then said, "I'm sorry. I just hate being a bump on a log. I want to be up and moving and doing things. You've got most of the hard physical work done. There will be some need for moving furniture and hanging some of the hardware and such. A lot of what remains is cleaning and touch-ups or fill-in work. So that is something I know how to do. But you shouldn't have to spend a lot of time on this without me putting in some effort. When I'm available, I'll help. And when Alexis isn't in school, she could be here helping to clean it up. If you are here to keep Alexis occupied or maybe help her with her letters and writing her name or some of the other preschool activities, then I'll focus on more of the house stuff. I guess that would work." Mario wrote a few things on the paper he'd been making notes on. She read upside down and figured a lot of what was on the list could be done by her. Some she knew she'd need help with and made a mental note to ask Ray to stop by once he was done with his shift. As if her thoughts of him had spread to the universe, Mario's phone, sitting face up on the table, started buzzing and she saw Ray's name before Mario answered it. "Hey. How are you, Mario?" Ray asked, loud enough Celeste could hear through the speaker. "Hanging in there. Need anything? Is Celeste treating you right?" "She's actually being rather bossy," Mario said, giving her a smile. "Really?"
Yeah.
"She's here at the house with me, telling me I can't do any of the work I had planned for the next little bit." "Good for her," Ray said. "I'm surprised you're over at your place. You should be propping up your foot and icing it." Mario glanced down under the table and Celeste could tell he was contemplating the suggestion. He looked pale and like he didn't feel well. She should insist he go back to her house and rest since he didn't have an ice maker in his little fridge here. "I had to come see how the carpet layers did. Need to make sure I won't need them back before they forget about their work." Celeste wondered why he hadn't gone through the house to look at it already. Then the more she thought about it, the more she realized he probably hurt more than he would admit. She'd need to strong-arm him into taking it easy. "I'll come help you once this shift is done. But you'd better get back to resting and healing up." "Thanks, Ray. I'll talk to you later." Mario turned off his phone and set it on the table. "Why don't we go look through the house together, decide what still needs to be done, then we can go talk about it at my house. I think Ray's right that you should prop this foot up and put ice on it again." Mario didn't complain and that was hint enough that he really hurt. She should have never let him come here in the first place, but he likely would have insisted anyway. As long as she let him think he was in control of himself, she could boss him around a little. It took some finesse to guide a man into doing what she wanted while making him think it was all his idea. Chapter 14. Mario would never admit that he was happy to be back at Celeste's place being pampered. She'd helped him gather some extra clothes from his room, placed them in his backpack, then took it out to her car and came back to help him down the stairs. He didn't actually need it, but it was nice that she was there just in case. Once they'd reached her house, he'd been about ready to ask for some of his heavy-duty painkillers, but after getting set up in the recliner chair that Alexis had told him this morning was her daddy's, but Mario could use it, if he wanted to, he felt better. The ice helped a lot and the BLT sandwich, cold milk, and 2 over-the-counter pain pills had him eased and a lot more comfortable. It wasn't long until he dozed off and when he woke up many hours later, Alexis was watching some kind of cartoon he'd never seen before while sitting on the floor in front of him with a blanket and a bowl of popcorn. Alexis turned around then saw he was awake and stood up. Want me to get mommy? I think I'm fine. Want some popcorn? Alexis handed him the bowl. Sure, Mario said. It's really yummy. Mommy butters it just right. Mario took a handful and then put it in his mouth. It was obviously air-popped and not microwave popcorn. He hadn't had this kind in forever and totally agreed with Alexis that it was buttered just right. Alexis climbed over the side of the recliner and sat on his lap, forcing him to move the bowl to the side quickly, then use his unburned hand to help get her settled on his lap. What are you watching? Mario asked. She rattled off some name he didn't quite catch, then started to tell him all about it. Not wanting to interrupt her, he just let her keep going as he watched. It wasn't bad, for a kid's show, but not something he'd ever really cared to see again. Alexis, Celeste's voice sounded chagrined. What are you doing? Sharing her popcorn and watching a show with me, Mario said. I'm sorry if she woke you. No, Mario said. I woke on my own. She offered her popcorn, and I said yes. Do you need more ice or anything? If you don't mind. Not at all, Celeste said, then grabbed the ice pack and headed into the other room to fill it. Do you hurt a lot? Alexis asked. A little, Mario said. But your mom is taking good care of me. She always makes me feel better, Alexis said. Especially when she kisses my Owie better. Did she kiss your Owie better yet? No, Mario tried not to laugh. When Celeste returned with the ice pack, Alexis looked up at her mother. Mario said you didn't kiss his Owie better, Mommy. Oh, well, I'm not sure he needs that. But he's hurting. Celeste met his eyes and Mario could see her trying not to giggle, but at the same time, there was a lot more behind her eyes than just thinking her daughter was being silly. She walked over and lifted his bandaged hand gently, then gave it a kiss on the gauze. She then knelt by the end of the recliner where his feet were still propped up, leaned forward, and kissed the wrapped ankle before putting the ice pack on. Better? She asked. Mario nodded, unsure how to explain how that had made him feel. She hadn't been mocking in any way. It had been done with sweetness and concern for him, as well as to let her daughter know she could rely on her mom for anything. As she handed him some more pain pills and water, he looked at her. It's been long enough since the last ones. Thank you for taking care of me. No problem. Celeste looked at Alexis, who was still sitting on his lap, her focus on the television instead of the adults. If she's bothering you, just tell her to hop off. She'll be fine getting on the floor or sitting on the couch. She's no bother, Mario said. I'll go finish up dinner, so don't eat too much popcorn. Mario watched her walk away, feeling a strange tugging at his insides as she disappeared into the other room. She was an incredible person, and he was happy to know she'd take care of him while he needed it. If only there was some way he could pay her back. She was going to be doing a lot more toward the rest of the house sale than he'd be able to do. He'd really lucked out when he had agreed to take her on as a business partner. Celeste checked the pot on the stove to see how soft the potatoes in the soup were. It was hard to focus on what she needed to do with dinner while her mind kept going back to what Mario was doing. He was so good with Alexis, and while she wasn't sure how he really felt about having a little kid climb all over him, he had let her stay there to watch her show while she shared her popcorn. Celeste didn't like watching the silly kid shows with Alexis, and hadn't realized she'd turned them on while she was in the room with Mario sleeping. Hopefully, it hadn't been too loud to wake him up. She should have kept closer track of Alexis, but thought the popcorn would have kept her occupied long enough to get dinner going. She'd gotten distracted with some of her real estate classes and hadn't started making the meal soon enough. Alexis had been dropped off by Celeste's friend and had taken her afternoon nap like she always did. Celeste had taken the opportunity to work on catching up with her missing classwork since she'd gotten the day off from Zoe's. When she called to let her boss know she needed to switch shifts with someone in order to take care of Mario after the injury, Zoe said she'd cover it herself. As the owner, Zoe was always happy to help make sure the fire department was well cared for since they'd put out a fire, and saved most of her building to where she only needed a little bit of remodeling to open again. Once the meal was ready, she put it on the table and called in for Alexis to go wash up. It would give Mario a chance to get up without worrying about Alexis being in the way. But once she got into the front room where they'd been watching television, she saw Alexis standing to the side of the recliner, holding the crutches up for him. He grabbed one, and stood up, using it as leverage to get out of the chair, then took the other crutch from Alexis. "Thanks, kiddo. Come wash your hands," Alexis said. "I'll help you reach the soap." Mario followed the little girl into the bathroom and Celeste walked down the hallway to watch and help if needed. Alexis stood on the toilet and leaned over the counter to reach the soap for him and then squirted a pump into his unbandaged hand. "Make sure you rub it for a long time. Gotta get all those germs trapped in the bubbles." Alexis lathered her hands just like Celeste had always told her, then showed them to Mario. "See, like this. I don't think I could rub them together. I'll just have to wiggle these fingers with the soap." "Oh, let me help you." Alexis took his uninjured hand in hers and rubbed the soap around, then put it under the water and rinsed both his and her hands off. Mario glanced at the doorway where she stood and smiled at her. Once Alexis had moved from the sink, he rinsed the back of his hand once more, then thanked Alexis for the hand towel she passed to him before grabbing his crutches. Alexis hurried out of the bathroom and past Celeste. "Can I sit by Mario again?" "Sure, sweetie. Go in and pull out your chair, but make sure he has room for his hurt foot." "Okay, mommy. How are you feeling?" Celeste looked at him. He seemed better than this morning while at his place, but still looked like he hurt. "I'm feeling decent. That ice sure does help. Do you want to sit in the chair with your foot propped and eat that way?" "No, I'll be good to eat at the table. You kissed it better, remember?" Celeste blushed. She wasn't sure what had possessed her to do that. She should have just kissed her fingers, then placed them on his ankle, but with the way Alexis had bragged about her mommy healing skills, she thought it wouldn't do very well to not give it her all. "Hopefully it gets all better quickly then, huh?" "Hope so. Long-term injuries are no fun, but it's better than it could have been." "That's for sure." Celeste nodded and turned away, needing to get to the kitchen and put some space between herself and Mario. Mario could have kicked himself. He shouldn't have made light of the fact that he was injured, or that it could have been worse. She knew exactly how worse something could be since she'd lost her husband to an accident while he was working. The last thing he needed to do was remind her of how dangerous life was. Though it was a good reminder to himself that he needed to keep his distance emotionally from her and Alexis. This wasn't his house. She wasn't his to keep, and while the way she was taking care of him through this recovery phase was much needed and downright wonderful, he had to remember he'd be leaving here as soon as he could. The ease of getting ice whenever he needed it for the ice pack, as well as having someone make some food so he could stay off his foot as much as possible, was nice. He could have ordered delivery, that was true, but he really did like having home-cooked meals. Something about them just tasted better. Even the simple BLT and cold milk for lunch were perfect. The smells in the kitchen made his mouth water, and he eagerly sat down next to Alexis, who had pulled out his chair for him as well. "Thank you, Alexis. It's so nice that you're helping take care of me." "I like you," Alexis said. "I want you to stay at our house a lot of days." "I'm not sure about that," Mario said. "He'll stay here for a bit longer while his foot gets better, but he'll need to go back to his house after a while," Celeste said. "But why can't he live here forever?" Alexis asked. "Lots of people have a mom and a dad at their house. Mario could be the dad. He would do a good job." "I can tell." Mario had no idea how to respond to that. Were kids always this blunt and full of crazy ideas? "Moms and dads have to do a lot of thinking and talking before deciding to be moms and dads," Celeste said. "You're right that Mario is a very nice person and would do a good job as a dad. It's just not that easy to decide. So, we can't just tell him what he should do." Celeste picked up a cup from the table and took a drink of the water. Probably trying to hide her face, or maybe the smile, or would it be a look of disgust at the idea of Alexis wanting him to be her dad? "Oh," Alexis said. "What do you have to think about?" She looked over at him, then at Celeste. "Probably money stuff, huh?" I guess you have to think about your money. But think about it fast, because I want to have my bed back. Celeste choked on the drink of water she'd sipped and coughed for more than a minute, making Mario wonder if he'd need to get up and help her somehow. Not that he could really do anything, she had to just get it out of her windpipe, and he would just sit there basically helpless. Trying to salvage something of the conversation and let Celeste have time to regain her composure, Mario turned to Alexis. I'm sorry about your bed. Thank you so much for letting me use it while I'm getting better. I could probably sleep on the couch or even the recliner if you want your bed back. It is very soft. No wonder you like it so much. It's mostly because Mommy snores. Celeste, who had almost gotten the coughing to die down where she could speak again, started laughing so hard that tears leaked from her eyes, probably already wet from all the coughing. Oh honey, you sure know how to make a night memorable. Alexis just smiled, completely unaware of what she'd done to make things so hilariously awkward, and asked Mario to dish her up some soup. Sure thing, kiddo. Luckily, Alexis changed topics and began to talk about the food and then about what she'd done at school, and that she wished she could have gone swimming with Calvin. When he goes to his grandpa's house, then we can't go swimming. But he should be back tomorrow, and I can swim then. Mommy says I'm getting better. I'll get to take swimming lessons again this year. That's great, Mario said. Swimming is so much fun. Maybe sometime after my foot gets better we can go swimming and I can help you practice.
Yay!
Alexis said, clapping her hands together once before reaching for the sliced French bread sitting on a plate. Are you a good swimmer? I'm pretty good. I was on the swim team in my high school. I just wish I had more time to swim. I'll go with you. That way you won't have to be alone. Mommy says I can't swim alone. That is an important rule. You always need someone to be there to help just in case. Will we practice at Calvin's? Or can we go to the ocean again? We could make a plan to go to the ocean. But we could also see about the rec center and use that pool. That's a fun one. I love the slide there. Mommy won't let me go by myself, but sometimes she'll slide down with me and hold me up. That does sound fun. Mario looked over at Celeste, who had managed to wipe her laughing tears away and had started eating her own meal. He was happy they had gotten off that dangerous topic. But as they shared a meal, there were dozens of times the thought came back to him. What would it be like to be a part of their family forever, to be allowed to live in this house with them and to have someone take care of him while he also helped them out? He would have to take some serious time to think about it. None of it had to do with money like Alexis thought it did. All of it had to do with Celeste and Alexis and whether he could put them through the worry and heartache that came from being involved with a person in his type of job. Chapter 15. Celeste couldn't decide if she was more amused or mortified throughout the dinner. Alexis' idea that Mario should just suddenly be her father was laughable, adorable, and depressing all at once. She needed a daddy, that was certain, and once the shock of the loss of Sam had worn off and Celeste had come to terms with his death, she knew she would need to eventually get back out into the world and find a husband. Not that she needed one to take care of her. She was managing all right with help from her extended family. But she wanted the closeness and companionship of a husband. Mario, as Alexis had pointed out, would be the perfect kind of daddy. At least as far as she had seen. He'd been so patient with Alexis and had never once seemed bothered or put out by having her around or answering all her childish questions. He seemed to genuinely enjoy the time spent with the two of them. Just springing something like that on a man out of the blue was a sure way to scare him off. So she watched throughout the meal and he didn't seem the least bit nervous or jittery or uncomfortable. He met her eyes a few times and she gave a polite smile back, listening to the conversation between the two of them, hoping Alexis wouldn't say anything crazy again. Thankfully, the rest of dinner passed without incident. When they finished and Alexis took Mario's plate to the sink, she watched the interaction between the two of them, and when Alexis asked if they could watch a movie before bedtime, Celeste gave in. Sure, but no more popcorn. And you need to go get your jammies on and brush your teeth first so in case you fall asleep, you're ready to just be put to bed. Can I sleep in my bed? Are you sure you don't want to sleep by me? Will you be snoring again? Celeste shrugged. I don't know. Will you be kicking me in the stomach? I kick in my sleep? Alexis asked. Yup. Probably have bruises all over my tummy. Let me see. Alexis moved closer, and before she could stop her, Alexis had lifted Celeste's shirt. Where? Celeste yanked her shirt back down, hoping Mario hadn't gotten an eyeful since he was still sitting at the table and less than 4 feet away. She glanced at him and could see the look of surprise on his face. Though why should it be all that surprising? They'd gone to the beach and had spent a lot of time in swimsuits. Of course, this was such a different environment, and a bare belly at the kitchen table was just one more thing to check off on the crazy things my daughter will put me through tonight category. Let's go get you ready for bed. I could sleep on the couch, Mario said. I don't mind at all, and Alexis can have her bed back. Are you sure? Celeste asked. It's not the most comfortable of couches to sleep on. The recliner might be better, but still, you won't be able to stretch out very well on either of them. I'll be fine. Besides, I can prop the leg up better to keep it elevated and keep the ice on it at the end of the couch. We'll grab some more pillows and blankets to help prop it up then. Do you want to look through the movies? But mommy, he's got to brush his teeth and get his jammies on. I'll go get ready for bed too in case I fall asleep while we're watching the movie. Trying to heal seems to make me sleep a lot. Celeste smiled when she saw the happy look on Alexis' face. He was doing everything to make her happy without being a pushover or anything. She was going to have to be extra careful not to fall into that hopeless wish that he could be a permanent part of their lives. By the time they'd gotten Alexis in her jammies and Celeste had given in to the insistence that she should put her jammies on, sweatpants and a t-shirt, not the full-on pajama set she had, Mario was already sitting in the recliner with a fresh ice pack he'd filled up himself. Alexis walked right over to him and stood by the side of the recliner. Can I sit with you again? Sure thing, kiddo. He used his good arm to help steady her as she climbed over the side and snuggled between the armrest and his side. Be careful with his owies, Celeste said. It's all on the other side. We're good. What movie then? Celeste asked, turning on the streaming service and navigating to a kid-friendly section but making sure to find the ones that she could tolerate watching again. You pick, mommy. Alexis turned a little then looked up at Mario. Or do you want to pick? I'm fine with whatever your mom picks. Me too, Alexis said, laying her head against Mario's shoulder. For a moment, Celeste wished she could be held in strong arms like that. Just sweet and innocent and protected. Then when she looked at Mario a little closer, she knew she'd never be satisfied with just that. Darn man, coming into her life and throwing all kinds of kinks and twists in it. The kinds that she wasn't sure what to do with, but still loved the idea of anyway. She forced her gaze away from him and stared at the screen instead, scrolling through some shows and making sure there wasn't going to be anything too sad, too sappy, or too silly. Finally settling on something she figured they'd all like, she pushed play and set the remote to the side. She would need to work hard at keeping her attention away from Mario. She'd seen this show so many times she could probably quote more than half of it. Maybe she should have picked something new. Something that would keep her attention much longer. Though nothing she saw on the list could compete in any way with the appeal that Mario held for her. Mario was glad Alexis was right there to keep him focused on the movie. She gave all kinds of commentaries on it, proving it was a favorite of hers. Overall, it wasn't bad, but he could see why Celeste's eyes seemed to have glazed over. She pulled out her phone and started to play on it. After a while, Alexis stopped commenting about everything and only mentioned a few things now and then until she had drifted off to sleep. She was warm and heavy, and he knew he'd be falling asleep soon, too. He glanced over at Celeste, who was occupied with her phone still, and then glanced back at the television. The show couldn't hold his attention, so he watched Celeste more without her knowing. The graceful curves of her body weren't hidden in the t-shirt and sweats she wore, her long, blonde hair had been pulled back in a low ponytail, but little wispy tendrils framed her face. The blue glow from her phone didn't look harsh on her smooth skin. If he wanted to be a part of her life, he was almost certain she'd let him. He looked down at the little head tucked just under his chin. Alexis was adorable and wouldn't be hard to love at all. He could easily see a way to fit them into his life. But did he dare? His burn under the gauze still throbbed and his foot ached no matter what angle he set it at, and the ice was only doing a little to numb the pain. He was good at what he did with the fire department, and he couldn't give it up. But he couldn't risk the chance that he might hurt these two wonderful ladies if he got involved with them. When he looked up at Celeste again, she was no longer focused on her phone. Instead, she'd been watching him. He wasn't sure for how long, but the look of peace and tenderness in her expression made him sure she'd give him a chance. He wanted it. He really did. Could he risk it, though? Celeste stood up. "I'll be right back," she whispered. In a few minutes, she'd returned with some blankets and pillows that she arranged on the couch, probably to help him prop his leg up. She disappeared again for a few minutes, then walked over to him and reached down to grab Alexis. He helped lift the little girl as much as he could with the one good arm, and when Celeste lifted her up, the girl wrapped her legs around her mom's waist and tucked her head against her shoulder, and held her around the neck and shoulders as if this was a common thing. Celeste held her close for a few minutes, as if breathing her in and enjoying the quietness of the little body, then turned to walk away. Mario figured he should get up and turn the television off since the show no longer held anyone's attention. He hobbled over to the couch with the ice pack held with his fingers as he managed the crutches. He hurt and didn't think he'd be able to fall asleep very easily. As he sat down, Celeste returned to the room and took the ice pack from him without a word, then refilled it and was back to help him get his leg propped up and settled before he'd gotten both legs up on the couch. "Here, let me help with that." She grabbed his pant leg and lifted the sprained ankle without causing any pain and moved a few pillows around to help him get it right. "Lay back and tell me where you'd like me to move it to." Soon, he was as comfortable as he could be, and the ache had lessened. "Do you want the stronger pain medicine?" Celeste asked. "You've gone the whole day without it, but you could probably use a good night's sleep." Mario hesitated for a moment. "I don't love the way they make my head feel, but I know it will help take the pain to a more manageable level. I'll take one tonight." Celeste handed him the pill bottle she'd brought back with her from the kitchen when she'd refilled the ice and handed him a cup of water. "Need anything else? Crackers so it doesn't eat your stomach, or did you have a big enough dinner?" "I'll be fine with just this and the water." "Thanks, though. You've been amazing. I appreciate all your help." "You're welcome," Celeste smiled and touched his shoulder in a soft and comforting manner again. She was so nurturing that he found he enjoyed it and longed for more. He'd been romantically involved with women before, but there was something so different about things with Celeste. Romance would be easy to follow. This buildup of genuine friendship and care was special, and he wanted to keep it forever. "Sleep well," Celeste said as she took a step away and Mario almost reached for her hand. "You too." Mario was glad he'd held back. Keeping her there with him would not be a good thing. He had to think things through, and it wasn't fair to just act on his impulses when there was more than just him involved. He had to think of these two and what an incredible dynamic they were and whether he could fit in with them or if it was better to stay away. Celeste lay on her bed and stared at the ceiling. She probably should have put Alexis in bed with her so she could keep her mind focused on the breathing of her child, instead of thinking about Mario asleep on her couch in the other room. Everything about this interaction was completely innocent, yet just having a handsome and available man in her house got her all discombobulated. She'd never move forward with any of those random thoughts that popped up every time she looked at him. She'd almost leaned down and kissed him goodnight as he looked up at her from the couch when she'd helped him get settled. That would have been disastrous. He'd have either thought she was too forward and that would put the wrong tone to their relationship, or he could have thought she was being too motherly and that would totally ruin a relationship. She wished she knew what she should do. Chapter 16. Mario didn't love being so dependent on someone else. He had to wait for Celeste to get things finished up at her house and bring all the materials she'd need to keep Alexis occupied while they returned to his house to work on some of the touch-ups they still had to do. They'd run to the home improvement store and had bought the trim he'd need to finish the door frames. Then she had to unload it from the cart and into the back of his truck with the help of Alexis and very little from him. You should go sit in the truck, Celeste had said. We got this, don't we, baby?
Yeah.
Mario. I'm a good helper for mommy. You can rest your foot. He didn't want to rest his foot. He wanted to do the work he was supposed to do. But he ached more than he'd expected. If he'd have given in and used the wheelchair cart like Celeste had pointed out, he'd probably be fine now. But after only a couple of days, being up and moving around this much was more painful than he'd bargained for. If he was going to be any use while at his house, he'd have to rest for now. The trim needed to be replaced along a few of the door frames and along the bottom of all the rooms. Luckily, he'd decided against doing it on the upper parts of the room since the paint job they'd done was just right. Celeste would be able to manage the small nail gun, but he wished he could do all the rest of the work on his own. He was not used to sitting off on the sidelines and watching others do what he had always done. Celeste and Alexis had finished loading the trim into the back of his truck, then Celeste had buckled Alexis into her car seat, and they were off to his place. Celeste handled the truck well, even though it was twice the size of her car. He didn't even have to worry about her hitting curbs in the parking lots as she turned. She handled everything just right, but it still bothered him that she was driving. There wasn't anything chauvinistic or sexist about it. He just wished he was well enough that he could do it himself. If he wasn't waiting on someone to do something for him that he was too banged up to manage on his own, he'd have already been at the house working on it before Celeste and Alexis were even awake. Of course, if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't have been at her house anyway. He'd have been there at his fixer-upper and working on it once he climbed out of the uncomfortable cot he'd set up. Her couch was a much better place to sleep. It wasn't as soft as the bed in Alexis' room, but he couldn't take it from the little girl. Especially if her mom snored and kept her up. Thoughts of that made him smile. He wondered how much Celeste really did snore. Not that he'd be finding out. Not unless he decided that marriage could be in his future. He wouldn't go into a long-term relationship, and a casual romantic fling was not the kind of thing Celeste would do, especially with a young daughter to think about. As he watched Celeste help get Alexis up into his truck since they'd need it for hauling things from the hardware store to the house, he couldn't help thinking about the little girl. She was a great kid and needed someone that could commit to her mother. Mario would have to step back quickly. As soon as they got this house fixed up and she got her real estate license, he'd have to help her find a guy that would be worthy of them. Though Mario doubted whoever this new guy ended up being would like it if Celeste and Mario worked together. He'd have to return to doing the work himself and have Celeste as his agent. That would keep her busy enough finding buyers and taking care of all the property sales. He did what he could but hurt too much to stand for very long. The pain in the ankle and the torn muscles going up the side of his leg just wouldn't go away, and he didn't want to take too much medicine for it. Hopefully, once the swelling had gone down, and he could get a better brace for the ankle, things would improve. He was going to be off work with the fire department for too long, and he hated the feeling of uncertainty that came from an injury like this. He wanted to be back to normal and do what he was good at. Fixing and swapping houses was just a side thing. One he couldn't even do very well right now. Celeste had taken the power tools and figured them out with only a quick little tutorial from him. She'd measured the door, angled the molding at the top, and used his circular saw to cut the angle perfectly so the side pieces going down would meet it just right. It only took a few adjustments with one of the side pieces to prep it for hanging, and she was ready to nail them in place. "Here," Mario said, tired of just watching. "Let me hold that steady while you use the nail gun." "I can do it," Celeste said. She looked at his foot that was held gently off the ground, then she relented when she saw he was standing right there. Probably took pity on him.
Yeah.
"I know you can. I just like to help make sure it's easy enough for you to get those pieces hung so then we can hang the doors." Celeste nodded, and he reached past her to hold the molding while she pinned it with the small nails. She started at the top, and her shoulders bumped against his chest. It was just the briefest of contacts, yet he felt it completely throughout his center. Then she worked her way down the length of the section of molding and bumped into him again as she raised the nail gun to the right location. Maybe he should have thought this through better. He was way too close for casual comfort, and all he wanted to do now was turn her to face him, then wrap his arms around her. Mercifully, she finished that one, then grabbed the stepladder and climbed up to do the part across the top of the door. Only do the one side and just a few to hold it in place. It's best to do the second side to make sure the cut was perfect once the pieces are nailed in. Celeste nodded, then climbed down the stepladder and lifted the other long section to prepare it for the nails. Once it was in place and tucked nicely under the upper section, she began securing it with the nail gun. Mario angled his body away from her as best he could while using one crutch to keep him balanced and his other arm holding the molding. Still, working in such close proximity, it was almost impossible to not bump into each other. She didn't seem disturbed by it in the least, but he was going crazy just wishing he could hold her. She couldn't be his, though. He knew it was just an impossible dream. She deserved someone that would commit to them forever and stay around forever. Someone that could see Alexis grow up and graduate high school, go to college, get married, and start her own family. Someone that would grow old with Celeste and be as cute as old people who hold hands as they walk slowly through the park. Once the trim was placed around the doorway to the bathroom, they only had 4 more to go. Well, they'd have to get the second side to each door. He should have thought through all this closeness to her. But it was going much quicker with him to help hold the trim in place. He'd just have to keep his thoughts on the job, not on her nearness. "Can I help?" Alexis called after coming into the room from where she'd been playing on Celeste's phone. "Sure," Mario said, glad to give more space between himself and Celeste. "You grab that piece of whitewood there that looks like this. We'll need to measure this next doorway, then mark the trim, take it to that saw, and cut it. Think you can help with that?" "Do I get to cut it?" Alexis asked. "No," Celeste said. "You can measure and help us set it in the right place, but only grown-ups get to use the saw." "Okay," Alexis said without argument. With her there, it was so much easier to work next to Celeste. She still drew his eyes and kept him thinking about her and how she was getting the hang of all this interior building work. Having someone who could pick up the finer parts of remodeling would make things go quicker in the next house. Celeste was surprised at how fast the time was going. They'd gotten a lot done, but still needed a few more doors trimmed. They'd only need to do a few little touch-ups where the tiny nails went in before she could paint it, then this part of the fix-up would be done. She loved using power tools. It made things so much quicker, and it was kind of fun to see how Mario watched her as she did it. She couldn't be positive, since he hadn't said anything about it, but she thought he was likely impressed. When Alexis came to help, he gave her all kinds of advice and walked her through the steps of the simple carpentry work. Alexis loved it. Celeste wanted to keep going, but Alexis was talking non-stop about how hungry she was. Celeste should have packed some sandwiches or something, but Mario took care of it by ordering pizza. "You're the best, Mario," Alexis said. "Mommy never orders pizza." "Never?" Celeste asked. "Not very often," Alexis corrected. "That's because your mom is a really good cook," Mario said. "I can't cook very well, and my kitchen isn't as well stocked as yours, so I can't make anything good. I have to order pizza instead." "You can have some of the food from our fridge," Alexis said. She looked over at the small fridge that was sitting in the open spot where a full-sized unit would fit. "But your fridge is too little to hold it all. That's why you don't have more food. You need a bigger fridge." "I guess I do," Mario said. "But since it's only me that lives here, I don't need a big one." "How come you don't have a family?" "I just don't." "Do you like kids?" Alexis asked. Celeste wished she could have stopped her daughter from being so nosy, just for politeness' sake. But she really wanted to know his answer. He was good with kids, but did he like them? Did he want some of his own? "Sure," Mario said. "Especially nice ones like you." "Are all kids nice like you?" Alexis shook her head. "No. Only some. Calvin is nice. And Rachel is nice. But there are a lot of mean ones too." "I'm glad you're nice, and that you have nice friends," Mario said. "What do you say we see if we can get this next door all finished before the pizza gets here?" "Good idea," Celeste said, glad Mario had changed the subject. Who knows what Alexis could have asked next? They had just finished the last part of the trim when the doorbell rang. He started to hobble over there to answer it, then realized he'd never be able to carry the pizza back by himself with the darn crutches. Alexis ran past him and soon Celeste had overtaken him. At least he'd already paid for it on the phone app, so all he had to do now was tip the driver. "Thank you," Mario said, as he waved to the kid walking away. By the time Mario reached the kitchen, Celeste and Alexis had already put it on the table with the paper plates and napkins he kept in his kitchen tote. "When are you going to fix your kitchen?" Alexis asked. "It is fixed," Mario said, looking at the sink. At least he'd managed to get that part with the flooring replaced before this whole accident. "Then why don't you put the things in your cupboards? You should buy real dishes. Miss Penny said that we shouldn't use paper plates and cups all the time because they have to cut down trees for that. You should use real plates like ours." "Oh," Mario said. "I won't be living here for a long time. So, I don't need to put all the things in the cupboards. I'm going to sell this house to some other family." "Oh," Alexis nodded. "You can come live at our house then, since you don't get to keep this one." Celeste coughed on the drink from the can of soda she'd been sipping on. "That's nice of you to invite me, Alexis," Mario said. "But I have plans to buy another house and live in it while I fix it up." Alexis said. "I guess that works. That way I don't have to share my room and Mommy won't have to share hers either." "Your pizza is going to get cold," Celeste said, effectively changing the subject. Her cheeks were a lovely pink, and he could see more and more heat rising on her neck and flushing across her face. What a crack-up little Alexis was. Such innocent comments that just about drove him mad with thoughts of the possibilities. Celeste was not immune to it either. Was she as tempted by the idea as he was? Or was it just the embarrassment that came from a child talking about things like this that made her blush? Chapter 17. They had worked on Mario's house for most of the day and Alexis had even curled up on Mario's cot with his sleeping bag for padding, and took a nap while Celeste and Mario kept working. As relieved as she was that Alexis was out of the way and they could work much faster, Celeste discovered she missed the buffer of a child between them. Mario was just too handsome to be alone with for extended periods. Even with his hand bandaged and his foot in a brace, he was definitely all man and all testosterone. She couldn't believe how much he was still doing even while taking it easy with his injuries. She wished he'd rest more since she could see that he hurt, but he kept working through the pain. She tried gently to encourage him to sit while she finished the trim on the other doors since she knew what she was doing now, but it did help when he was right there to hold the trim at the top of the door. He was tall enough to just hold it with one hand while she stood on the step stool. More than once she turned around or looked down to find her own face just inches from his. He was not quite a foot taller than she was, but the first rung of the stepladder put her right in kissing range. Back in her previous life, before marriage, motherhood, then widowland, she would have flirted and teased and probably have kissed him already. Life was too different now to do something so free-spirited. It wasn't just her life she had to think of. It was her daughter's as well as Mario's. There couldn't be anything flirty or frivolous between them. If Mario didn't show some solid interest or make the first move toward more than just coworkers, she'd keep her distance and let it remain a friendship. Of course, keeping her distance was getting harder and harder with him being so close to her. "Once these doors are finished, what do you want to do next?" she asked. "The rest of the trim will go around the base of every wall. Now that the carpet and the tile are all finished, these are the last things to go up. They will need a little painting on them if you feel up to doing that. Otherwise, it'll be fine to wait. I think I can paint tomorrow. Maybe tonight before we leave, we could tape the area so painting will be quick and easy." "I don't know what I'd do without your help on this," Mario said. "You'd just wait until you were all better and do it yourself." Celeste met his eyes. She turned away and picked up one of the longer pieces of baseboard trim. "Should I just put this up against the wall or do you need to do something first?" "We need to get the corners ready. I've got a tool I use that helps measure the corners right so the cutting will be easy. They have to be angled too so the pieces fit how they should." Celeste almost sighed. I hadn't really thought of how much work would still be needed to get things looking nice. Too bad the pieces don't come ready for installation. That would be nice, but if a door is different by just a hair, it wouldn't work. Mario handed her a strange tool that she assumed would be what they'd measure the corners with. Could you take that over with you? Celeste grabbed one of the folding chairs he'd had in the kitchen and set it up in the corner, so he could sit as he guided her through the next steps. He had told her more than once that he was just fine and could keep going. The least she could do was make it a little easier on him. Since Alexis was napping and they had time to keep working, she'd take him at his word and do what needed doing while he felt up to telling her how. He sat down without comment, and she smiled to herself, knowing if she'd said anything he would have claimed he was fine. But putting it there without a word had made it easier for him to accept the help. Men were such funny creatures. She knelt with the tool and a pencil and small notepad they'd used for marking the measurements, and waited for him to guide her through what he'd like done. She could tell he wanted to be on his knees right there instead of her, but he leaned close and pointed things out. She tried to keep her mind strictly on the trim and the measuring tool instead of how the warmth of his breath tickled the side of her neck. It didn't work very well. Oh goodness, this was going to be harder than she thought. Ignoring him and waiting for him to decide if he wanted to make a move was torture, but she would hold back. Putting herself out there in the dating world was a big enough decision. No way would she go first and risk being shot down. They worked together. That was all. She was caring for him as a friend through his injury until he was given the go-ahead from his doctor to let him drive again. She was here to be helpful. And help him she would. Thank heavens her mind could think clearly again once he'd moved back after watching her measurements. Need help cutting it? No, Celeste said. I've got it. Be right back. She had almost told him to stay there and rest, but thought he'd probably remember his independence and stand up or something. She double-checked her markings, and checked the measurement on her paper before turning the saw on, then pulled the safety goggles from the top of her head to cover her eyes before she made the cut. The scent of heated wood from the friction of the saw blade was so pleasant, and she knew why men liked the smell of construction. It just smelled so good and wholesome, the way Mario smelled. Mario was more than beat. Though he'd never admit it out loud, he was relieved when Celeste had decided it was time to head home. They had gotten so much done on the house that he figured they wouldn't be behind schedule more than a day or two at this rate. He'd hardly done anything, and he was dragging more than Celeste was. How can you still have so much energy? Mario asked when they finished putting the tools away. I'm used to going non-stop. Don't worry. The second I get home and finish dinner and put Alexis to bed, I'll crash hard. How can I help? Mario asked. I've got some casserole in the fridge. While I get her in the tub, could you put it in the oven to heat up? Sure. Mario hoped he could hold it one-handed since he'd need his crutches still, but he'd do what he could to help her out. Does the casserole have peas in it? Alexis asked. Yes, Celeste said. It's the same one from the other night. Don't you like peas? Mario asked. No, Alexis shook her head. They're gross. I like peas, Mario said. You can give me the ones you don't want to eat. Okay. Alexis said, more excited about her dinner than she'd been moments ago. If only all kids were as easy to please. Though he didn't really know how kids were. He'd not been around many, except his nieces and nephews, but not often since they lived so far away. Celeste smiled at him, and he vowed he'd do more to be accommodating toward the two of them so he could see more smiles like that. She looked at him like he was the most amazing man out there all because he treated her child like a person. When they reached her house, Celeste pulled the truck into the driveway instead of along the front of the house on the street. This felt more permanent instead of just a visitor, and he wasn't sure how he felt about it. She'd probably done it so it would be easier for him to get into the house. He was reading too much into the simple action of parking a vehicle. Celeste grabbed the crutches from the back of the truck, then focused on unbuckling Alexis and still managed to reach the front door before he did. She let Alexis run in first. Go grab your clothes for after your bath while I help Mario in the kitchen. Okay, Alexis said as she ran to her room. Though she had said he would be the one to put the casserole in the oven, she'd already pulled it out of the fridge, turned on the oven to preheat, and slipped it in with one hand before he even reached the kitchen. Didn't you want me to help? Of course, Celeste said as she pushed more buttons to set the timer. You watch it and make sure it doesn't burn. Then Alexis can help you set the table. You are a wonder, Celeste, Mario said. She shrugged and headed toward the other room. Mario sat down at the kitchen table and looked at the oven. Not like he'd really be doing anything, but he'd stay there and make sure dinner didn't burn. Dinner went without a hitch and Celeste enjoyed watching Alexis put each and every pea on Mario's plate. She smiled as her daughter giggled when Mario gobbled it up like a hungry monster eating anything that came within reach. Can we have ice cream now? Alexis asked. I don't know, Celeste said. You didn't eat any of your vegetables. Of course she did, Mario said, coming to her defense. The sauce had mushrooms and onions in it, and Alexis ate all of them. Just not the little green ones.
Yeah.
Alexis said, beaming with adoration at Mario. I suppose that's true, Celeste said. But next time we have this casserole, you have to eat some of the peas. Okay, Alexis said. I'll only have Mario eat some of them. Not that Mario would be around for the next time they had tater tot casserole. She wouldn't tell that to Alexis though. It was nice to pretend that this kind of evening could happen again and again. She pulled the ice cream out of the freezer, handed Mario the scoop, and went back to get some bowls and cones so they could pick which kind of dessert they'd like. Alexis chose the waffle cone, claiming it was the best and only way to eat ice cream, and Celeste had to agree. She handed Mario her own cone, and when he handed it back with 2 scoops, her finger brushed his and she distracted herself by studying the cone to determine the best place to take a bite. Once Mario had dished up his, she stood and took the ice cream carton back to the freezer, then took the scoop from Mario's other hand, careful to not let their fingers touch this time. She didn't know why he unsettled her so much. He was a friend who was unwell and needed a place to stay while he got better. There was nothing more to it. So why was she so fluttery every time she looked at him? Alexis had claimed his attention while she'd been putting the clean bowls and spoons back in the cupboard and drawers, so Celeste managed to get back to the table without tripping over her feet while worrying about what Mario would be thinking or doing. He took a bite of his ice cream from the top of the cone, and Celeste's teeth hurt just watching that. When he turned to her when she sat down, his eyes left hers and went to her ice cream cone as she licked the top of it. His eyes widened and he looked away. Oh, goodness. She was way too maternal and mature to get worked up over the way people ate ice cream. This shouldn't bother her, and she should just focus on enjoying the taste, but now, all she could think about was what might possibly be running through his mind. As they finished dessert, he never turned to look at her again, and she wasn't sure if she was more relieved or not. How was she going to manage to keep herself safe from falling for him if she had to keep spending so much time with him? The worst part about it all was that he didn't even try to tempt her or flirt or give her any encouragement. It was all her. Everything she felt toward him came directly from her wants, and nothing from the purposeful actions on his part. Chapter 18. Mario was glad the ice cream was cold. Though if he wasn't careful with his thoughts while he watched her eating hers, he'd need a cold shower or something. She wasn't even purposely doing anything. It was just the way she was. Perfect and completely desirable and totally off limits. That had to be what it was. He needed to remind himself that she was his coworker and basically his caretaker for the next day or so. That should totally put things into perspective, but the more he thought about how good she was at everything, the more he wished he was free to pursue a relationship with her. He had never really considered what he'd want in a wife or life companion since he had never planned to have one. Yet Celeste fit the description more and more. Each time he thought about what she was capable of, he knew he'd never find anyone as perfect for him as she was. Alexis asked for a second ice cream, but Celeste gently told her that one was enough and that it was time to go brush her teeth and get ready for bed. Can we have ice cream tomorrow then? Depends on how much work we get done and if we earn it. I'll work lots. Just like you did. Alexis took Celeste's offered hand and the two walked toward her room. I know you will, sweetie. You are a great helper. Now let's get you to bed so you can have all the energy you need for tomorrow. Mario headed into the front room, then grabbed his change of clothes for sleeping in and brushed his teeth, marveling at how strange, yet normal it was to have his toothbrush at a woman's house even if it was in her guest bathroom and he stayed on the couch. Such different circumstances, but it felt right. That in itself was a testament to how he felt about her. When he left the bathroom to head back to the front room to prep the couch for sleeping on, Celeste had finished putting Alexis to bed, had gotten into some sweats and a t-shirt, and had brought him a fresh bag of ice for his foot. It ached still and he'd used a few bags of ice throughout the day, but being able to sit and prop up his leg with some ice sounded heavenly, yet he didn't want her to go. Feel up to watching a movie? Mario asked. Celeste paused in her adjusting of the pillows on the couch where his leg would be propped up. You sure? If you'd like. That sounds nice, actually. What movie? Money Pit? Mario asked. That old one where they sink so much money into renovations. I haven't seen that in ages. You want to watch that to remind yourself of how nice your place is? It'll be good to know we're not wasting our time to compare it to that awful situation. Celeste grabbed the remote and turned on the streaming service, then found the movie and started it before sitting on the reclining love seat. Mario grabbed a pillow or two and the ice pack and came to sit by her. Hope you don't mind. I'm afraid if I lay down on the couch to prop my foot up, I'd fall asleep and then you'd catch me snoring. He settled himself onto the chair and pulled the recliner lever before she leaned over. I already know you snore. I've gotten up to refill your ice and check on Alexis. You snore probably louder than I do. Mario wasn't sure if he should laugh or be embarrassed, so instead, he just said, I didn't know you kept refilling my ice. I thought it was just an amazing ice pack that held the temperature for the whole night. He squeezed her hand. Thanks for watching out for me. No worries, Celeste said. That's what friends are for. She didn't remove her hand but didn't seem bothered when he took his hand off and adjusted his position on the couch. Too close for comfort, but he didn't want to move away. He liked the way it felt to have a friend like Celeste to sit next to. Everything would be fine. He'd behave himself, and they would just enjoy the movie. Relax a little before they had a busy day again tomorrow. Celeste hadn't seen this movie in ages. It had come out before she was born, but her parents had been into old movies, and just seeing the messes that kept creeping up with the renovations made Celeste cringe. Good thing her experiences with Mario's place were nothing like this. It was over the top, but still fun. Of course, she had a hard time really focusing on the movie since most of her thoughts were pulled over to the guy right next to her. He wasn't asleep yet, but she figured it wouldn't be long before he dozed off. Not wanting to disturb him, she leaned her head back against the cushions and remained quiet, hoping he'd be able to fall asleep since he would heal faster with more rest. The next thing she knew, he was patting her leg, whispering softly, "The movie is over." Celeste sat up a little straighter, feeling slightly disoriented. The television was off, and the room was mostly dark, except for the night light in the hallway she kept on to aid Alexis when she needed a bathroom trip. I'm sorry I fell asleep, Celeste said. I did too, Mario said. How long did you last? I don't know. I just remember thinking how much nicer your fixer-upper is. I'd hate to fall through the floor. I had to fix a spot by the kitchen sink, but that was it. Celeste struggled to find the energy to get up, but it just felt too nice to rest there next to him. She turned a little to get a better look. He absently scratched at the top of his gauze bandage as he looked at her. Does it hurt a lot? Itches, mostly. No pain anymore unless I bump it. I'm sorry you have to deal with healing up instead of getting your projects done. I'm glad it's not worse, Mario said. Me too. Celeste lightly trailed her finger over his arm, right next to the gauze, unsure if it would hurt him for her to touch it. I'll probably need some help changing the dressing on this tomorrow. Would that gross you out? Gross me out? She met his eyes. Is it that badly burned? No, just changing a bandage is kinda nasty. Not everyone likes seeing injuries. I'll mostly need help with the rewrapping. I'll be fine, Celeste said. I'm not overly squeamish. You should go to bed, Mario said. I can tell you're exhausted. I shouldn't have asked you to stay up. Celeste chuckled. I didn't stay up. I fell asleep, remember? She tried again to muster up the energy to take the blanket off her lap and stand up, but she just kept her head against the back of the couch and watched him with partially lidded eyes. He was so handsome, just sitting there, watching her in the dimness. If only he was hers. Why did they have to be working together? Why couldn't they have started dating instead of going into a business project together? Mario knew the lateness of the night, the comfort of their shared space, and the ease of their friendship were combining into a potent spell, but he couldn't help himself. She was just so mesmerizing. Even though she was half asleep, she was still talking coherently and had his well-being on her mind. He'd never had anyone care so much about him. Other than his immediate family, but they didn't count. Celeste was new to his life and still cared about him in a way that not even his previous girlfriends had ever done. Admittedly, he had never been this vulnerable around a woman. With her needing to help him with his injuries and drive him places until he could get clearance from his doctor, he was in a very different situation. The odd thing was, he liked it. Maybe there was more to a relationship than he'd supposed. Going through the good and bad together made people stronger. He wanted to know if there was a possibility of something more. Could he put himself out there and dare to form an even stronger bond between them? Could he risk his heart while at the same time putting her heart in danger if things went bad on a job? The more he looked at her, the more he wanted to find out. She opened her eyes and looked at him, seeming to come awake more than before. Could she read in his eyes what he desired? Did she feel the same desire? Celeste's body moved just a little as if shifting to the point where she could receive him closer to her. He leaned forward and she responded in kind, lifting her chin as he lowered his head toward her. Not wanting to shock her or scare her off, he pressed his lips gently against hers and held himself still for a moment. He wanted to reach for her with his hands but held back to check her response. Celeste leaned forward a little more, pressing her lips harder against his before she parted them just a little. He pulled back, just a fraction of an inch to position his lips once more in the perfect spot. A tiny sigh escaped Celeste and it nearly broke his hold on his restraint. He couldn't overdo it now, but he could tell she was just as starved for this as he was. Celeste's right hand came up to his chest and the other hand touched the side of his neck, then moved behind his head to pull him closer. He went willingly, loving the sensations that washed over him. Long minutes passed as they kissed and explored each other, and just before he knew he'd need to stop the kiss or things would move much faster than either of them needed, she pulled back and placed her forehead against his chin. She shook her head briefly. I'm sorry. She was a little breathless, and that thrilled him almost as much as the kisses. I got a little carried away. I should be the one to apologize. I didn't mean for it to happen. Right, Celeste said. We work together. I mean, that shouldn't be something we have to worry about. I know I don't want things to get awkward as we work on that house and sell it. Exactly, Mario said, pulling away a little, and as he let go of her waist with one hand and her ribs with the other, he wanted so badly to grab her and pull her close again. Professional interactions are important. He wished he didn't sound so breathless as he said that. Celeste pulled her hands away from him and it was more torturous than releasing her had been. She looked at him with longing in her eyes, and he knew if he pulled at her again, she'd come willingly. They could keep kissing and see where things led if they wanted to. Luckily, or maybe not so lucky for him, he kept his hands to himself, and she moved the blanket off her legs and slipped out of his reach. I'll go to bed. See you tomorrow. Sleep well. You too, Mario said, watching her go. It was for the best. He shouldn't have done that in the first place. Things had just gotten more complicated than he was ready to deal with. He would have to find some way to either work with her and then let this partnership go after they sold this house of his, or he'd have to find a way to get past his fear of real commitment and make himself a part of her life as well as Alexis. He couldn't just make this an easygoing romantic adventure and then break up when they were tired of the superficial. Once she had gone down the hallway and closed the door to her bedroom, Mario moved over to the couch where he could lie down. He adjusted the ice pack and laid back, knowing it would be hours before he got another wink of sleep. Soul searching took too much mental energy. Chapter 19. Celeste hardly slept, yet when she woke, she was full of energy and excitement. Mario had kissed her last night. They'd both agreed that it would be best to shut it down right away so they could continue to work together, but she knew what that meant. They'd watch each other almost constantly until one of them made another move. She wouldn't make the move since she wanted to be certain he was committed to the idea. He'd always talked about how he needed to stay focused on his work and not put anyone in danger because of his job. There had been something momentous between them last night, and it wasn't just physical. She could almost feel the connection and the closeness they shared. She knew he was lonely and needed companionship as much as she did. But she came with an immediate family. It would have to be him who decided to act on this, so she would be certain he meant it. Of course, making an incredible breakfast and looking adorable would help. She showered fast and pulled her hair in a casual twist that still looked nice and put a touch of makeup on, just to make sure she didn't look exhausted in case her face held on to the lack of sleep even if the rest of her was overexcited. Celeste walked quietly out the door of her room and down the hallway to the kitchen to start prepping breakfast, but couldn't help herself. She wanted to peek in the front room and see if he was still sleeping. She could even replenish his ice pack. After only 2 steps into the room, she stopped and looked around. Mario wasn't there. The blankets had been folded and stacked on one side of the couch. She looked down the hallway to the bathroom, but the door was open, and he hadn't been in there. Celeste moved further into the room, then looked out her front window to see the truck was gone. Mario had left without saying
Goodbye.
and he'd gone against his doctor's orders and driven before he'd gotten clearance. What on earth was that man thinking? Why would he disappear without telling her? Obviously, she didn't mean as much to him as she'd thought. After a kiss like they'd shared last night, she thought for sure there would be more in the not-too-distant future. Not this morning, of course, that would be a little quick, but later today, or tomorrow. With him being gone, it was an obvious message to her. He wanted to keep it just business and had left to let her know in a way that didn't require a lot of conversation or embarrassment. She should have felt grateful for that, but all she felt was a huge sense of loss. At least she knew it was over right at the start. No need to wonder if he'd ever make another move. She'd have to get her emotions under control and meet up with him at his place later today to get the work done they'd planned. That house would be ready to stage and list in no time. Instead of working on the home-cooked breakfast, she pulled out her granola and yogurt to wait for Alexis to wake up. Then she'd get her prepped for preschool, head out to find Mario, and get things back to business. Mario walked out of the with a new wrap on his burn. After an early morning text from James, his friend who worked as an doctor, asking about how he was doing, they got talking and James had told him to come in before he got off shift and he'd take care of it for him. That would be nice to save Celeste from seeing the nastiness beneath the bandage. He hadn't used any pain pills since just after they'd gotten back to Celeste's after framing the doorways. Ibuprofen worked well enough to keep him from hurting and James had given him the clearance to drive to the hospital, since he knew him well enough. Mario would still have to check with his regular doctor for full clearance to return to work, but he would no longer have to rely on Celeste to get him where he needed to go. He'd also be able to stay at his own place. Though her couch was so much more comfortable than his cot. Being at his house would keep him from making the same kinds of mistakes he'd made last night. Though kissing Celeste had not felt like a mistake. It had felt more right than anything he'd done in his life. He'd never believed in soulmates or love at first sight, but there was something special about her. Something he'd never felt on such a deep level before. He wasn't overly spiritual, but it felt as if there was something meant to be about them. Of course, that couldn't really happen. He was a committed bachelor. He was happy with the work he did, and while he enjoyed spending time with Celeste, he couldn't put the burden of his dangerous work on her shoulders. She needed complete stability. Someone who was safe practically all the time. Who did he know that might work as a boyfriend for her? If he could introduce her to someone, and make sure she didn't have to raise Alexis on her own, that would help ease Mario's mind. Yet the quick mental shuffle through his male friends and acquaintances left him feeling like there was no one he'd feel comfortable introducing her to. None of them really deserved Celeste. By the time he'd gotten into his truck and tucked the crutches out of the way, he wished there was an easy answer to all of this. Hopefully, when he saw Celeste next, things would be all right between them. He should have left a note but didn't have any paper and didn't want to rummage through her drawers. He could have texted but didn't want to wake her. He'd already started driving to his house, so would have to wait until he got there to text her. She was likely awake now. Maybe he could just let her know he probably didn't need her to stop by the house for any more project stuff. No, that would be the coward's way out. He would have to talk with her face to face. Apologize for the kiss again and smooth things over to where they would be comfortable working together. Halfway down Main Street, he remembered he'd wanted to pick up some things at the hardware store, so turned around to go get them. Might as well grab the last of his supplies and be sure to get some good cleaning materials. Maybe he should consider hiring a cleaning crew. He wouldn't be in any shape to really work on it, and it wouldn't be fair to ask Celeste to clean the house of all the construction dust and junk. Once he pulled into the hardware store parking lot, he found some cleaning services on his phone to check out their websites. It would eat into their profits, but getting it done soon so the house could be sold, and they could stop working so close together would help. He'd make sure to use her as his real estate agent every time he bought or sold, but this working close together on the actual construction just wasn't a good idea. No matter how nice it felt to have someone he could count on as a partner, it wasn't fair to her. Celeste had expected at least a fast text from Mario about their plans for the house, but each time she checked her phone, there was nothing. Frustration warred with anger, which led to annoyance, then guilt, then anger again. Why was she getting so worked up about this man? One kiss. That was all it was. Well, one really long kiss and probably a second one if she counted it right. She had dated nearly a dozen men before she'd met and married Sam. Kisses weren't new to her. They didn't always mean a whole lot either. She had to stop dwelling on what she thought it had meant and just accept that it had been nothing important. Trying to act as normal as possible around Alexis, she took the time to make her scrambled eggs and toast before taking her to preschool. "Where's Mario?" Alexis asked as they got in the car. "He went to work." "Is he all better now?" "I think he's healing fast." "But..."
Yeah.
"He must be feeling better." "Good. Then we can go to the ocean again." "That would be fun." "Can I go swim at Calvin's after preschool?" "Sure, honey," Celeste said, glad Alexis had changed the subject herself. Kinda pathetic when a 4-year-old could bring up a topic her mother wanted to avoid at all costs. "I think I'll be able to get you right after preschool, so it won't be Grandma or Grandpa."
Yay!
Alexis said, simultaneously making Celeste feel both happy and guilty again. She had to get her life in order to the point she could be there for her daughter all the time. While she appreciated all the help her friends and in-laws gave her, she wanted to be home more often for Alexis. Once she'd helped Mario a bit today, then got Alexis, she'd spend her last day off from Zoe's studying for her real estate license exam. Since Mario obviously didn't need her to take care of him while he healed up, she'd be able to return to the diner for her regular shifts. Chapter 20. Celeste pulled up into Mario's driveway, but his truck wasn't there. She thought for sure he would have come here to get things finished. A text would easily answer her question, but she wasn't quite sure how to phrase it. Saying she was at his place should be simple enough, but what if he didn't want her there? If she asked where he was, it might make him think she was checking in on him like she felt she had a right to. She tried a few questions, but deleted them, finally settling on, "Do you want help at your house today?" Hoping it was harmless enough, she sent it and waited at the house. After 2 minutes and no reply, she decided to go into the house with the spare key he'd given her, and at least get a look at it to determine what she could do while she waited for him. There was a bit of cleanup to still do. She could bring over her mop and vacuum. The windows needed trimming, but whether he wanted blinds or curtains, she wasn't sure. Either would look alright, but it depended on the furniture they picked to know what window coverings would be best. That would have to wait until he was there to decide. She spent a few minutes sweeping up the remaining dust left over from the construction, then wiped down the railing and banisters as well as the windowsills. The paint looked nice, and the room felt light and airy. If Mario didn't show up in the next little bit, maybe she'd head over to Brittany's store to check out what kinds of cute furniture she'd gotten in recently. She'd wipe down the kitchen surfaces to remove the dust that had settled after the last few days of using power tools, and was just on her way out the door when Mario's truck pulled into the driveway. The sight of him in the cab of the truck, with the window down and his elbow resting on the door, stole her breath. Why did he have to look so incredible? It made it extra hard for her to be fine with giving up on her hopes for a future with him. He waved at her and smiled as she waved back. "I'm sorry," Mario said. "I meant to text you that I'd run to get the bandage changed when James checked in with me this morning. Then I stopped at the hardware store to get the very last things for the house. I heard my phone buzz but was driving, so didn't check the messages until I was at the stop sign back there. Need help bringing anything in?" Celeste asked, not wanting to make a big deal of him not telling her where he was going. He'd apologize like a friend or coworker would do. That was good enough. A big clue to how he felt as well. She could respect that and go along with it. There's only one bag. Just the little knobs and switches and things. He managed the bag easily even with the crutches. I have a few boxes with the blinds for the windows. Think you could manage them? Sure. I was going to ask if you wanted curtains or blinds. Guess that answers my question. Celeste headed to the back of the truck and pulled out a few of the boxes. She'd have to get the rest later. He'd already made it into the house before she got to the front steps. He was moving better than he had before. I hope you don't mind helping me hang them today. It will help keep things cooler in the house and get it to feel more lived in and ready to sell. That's what I'm here for, Celeste said. Partners, right? Exactly, Mario said, not looking at her as he took the bag into the other room and then returned with his electrical drill. Celeste swallowed back the disappointment of only being a work partner. It was her own fault for bringing that up. Hoping to change the subject to something she could handle without any emotional entanglements, she said, "While I was waiting for you to arrive, I started kind of brainstorming a little. For the showing, do you want me to start bringing in some small bits of furniture to help stage the area?" "Whatever you think would look best," Mario said. "I know nothing about home decor. What kind of furniture are you thinking?" "I'm not sure what I can help bring in for the next little bit." "Nothing major," Celeste assured him. "Anything I can't carry myself, I'll have Ray help me with. We won't worry about beds and dressers or anything in all the bedrooms. Maybe a simple work desk for an office space." "Sounds great," Mario said. "Oh, and I've decided to hire a cleaning crew to do a good deep clean. That way you don't have to worry about it, and since I'm kind of useless for a bit, I figured it would make things go quicker. They'll be here tomorrow. We can start with the furnishing and staging for pictures." "How soon till you'll have your license?" "I just have the final test to take, then need to turn in the paperwork. We can get all the prep work done so as soon as I'm official we can list it. Or if you'd rather pick someone else just to get it done and over with so you can focus on getting better, that would be fine." "No," Mario said. "You've worked hard on this place and a deal's a deal. We will wait to list it till you're official. No rush. Besides, I'm not quite ready to go buy another fixer-upper to get things started on. May as well live in this house while I'm on the mend." Celeste nodded. A good hint that he didn't need to stay at her place any longer. "Your doctor gave you clearance to drive and such?"
Yeah.
Mario said. "Won't be heading back to work for a bit longer. Gotta get this ankle taken care of first. I'll get a walking boot tomorrow. James said the swelling had gone down enough the boot would be doable." "Glad you're healing fast," Celeste said. "Alexis is hoping you'll go to the beach with us again soon." "Soon as I can go without a boot, I'm game. Wouldn't want to mess with the sand in something like that." Mario shuddered and Celeste smiled. Everything was just too polite and too superficial. She didn't dare say anything else about what she really wanted to talk about. If Mario didn't bring it up, she would follow his lead. This was all business. Nothing to do but get to work. Mario had expected a lot more of something from Celeste, but she was acting like nothing had happened last night. Perhaps the kiss really hadn't meant all that much to her. It made things a lot easier for him. He didn't have to worry about any awkward conversation. That reminder they worked together had done the trick, and now, they were both being adults about it and moving on. Conversation-wise, this was much easier, but each time he looked at her, he couldn't help remembering the way she felt or the emotions she stirred in him. If he hadn't had this stupid accident, he never would have been so close and so vulnerable with her. But the accident was the exact reason why he could never get emotionally involved with a woman. His job was too dangerous. Maybe he ought to consider giving up firefighting and switch to construction or remodeling. He loved this kind of work. But he knew he was good at what he did, and it made a difference in the lives of those who needed assistance in an emergency. He couldn't give it up, just like he couldn't give up breathing. As they got to work, he was reminded once again how good she was and how little she needed him. She handled the power tools easily, and once she finished securing the brackets that would hold the window blinds, she climbed down the ladder, picked up the blinds, and settled her side into it easily, but struggled to get the other section in. "Can you steady this part?" Celeste asked, breaking him from his thoughts. Well, maybe she did need his help. He reached up and held the opposite side of the window blinds while she moved the ladder to the other side to get them in. "I could have done that part," Mario said. "I didn't want you to have to move with your injury." "So, you climbed all the way down the ladder, then moved it, then climbed up to fix this side when I could have limped over with my crutches and reached up?" He smiled at her, and she blushed. "I guess you're right. Next window, we'll do that." She made one last adjustment on the blinds before looking down at him. "I guess I'm just used to doing most things by myself. Alexis isn't as helpful as you when it comes to things like this." Mario nodded. Okay, was another comment specifically to let him know she didn't need him? Or was that something to say she would appreciate his help more often? Women were confusing. Celeste had been careful to handle things just right. She added a little bit of flirting and got a tiny bit closer to him than necessary when leaning to hang the blinds. When she climbed down the ladder, she smiled at him before folding it up and moving it to the next window. Nothing had worked, and Mario was still as distant as he'd been when he'd first arrived this morning. She'd hoped for a response from him. A look or a comment that would clue her in, but he was just as professional as he'd been the first few times they'd worked together on the house. That somehow made it worse. The kiss that had practically melted her had meant nothing to him. Every other time Celeste had been here at Mario's house, helping him work on getting it finished, she'd never been in a hurry to leave. Now, she checked her watch after each window they'd finished. Too bad she'd told him already she could stay until noon. She didn't want him to know she wanted to get out of there so she could be depressed about the end of the relationship that never even got off the ground. She should have known better than to get her hopes up. At least now that she'd attempted to be open to dating again, she'd know what to watch out for. Mario had pulled the blinds down on each of the windows, then stepped back and looked at them. "Think we'll still need curtains?" "Probably on a few of the windows. Not full-sized, but just window dressing. Make it look a little homier. Do you want me to pick them out to go with the staging, or do you have a preferred kind? If you'd pick some, that would be great. Want to come with me to Brittany's place to check out the different furniture? I can't do it today, but we could plan to head over there one of these next few days."
Yeah.
"That would probably be good. We can take my truck to help bring things over. Should probably wait until Ray is available though." "For sure," Celeste said. She was tired of this back and forth stuff and knew it was time to just excuse herself and head home. "You know, I think I'll head out so I can grab a few things at the store before I pick up Alexis. You're welcome to come back to my place. The couch is always open. I'll head over today to get my things. But James cleared me for handling things on my own." This way, I'll be able to get a few little things done bit by bit before we bring in some of the staging furniture. Celeste nodded. I'll see you when you come over. She was out the door without delay, hoping to make it easier on the
Goodbye.
less awkward if he didn't have to say anything more about coming over. Though a tiny part of her wanted to cry, there really was no valid reason for that. He'd been clear and upfront about what kind of interactions they'd have from the very beginning. He'd not broken his word. Though he was the one to kiss her. Maybe that kiss had been completely lacking on her part. All she knew was that she'd enjoyed it immensely. It had been so long since she'd allowed herself to feel anything, and with Mario, it had been incredible. It would be another long while before she'd let her guard down again. The next time, she'd make sure there was nothing stopping the next guy from making a commitment. Not that she needed a man. She was doing all right without one. She just wanted one in her life. She missed the companionship so much. Chapter 21. Watching Celeste leave didn't give him the relief he'd hoped for. He'd been rather uncomfortable around her, knowing it had been a bad move on his part to kiss her in the first place. He wasn't an overly observant guy, but he could tell he'd messed up their friendship. Asking her to stay up and watch the movie with him had only made things worse. Dummy that he was, he'd thought he'd be able to just go back to being co-workers and the two of them could have fun like they'd done before while working on the house. He wanted to rush outside and call her back in. He wanted to hurry out to her and apologize for the mistake and maybe even kiss her again. At least he had the willpower to avoid that. Well, truth be told, if he could have moved faster than at a hobble, he'd likely have gone after her. By the time he got to the door, she was already in her car and pulling away. Later this afternoon, he'd go over to talk with her. He needed to man up and tell her that he respected her too much to lead her on when he couldn't put the full effort into a long-term relationship. He could ask her about whether she wanted to keep working together, or if she'd rather call it quits. He hoped she'd decide to keep working with him. Maybe over time, he could get to the point where he'd retire from firefighting and could be in a better position to commit to someone. This was all just really bad timing. Celeste followed Alexis back into the house, barely managing to keep up with the excited little girl. We still have to do lunch, and you need your nap before you can go over to Calvin's to swim. But I want to swim now, Alexis said. It wasn't quite a whine, but she didn't sound pleased with the idea that she couldn't go put her swimsuit on right away and head over. I know you do, sweetie, but Calvin has to have his lunch and take his nap too. He wouldn't be ready to play if you went over now. Okay, Alexis agreed reluctantly. Can we have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? Sure, honey. Alexis looked at her with a huge grin. Most days, Celeste wanted more substantial meals, or at least ones she could enjoy as well. But she was tired from not sleeping well last night. Maybe she could get in a fast nap while Alexis napped if she just did the quick PB&J and a few sliced apples. In no time, she had hurried Alexis off to her room to nap and Celeste decided to rest on the couch. Being in the front room would let her hear if Mario happened to come by to get his things. The blanket and pillow he'd used were still there, and though she didn't need the warmth from the blanket, she pulled it under her arms and held it close like a teddy bear while resting her head on the pillow. The bedding smelled like him, and it did crazy things to her mind. It was both relaxing and comforting as well as depressing. She could wallow in her disappointment for the length of the nap, then she'd put the stuff away and get over it. Naps made everything better. She was sure of it. Mario knocked on the front door, hoping the right words would come to him. It was never easy breaking things off in a relationship. That was another reason why he'd avoided them. He listened for the sound of someone coming to the door, figuring it would be Alexis since she always loved to see who came to visit. Instead of Alexis, Celeste answered the door, and it was obvious she'd just woken up. Her cheek had a crease mark on it from where it had been pressed against the pillow and her hair was a little mussed. She looked adorable and he smiled. Good morning, he asked, teasing her. Oh, hi, Celeste said, rubbing her hands over her face. I guess I was a lot more tired than I thought. Come in. You can go find your stuff while I go get Alexis up. She'll want to say hi to you. Mario walked into the house and closed the door behind him as Celeste turned away and walked slowly across the room, as if trying to fully wake up. Maybe she hadn't gotten any sleep last night either. That both pleased and worried him. It would make things harder when they had this conversation. Mario walked over to the bathroom and grabbed the few toiletries he'd been using while there. Inside the linen closet was where Celeste had told him to store the backpack that had his personal items and changes of clothes. Mario? Celeste said. In here. He poked his head out. Have you seen Alexis? No. You said she was napping. She's not in her room. She's been awake for a bit. Her spot's not warm anymore. Is she playing in your room? No, Celeste said. I checked there. Not in the kitchen either. They only had the main room, the kitchen, the dining area, and 2 bedrooms with a master bath and this other bath. Did you check outside? A 4-year-old wasn't old enough to go far on their own safely. If she was missing, it was important to find her quickly. She wouldn't know to be extra careful in crossing streets or in staying away from strangers. Celeste walked out the front door, calling Alexis' name. Mario did a double check of the closets, under the bed, behind the couch, and other different spots where kids might hide, knowing instinctively and from experience the size of locations children could fit and hide away in. By the time he'd done a check of the house, Celeste was back inside and in a near state of panic. How far away do her grandparents live? Too far for her to walk. Besides, they're out of town visiting my sister-in-law right now. Would she be at a neighbor's house? I'll call Calvin's mom. Celeste pulled out her phone and as she waited for her friend to pick up, she walked around the house, looking in the same hiding spots he'd looked in, calling out Alexis' name. Hey, Larissa. Is Alexis over there? Mario watched Celeste closely, hoping to get a clue about what Larissa answered. No, she slipped away, and I wanted to see if she'd gone to play with Calvin. She wanted to come swimming today. She'll be excited when you get back and can come swimming. When Celeste hung up the phone, Mario asked. They're not home? No, she had to run some errands. These neighbors have a pool? Yes, Celeste said slowly, her concern rising in response to his open-ended question. We'd better go check over there. Celeste headed out the back door from the kitchen and Mario tried to follow as quickly as he could, cursing the slowness of his crutches. Worried about what he might find, and knowing it would be better safe than sorry, Mario pulled out his phone and dialed 911. What's your emergency? The familiar dispatcher's voice spoke. Angela, hi. This is Mario Davis. Not sure if it's an emergency yet, but there is a 4-year-old Caucasian female missing from her home. There is a pool nearby that the child may have approached. I may need an ambulance or police assistance in locating the missing child. Are you at the residence with the pool? Angela asked. Getting over there as quickly as I can. The child's mother has run ahead. Just as Mario walked through the gate that separated the 2 yards, the scream of panic and fear from Celeste gutted him. Send an ambulance. He gave the address as he dropped his crutches and ran, ignoring the pain in his foot. He couldn't let Celeste lose her girl. By the time he got to the backyard where the pool was, Celeste was already in the pool and pulling her limp and lifeless daughter to the edge. Mario met her at the side and hauled Alexis out of the water and put her on the cement, checked for a pulse and for breathing, then immediately began rescue breathing before Celeste was even out of the pool. She crawled over to her daughter and called her name, rubbing her arms and legs, trying to get a response, and Mario continued to treat her, praying the ambulance would arrive in time. Talk to Angela, Mario said, motioning to the phone on the ground beside him. She's sent an ambulance. Listen to what she tells you. Mario knew Celeste would do better if she had something to do while waiting for the ambulance instead of just panicking about her daughter. He half listened to what Celeste was answering through the phone while he shifted from chest compressions to rescue breathing. The ambulance and paramedics would have supplies and equipment that could help in ways his CPR couldn't, but he'd do this no matter how long it took. As he focused on treating his patient, he could hear Celeste's prayers and pleadings for her daughter's safety and recovery. He hoped they had found her soon enough. He wasn't sure how long she'd been in the pool. Her temperature was cool, and her lips were blue, but she didn't seem waterlogged. He did another quick assessment, watching for breathing and checking for a pulse. He started the CPR again, careful to use the right amount of strength so he wouldn't damage her fragile little body, relying on his training to take over. Time disappeared as he worked to save this sweet little girl, fearing he'd never recover if he lost her. She had come to mean so much to him on her own merits and not just because she was Celeste's daughter. Before he'd gone through his next cycle to check for a pulse and breathing, the paramedics had arrived and took over. Mario moved back to give them room to work and watched as their more skilled hands began treating the girl. Celeste was still hovering over Alexis, sobbing and begging for her daughter to be okay. Mario gently pulled her to him, wrapping her in his arms to both comfort her and move her away enough the paramedics could do their job. Celeste gripped him tight but kept her head turned toward her daughter. Coughing from Alexis as she regained consciousness was greeted with sounds of relief from the paramedics, and Celeste practically jumped out of his reach and was by Alexis' side in a second. "Oh, baby," Celeste said. "I love you so much. I'm so glad you're okay." The paramedics continued to treat her, working around Celeste and bringing the oxygen back to Alexis' face after they'd moved it to allow her to cough up all the water. Mario helped guide Celeste back a little more so they could make sure Alexis was stable, but as Celeste talked to her daughter, he was beyond relieved to see Alexis seem to understand. "Sorry, Mommy," Alexis said in her little voice, roughened because of her ordeal. "I know I'm not supposed to come alone." Celeste just held her daughter's hand and then pushed her wet hair out of her face. "I'm just glad you're all right. We'll need to take her to the hospital for further treatment." One of the paramedics spoke to Celeste, then looked at him as if expecting him to do something to help get her to release the girl. "They've got a blanket we can wrap around you, then you can get in the ambulance and go with them." "Will you come with?" Celeste asked. "If you want," Mario said. He looked at the paramedics to make sure they were all right with that. "You can fill us in on any details we'll need as we go," Austin said. Mario made sure to get Celeste wrapped up in the blanket to help her dry off and held her next to him while they put Alexis on a gurney to lift her into the ambulance. Once she was in and secured, Mario helped Celeste climb into the back of the ambulance and then climbed in himself, glad for the hand support to help him get in. His foot hurt like crazy, but he didn't care. Alexis would recover. She was more alert and responsive than he'd expected. That was an answer to prayers. His and Celeste's as they'd waited for help. As they rode in the ambulance and he explained what they'd done and how they were unsure of how long she'd been in the water, he held Celeste close to him, knowing she needed his comfort as much as he wanted hers. He'd be strong for her, then when he was certain everything would be fine for them, he'd slip quietly out of their lives to make sure she didn't have to worry about him and could focus on her girl. Chapter 22. Celeste held on to Mario throughout the whole process as the doctors and nurses treated Alexis. Without his strong support and unwavering presence, she would have collapsed in a puddle. Somehow, he'd managed to find her clean, dry scrubs from some nurse he knew so she wouldn't have to be soggy all day. Her phone had been in her pocket when she jumped into the pool and no longer worked, but he'd helped her find numbers for the people she needed to call and let them know about Alexis. Her parents and in-laws wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. He'd either had his arm around her or held her hand through the different conversations with the different doctors in the with her between the tests. Now, as they walked behind the moving bed as they took Alexis into a room where she'd be monitored through the night, Celeste longed to grip his hand. She wasn't sure where he'd gotten new crutches, and she could tell he was hurting. She'd completely forgotten about his injuries as he'd taken care of her and Alexis. Now she wanted to help ease his pain as much as possible but didn't know how. The nurse adjusted things and helped make Alexis as comfortable as possible, then checked the blood pressure monitor and the oxygen levels before turning to them. "Do either of you need anything? A drink of juice or water? Could I have a cup of ice?" "Sure. Anything for you?" she asked Mario. He shook his head and the nurse left. "You should see if you can get some rest," Mario said, pointing to the chair to the side of the hospital bed. It looked like it would probably recline. "I think I'd have nightmares if I tried. This happened because I fell asleep." You aren't to blame for this. It was an accident. Celeste breathed out slowly and shakily. I know, but I still don't think I could. Not for a while anyway. The best way to take care of her now is to take care of you. He led her to the seat and gently guided her down onto it. You'll feel better if you rest. She sat but looked up at him and took his hand. Thank you for saving her. That's part of my job. I'm just glad you were there. If you hadn't stopped by, I would have kept sleeping and then it would have been too late. Tears welled up again and she tried to stop them from falling, but it was impossible. I'll take your phone to the store tomorrow and pick you up a replacement and we'll see if your SIM card still works. He started to move toward the door. You don't have to leave yet, do you? I think I should, Mario said. Celeste wanted to beg him to stay but instead nodded. You're probably hurting a lot. Do you need help getting home? She looked at her borrowed scrubs. She didn't even have a car to take him home with. Fat lot of help she'd be. I'll catch a ride with a friend that's working here. Will you come back tomorrow? Celeste asked. First thing? I'm not sure if I should. He looked at the bed where Alexis lay sleeping instead of meeting Celeste's eyes. His posture and demeanor changed, and she wasn't sure what to make of it. Alexis will want to see you. To thank you again. She'll have her grandparents and you. She won't need to see me. But Alexis loves you. That's part of the problem, Mario said after a moment. I'm a temporary thing in her life. It isn't good for her to get too attached to me. You don't have to be temporary, Celeste said, letting her emotions have free rein. I think it would be best if we just finished up this house, sold it, then just work together only when I sell other houses. You don't want my help? Celeste asked. I thought we've done well together. You've been great. I just don't think it's a good idea to get any closer. I'm not good for you too. Good for us? Celeste asked. You just saved my daughter's life, and mine by extension. You're the best thing that's happened to us in a long time. But what I do is too dangerous. I would hate to put you through this kind of fear again. You deserve to have stability in your life. I'm willing to take that kind of chance. She looked at his injured leg, then up to his face. Sure, you've been hurt, but you're careful. You do all you can to stay safe. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to risk losing you or Alexis to an injury or accident either. And I can't in good conscience hurt you. It would be better to end things before they get too serious. You'd rather live a life alone than risk losing someone? Celeste asked, too tired and emotionally drained to consider being tactful. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I almost lost my daughter today. That would have broken me, but there is no way I would have wanted to give up all the years I've had with her just to avoid potential hurt. Losing Sam was the worst thing I've gone through, but all the time we had together before and the daughter he gave me was worth having. To say you'd rather lose us now than lose us later is just a cop-out. But whatever. If that's the way you feel, then go. And don't feel like you have to keep me as your future agent. I wouldn't want to cause you any pain having to see us again. That's not what I mean, Mario began, but Celeste shook her head. No, I know what you mean. You're right. You should go, she said. You can be free of us. My house is still unlocked. You can grab your stuff and when my parents get here, they'll help me with the phone thing. Just go. The nurse entered at that moment, holding a paper cup with ice and a lid. Whether she could feel the tension in the room, or just had other things to do, she left right away, and Mario followed soon after. Celeste sat down on the chair to the side of Alexis' bed and took her daughter's hand in hers. At least he'd saved Alexis. She'd always love him for that even if he didn't want her love in any other way. Mario took slow and steady steps with his crutches away from the room where he'd just done more damage than he knew how to fix. He'd expected to feel relief knowing he was putting an end to things with Celeste, but he'd done a pathetic job with it. He should have kept his mouth shut and just supported her. Now he'd hurt her feelings and made her think she wasn't worth anything to him because he was too afraid to be hurt. Those words she'd said to him stung. He was stupid to think that staying lonely now would protect him from being lonely someday in the future. He didn't regret any of the time they'd spent together so far. She'd been an incredible asset to his work as well as fun to be around and altogether perfect for him. He'd even begun to love Alexis. When he'd seen her lifeless body as Celeste brought her to the edge of the pool, he'd known what it felt like to truly fear. Then seeing her respond to the paramedics and watching her color return and her little voice talking had been the most incredible relief. As he'd watched Celeste endure all those emotions of fear, almost loss, then joy and relief for her daughter's safety, he'd known he loved Celeste as well. He'd hurt when she'd hurt. He'd felt a similar joy to hers at the good news. Why did he think he could do without them? He truly didn't want to remain alone. But he'd just signed his own death sentence. Celeste would never want anything to do with him now that she knew what a coward he was. How selfish he was to want to protect his own fragile heart more than he wanted to love and shelter her heart. Celeste stared at her sleeping girl, memorizing every inch of her face while silently giving prayers of thanks and gratitude that she was still here. A soft knock on the door brought Celeste's head around. Her cousin stood in the doorway, looking unsure if he should come in. She stood and walked over to Ray, wrapping him in a hug. "Oh, Celeste," he said softly against her ear as she started crying. "I'm sorry you have to deal with this. She'll be okay, though, won't she?" "Doctors think so," Celeste whispered, not wanting to wake Alexis again. "Mario started CPR right away and we think we got her before she was in for very long." "Thank heavens." Ray looked around. "I saw Mario as I was coming in. I'm surprised he left." Celeste shook her head, unable to keep the tears from welling up again, but she refused to let them fall. "He was here until they brought her to this room. He said he wanted to let the two of us have some quiet and get some rest." Ray nodded thoughtfully. She refused to meet his eye, not wanting him to see any hint of her other emotional turmoil. "How was work?" she asked, trying to change the subject. "Did you guys have a quiet shift?" "Yes." "Good thing. It's nice to have peace and rest every now and then." Celeste motioned for Ray to come into the room more so she could get closer to Alexis again. Seeing the heart monitor and the oxygen rate remain in the steady range helped ease her worries. Ray came in but remained quiet, instinctively knowing she just needed his presence. She would think about Mario later. Or maybe if she was lucky, she could avoid any thoughts or mentions of him for a long time. Looking back at Alexis, healthy and alive, proved that Celeste would never be able to forget Mario. That was okay. She'd endure the pain of heartbreak in order to enjoy the time with her daughter. Chapter 23. Mario had his friend drop him off at Celeste's since his truck was still there. He walked into the front room and found the lights still on from when they'd searched for Alexis. Another flash of panic washed over him as he remembered all the turmoil of the day. He turned the extra lights off in the different rooms and tidied up anything that had been shifted in their quick search. Once he was sure things looked right in the house, he grabbed his personal items and quietly left out the front door, locking it behind him. Before he pulled it completely closed, he went back in and grabbed her spare keys to the house. He'd stop by the hospital in the morning and take them to her so her parents could get them when they arrived. Unless he should pack her a quick overnight bag and take her purse and things to the hospital. Mario stared at the dark room, trying to decide what to do. He'd messed things up, but he could still be helpful. He wouldn't go through all her things, but he could grab her brush and toothbrush, and her purse. The scrubs she wore should be fine to sleep in, and he didn't dare try to get her any new underclothes. Before he could change his mind, he went to Celeste's room and the master bath to grab the simple toiletries. He saw some flip-flops by the side of her bed. Might as well throw those in, too. Her purse was on the counter in the kitchen, and he put her things inside it. If he could take her car to make things easier on her, he would, but either he would bring her home tomorrow, or she'd ride with her parents or in-laws. On impulse, he went into Alexis' room and grabbed the teddy bear on her bed. He'd seen her with that off and on and knew she loved it. Hopefully, it would help ease her a little while she stayed at the hospital. Mario then left the house, locking it behind him, and headed directly to the hospital. When he arrived, he knew it was past visiting hours. He probably could have convinced them to let him come in anyway, but knew it was better this way. When he passed over the bag and the teddy bear to the nurse who'd brought Celeste the cup of ice, he almost asked her to tell Celeste to call him if she needed anything. But her phone wouldn't work. Tell her I'll come by in the morning if that's okay. He would give her some time to process tonight, then he'd apologize once again for his stupidity. Hopefully, she'd hear him out. He just prayed he'd know what to say without messing things up even more. Celeste leaned back against the seat trying to decide if she wanted to push it back to try to get some sleep, or if she'd rather stay sitting up so she could help Alexis if she woke up from her sleep. She wanted to keep watching to make sure there was no lasting damage from being underwater for so long. Each time Celeste looked at her girl, she couldn't help saying another prayer of thanks for her safety. A soft knock on the partially open door made Celeste sit up straight. The nurse poked her head in. Mario brought this by and asked me to tell you he'd be here first thing in the morning. Really? Celeste asked. She hadn't expected to see him again. Not after telling him off. The nurse passed over the bag and then held up the bear. Should I give this to Alexis? Celeste nodded. Thank you. The nurse quietly lifted Alexis' arm without the fore and tucked the bear under it so when she woke up, she'd be able to see it right there. Thankfully, Alexis kept sleeping, which eased Celeste's worry. She seemed to finally be comfortable enough and no longer as worried about what had happened as she'd been before. The poor little girl kept apologizing for going swimming alone. Celeste had held her hand and told her she was glad she was okay, and that they'd make sure to be more careful next time. Though Celeste wasn't sure if she'd ever let Alexis near the water again. Or even if Alexis would want to go swimming again. Only time would tell, but she'd support her daughter and do everything she could to keep her safe. As the nurse left, Celeste looked at her purse. After pulling out her flip-flops that would be nice to wear instead of the rubber-soled hospital socks, if she needed to go down the halls again, she looked at the other things he'd added. Inside was her toothbrush and toothpaste in a plastic zipper baggie with her hairbrush to the side. Her house keys were on the top as well. That would be handy, especially if she needed to send her parents to her house when they arrived. It was unclear whether Alexis would be released tomorrow or not, but having her things, including her lip balm and her small lotion and her toothbrush, would help make tonight just a little easier. How thoughtful of Mario. She hadn't expected to hear or see anything of him ever again, but he'd surprised her. Well, if he didn't want to have a long-term relationship with them, at least he was being a good friend to them. That was something. Mario took some over-the-counter pain meds, refilled his ice bag from the tiny ice cube trays he had in his small fridge, and went to lay on his cot. He hoped the exhaustion would help him sleep so he could be refreshed and clear-headed for tomorrow. He had to make things right with Celeste. Her words kept haunting him. He didn't want to be lonely or alone now. He was just too afraid to lose someone or to hurt them the way he'd been hurt by his father's passing. But she was right. He would never have given up the time he'd had with his dad. He was proud of the brave man he'd been. His mother had carried on without him and had eventually found love again. Nothing in life was promised or even secure, but you made do with what you had. With that new perspective, Mario found it easier to fall asleep than he'd expected. He woke in the morning hurting but feeling upbeat. After a quick shower, he grabbed a couple of granola bars to go with his medicine and headed out the door. Visiting hours at the hospital wouldn't be that early, but he could still get there and see what he could do to help Celeste. If she needed a fast ride home so she could get more things she needed as well as her car so she could take Alexis home, he'd do that. If she didn't want to leave Alexis alone, he'd be there to either support her or run errands until her family arrived. The crutches only slowed him down a little. He wanted to see her as soon as he could and make sure she knew her words had meant something to him. It would be her choice completely if she wanted to send him away again. He knew he deserved it. But if she'd let him, he'd make it up to her. The nurse from last night was gone and another he knew only in passing from other experiences, working with patients he helped in car accidents, met him at the front desk. "How are you healing up, Mario?" She looked at his leg with the crutches and at his bandaged hand. "I'm doing all right. I'm here to see Celeste and Alexis Nelson. Oh, you're the one who saved her. Did the CPR until the paramedics arrived. She smiled at him and led him down the hallway to Alexis' room. I just took breakfast in to them. They're both up and will be so happy to see you. Mario sure hoped so. When she opened the door, Alexis was the first to see him and squealed with delight. Mario. Hey, sweetie, how you feeling? My chest hurts. She placed her hand on her sternum where he'd done the CPR. She had at least 2 cracked ribs from what he'd heard from the doctors as they explained things to Celeste while he was with her. Sorry about that, Alexis. I had to make sure your heart kept working. It's working good now. Thanks. She smiled at him again, then took a spoonful of her cereal. I'm glad. Mario chanced a look toward Celeste, who had an unreadable expression on her face. She didn't look mad, that was a plus. But she didn't seem as excited to see him as Alexis was. Celeste watched him as he talked with Alexis for a few minutes. She wasn't sure what to do or say. She hadn't been very nice to him when she'd seen him last. Had basically told him he was an idiot and that she wanted nothing to do with him. The fact that he'd come back after her angry words meant that he wasn't going to just shut her out of his life like she told him to. But what did he want? She was glad he was here, especially for Alexis' sake. Her daughter had asked about Mario multiple times since waking, and Celeste had hemmed and hawed about maybe he'd come, or maybe he'd be busy working. Now, he was talking to Alexis about her near drowning in a way that made Celeste sound like a hero and Mario just a helper. Alexis looked at her mom and then back to Mario through the retelling, smiling with the thrill of the way Mario talked about things instead of being panicked or scared. This would help her not be as fearful of water now. Celeste had been too afraid and traumatized by the whole event. She had tiptoed around the whole subject, telling Alexis they'd talk about it later. When I'm all better, can we go to the ocean again? I'll wear my life jacket, and that way you won't have to CPR me. Mario chuckled. I sure hope I'll never have to CPR you again. It's up to your mom about going to the ocean, but if you decide to go, and want to invite me, I'll be happy to come. Celeste met Mario's eyes and studied them. He wasn't going to run away from them. He was going to be there with them for other events in life and accept invitations to be together. But for how long? We'll make some plans before the summer is over, Celeste said, turning to Alexis. We'll have to ask your doctor how long it will be before your ribs feel better. I think the life jacket would hurt until they are all healed. That's okay, Alexis said. Mario has a hurt foot, too. We'll wait till he's all better so he can come play in the water with me. He's the best. He's pretty cool, Celeste agreed, meeting his eyes again. You two are pretty great yourselves. I'm glad I get to be a part of your lives. I hope I can be a part of it for a while. Sure, Alexis said. Right, Mommy? I think that would be a great idea, Celeste said. Are you done eating? Do you want me to turn on your show? Yes. Alexis took one more drink from her juice box, then leaned back against her raised bed. My full tummy is pushing on me. She softly touched her ribcage, then used one arm to hug the bear that Mario had brought for her last night. When she'd gotten the television set up to the morning cartoons that Alexis loved, she moved the table that held the breakfast tray on it toward the door, and Mario watched her. Once she was sure Alexis was focused on the television instead of listening in on everything she might say to Mario, Celeste sat down on the extra chair next to him. Thank you for bringing my bag and her bear. That was thoughtful of you. I hoped it would help. I'm here if you need anything. I can run you home this morning so you can gather more if you want. Or bring your car back. I can help when your parents arrive. Let me know what you need. I need to apologize for being so snappy last night. Mario took her hand. No, that's all on me. I was being incredibly selfish and only thinking of myself. You're right. I don't want to lose you now just to save myself from potential loss in the future. I was sick when I realized what I'd said and how that had hurt you. I hadn't meant for things to progress between us. I was happy just working with you, but then something happened. I don't even know when or how. Well, I do know how. You're just an incredible person all around. I would like a second chance if you're willing. Are you sure? Celeste asked, looking down at their joined hands for a moment before looking up at him. There is a lot of baggage that comes with being a part of my life. I can't be in a casual relationship for long. Not saying we have to commit here and now, but if you don't think this is something you could see yourself involved in for the long run, then I think you're right that remaining friends would be best. But if you're willing to put your whole heart into it and see if we could be a couple for real with the potential for forever, then I'll give it a go. We may find out later we're not compatible. I'm not saying we have to be sure right now. But because of Alexis, I can't just try this on like a pair of shoes and then discard it when it gets a little too tight. I understand completely. I'll be in it for the long haul. We'll see if we could work for the long term. I can't promise this will be easy for me. I've never been in a long-term relationship. But until you, I haven't ever wanted to be. I think I've been waiting my whole life to find someone like you. Someone that would help me over my fear of myself. Mario leaned toward her, and Celeste hesitated for a moment. Did she dare let him kiss her in front of her daughter? It would put things into a whole different category if they kissed now. Celeste held still, not closing the distance between them. It had to come from him. She had to know he was all in. Mario didn't stop or pull back. He moved slowly and watched her eyes, except for when he glanced down at her lips for a moment. She closed her eyes, and lifted her chin just a little, to make it easier for him that way. His kiss was soft and sweet, but it meant so much more now than the other night. That one had more passion and teasing and testing. This one was solid. It spoke of stability and promise. The sound of a throat clearing was soon followed by Alexis shouting, "Grandma! Grandpa! Hi!" Celeste turned to look at her parents who were torn between looking at Alexis on the bed and Celeste and Mario sitting close together, and holding hands. "Hi. You made it. Good to see you too, Celeste," her mom said, looking at Mario for a moment. Celeste stood up to hug her mom and Mario stood too. He offered his hand to her dad and smiled. "I'm Mario." "Oh, sorry, Mom, Dad, this is Mario Davis. He's the man who saved Alexis." "Is he your boyfriend?" her dad asked. Celeste looked at Mario, unsure of what to say. "I am," Mario said. "We haven't been dating long. Started working together on a project, and things have sort of progressed." "Well, good to meet you, Mario." Celeste's dad shook his hand vigorously. "Thanks for saving our granddaughter. It will be good to get to know you better." "Looking forward to it, sir. Call me Tim. This is my wife, Vanessa." "Thank you," her mom said, pulling him into a hug. "We are so glad you were there to help. Celeste told us a lot about you, but I guess not everything." "It's more important to focus on Alexis," Mario said. "I'm just glad I was able to help. These two mean a lot to me." Celeste smiled up at him and he squeezed her hand. As her parents turned their attention to Alexis, Celeste wrapped one arm around his waist and leaned against him. "Is it okay that I told them I was your boyfriend?" Mario asked in a whisper. "It's more than okay," Celeste said. "It's incredible." When he kissed the top of her head and pulled her closer to him while they watched her parents interact with Alexis, she knew that no matter what happened next, she would be happy to experience it with him by her side. Epilogue. 3 months later. Celeste and Mario walked toward Frank's house. They had sold the one they'd been working on together, and with the profit from it because of his upgrades and remodeling prowess, Mario would almost be able to buy this one outright. "Good morning, Frank," Mario said when he answered the door. "Morning, you too." Frank stepped back and invited them in. "Glad you called. My daughter has been asking over and over how soon I'm putting this on the market again." "Well," Celeste said. "If you're ready to sell, he's ready to buy. You got your license and everything finished up?" "Yup," Celeste said. "I'm official. Excellent, Frank said. I started to notice it wasn't as easy to take care of this place. I'm beginning to agree with Jill that it's time for me to move closer to her. I'm glad you have family to get close to. Me too. So, Frank said. You still thinking you'd do a lot of remodeling and then sell it when you're done? That is an option, Mario said. Not positive what to do with this place, exactly. Celeste looked at him. When they talked before about checking in with Frank on his place, he'd wanted to look at what it would take to remodel and then sell like they'd done with the other one. After turning her attention back to Frank, she paused, unsure what to say. Frank had a huge grin on his face and Celeste wondered why. Well then, let me point out some of the perfect features to make this a great family home that has some serious settle-down qualities to it. I thought that was the job of the real estate agent? Celeste asked, looking at him and then at Mario who was just smiling. Of course it is. But until you know what the family-friendly features are from a family-friendly owner of the said family-friendly house, then you should pay attention. That way you can decide how you want to proceed. Celeste nodded. She followed him from room to room where he pointed out some of the memories he had of his own children growing up. The staircase that curved just a little and allowed his daughters to come down for their dates in the dramatic fashion befitting a prom or formal dance. He explained how his wife made incredible meals in the kitchen and pointed out how she'd asked for very specific cupboards and cabinets that would hold all her pots and pans without cluttering the counter space. The pantry was large and spacious, allowing for plenty of supplies and more kitchen tools for people who liked cooking. How are you at cooking? Frank asked, turning to them. I'm pathetic, Mario said. Celeste is a master. She could totally be a chef if she decided to go after that instead of real estate. I don't want to cook for tons of people, just family and friends. Well, Frank said. This is the perfect kitchen for that. Then the dining room can be as formal or informal as you want. It's got this handy window that leads between the kitchen and the table. Could have it opened or closed, as you like. Frank continued to go on and on about the house, showing off the different rooms, and then, before she knew it, he had taken them through the full house and then out into the backyard with all the cute fruit trees, fruiting bushes, and flower beds. This part is my favorite. It was my wife Lois' favorite too. We'd spend countless happy hours out here playing in God's good earth. It's beautiful, Frank. I can see how much work you put into the place. I've loved my home. But it's more the people in it than the place itself that makes it special. I'm happy to let someone else start making happy memories here. He looked wistfully on the backyard then back toward the house. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go give Jill a call and let her know to start looking for a place for me by her. I don't think I'm ready to live with her, or quite old enough for a retirement home. But I would love to be closer to my grandkids. He headed into the house and Mario took Celeste's hand as they looked around the backyard. What do you think? Mario asked. It's a wonderful place. You probably wouldn't have to do a lot to fix it up to the point it would fit with a more modern family. Some of the coloring of the paint and removal of the wallpaper would help. You probably know better structurally, but in this market, you'd be able to buy it at a fair price to him, fix it up a bit, and sell it at a good profit for you. What if I didn't want to sell it? It would be a good place for you to keep. Would you like living here? Celeste looked at him, unsure if he was really asking what she thought he was asking. His voice had changed a little with the question, but he wasn't being clear enough. Maybe, she hedged. What would it take for you to move here? It would depend on if you were going to sell it to me or if you were inviting Alexis and I to move here with you. The second one. There's only one way I'd agree to that. Mario pulled out a small, velvet-covered box from his pocket. Is this the way? Perhaps. Mario knelt on the green grass in front of the rose bushes and held up a gorgeous ruby and sapphire ring. Will you marry me? You're sure? Celeste asked. More sure about this than I've been about anything. I love you, Celeste. You've made my life better in every way. I can't imagine any other way to continue in my life than to have you and Alexis as a part of it. And in this house, that is so very family-friendly as we've just been informed, I think we could continue to grow our family. Celeste nodded, covering her mouth with her hand. She didn't want to cry or begin sobbing or say something stupid to ruin the moment. Mario took her left hand and slipped the ring onto it. It fit perfectly and she smiled at him, then pulled him to stand in front of her. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and kissed him soundly. The clearing of Frank's throat behind them made her laugh. What was it with her getting caught kissing Mario by all these older folks? It's all right, Frank, Celeste said. We're getting married. Well, congratulations, Frank said. So, it worked? Worked? Celeste asked, looking between Frank and Mario. Mario just smiled and shrugged. I told him I wanted to buy this to live in forever, but I wasn't sure if you'd be ready yet. He said to just bring you over and he'd make you fall in love with the house. It's not the house I fell in love with, you silly man. It's you. And together, we'll make this house our home. 6 months later. Celeste held still while her mother adjusted the simple tiara that held the veil on the back of her head. She wouldn't use it to cover her face, but loved the way it cascaded down her back and ended at her waist. Once her mother removed her hands and declared it fixed, Celeste took her turn in fixing Alexis' matching tiara. When I get married, can I have a veil like yours, Mommy? Of course, sweetie. Celeste bent down to be at eye level with her daughter. For your wedding, we can do whatever you'd like. I'm glad I get to be at this wedding, Mommy, Alexis said. I like Mario. Celeste missed the way Alexis used to say his name, but it warmed her heart to know that she would have a father figure in her life. I like him, too. No, Alexis said. You love him. I heard you say it. She touched her mother's cheek and said, a lot. I do love him. Celeste hugged her daughter and then smoothed out the frills on her dress. You love him, too. Yup. So, let's go marry him. The other ladies in the room helping to get them ready all laughed, and Celeste stood up straight. I couldn't agree more. Come on. She took Alexis' hand, and they walked down the private staircase at the side of the reception center. This was where the bridal party could return to the main floor without the bride being seen until she walked down the aisle. The bridesmaids lined up so they could meet their escorts and Alexis took the basket from the wedding planner and brought it up to her nose, to smell the rose petals. I love pink. Glad you picked that color, Mommy. Celeste smiled at her as the wedding planner guided Alexis to the door. She placed 2 small satin pouches, one black, one white, that held the rings around Alexis' wrist, then gave her a thumbs up. Alexis nodded and lifted her chin with pride and smiled brightly. The wedding planner spoke into her headset and moments later, the music for the procession began. Celeste's heart swelled with joy. She'd been married once and had been happy and nervous then. Today, she wasn't nervous. She was thrilled to have the chance to experience love again. She would hold on to every moment and cherish each opportunity she had to spend with Mario. Nothing was ever guaranteed in life, but she would take it day by day and live her life to the fullest. As each of the bridesmaids entered the main room where the marriage would take place, Celeste couldn't wait for her turn to enter. Her father stood to her side and smiled down at her. You're even more beautiful than the last time. I'm so happy for you and Alexis. Me too, Daddy. Are you ready? He asked when there was only one bridesmaid still left. Yes, I am, Celeste said. Let's do this. She let her father set the pace, though if it had been up to her, she would have just rushed right down the aisle without any of this fancy music and wedding march. When they'd told Alexis they were getting married, she had wanted to make it just like in the movies where she could be the flower girl and the ring holder. Besides, Mario needed a chance to have a perfect wedding as well. Celeste could have too, and she knew she'd been doubly blessed to have each of the incredible men in her life. Mario would love and cherish her and her daughter as much as any man could. She was certain Sam was watching from above and giving his approval. His parents had told her how pleased they were she had found such a wonderful man in Mario, and Mario had come to admire and respect her in-laws. The way everything was coming together added peace to her life and more love to her soul. When she met his eyes across the room as she entered, she wondered if it was possible to die of happiness. Her heart was fuller than she'd ever felt before, and she walked with purpose toward her future. Mario had worried he'd be more nervous about everything, but he felt calmer than he'd ever felt before. The moment the music had changed from the simple bridesmaids' walk to the wedding march, his heart began to pound with excitement at finally seeing his bride. As she walked through the doorway, he knew he was the luckiest man in the world. Why she'd ever picked him and all his shortcomings and his hesitation and worries before was beyond him, but he was more grateful each day that she'd seen past all his insecurities. She'd helped him see what he'd been missing in his life, and no matter what the future held, he would cherish every moment he had with his new family. He never broke eye contact with her, knowing he'd always love her, though he was certain it would burn brighter each day until it completely encompassed everything about him. He had thought he'd known what love was when he'd proposed. The love he felt today made that days seem like a tiny candle. Each day that he was blessed to be with her would make it grow more and more until it completely consumed him, and he was happy to walk right into it. When she reached his side and her father kissed her cheek, then placed her hand in his, Mario's eyes threatened to fill with tears of joy. She smiled up at him, and his returning smile was unstoppable. "I love you," he whispered, and she whispered it back. "See," Alexis' little voice said from the side. Celeste laughed softly and Mario raised an eyebrow. Celeste gave him a look that he'd come to understand as "I'll tell you later." And Mario smiled at his soon-to-be daughter. The pastor began the ceremony and Mario struggled to hear the words since all his senses were taken up in Celeste right beside him. He vowed to love, honor, and cherish her and knew he would keep that promise to the end of days. When it came time to exchange rings, Alexis handed Mario the black satin pouch. He opened it carefully and took the ring out of the center and placed it on Celeste's finger. When she placed his band on his own finger, he kept her hand in his, not wanting to let her go. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." Mario had leaned toward his wife before the officiator even said, "You may kiss the bride." And chuckles from the guests bubbled up. He didn't care. They weren't the ones that were lucky enough to marry Celeste. She wrapped her arms around him and held him tight as he kissed her, and as he stood up straight, he lifted her from the ground and kissed her longer. Then when he placed her back on the floor, the guests cheered. Alexis grabbed his leg and gave it a hug.
Yay!
"Now I have a new daddy." Mario placed one arm around Celeste's waist and one arm around Alexis' shoulders and knew he would always cherish his new titles. Husband and father. Two things he'd never thought he would be, but was so happy to have been wrong. Thank you for listening to Her Reluctant Firefighter. Book 3 of the Firefighters of Emerald Cove. A Second Chance Romance. Written by Laura D. Bastian.